Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's special live broadcast with my very special guest, Tom Horn. I'm Steve Quayle. For the record, it's the 25th of June, 2010, and tonight we're going to be talking about transhumanism, also singularity, and genetic Armageddon. Now, Tom Horn has written so many books, and he and I have done a series of interviews over the years that have gone viral worldwide. And tonight we're going to bring it up to speed and tell you how close all of these events, prophetic and technological, are close to coming to fruition and are being put into place. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Steve. Great to be back on the air with you again. We don't do it often enough.
Well, I can tell you this, that I think tonight is a watershed event, because tonight I want to pull out all stops, Tom. And the thing is, as you know, the majority of the people that listen to us have heard you and I, both independently and together, have been on your website, my website. But tonight let's talk about transhumanism first, and the second hour we'll go into wherever we're led. But let's, first of all, define transhumanism for people, because I find that, you know, too many times I know what I mean, but I'm personally not making it clear. So let's go with kind of in an orderly talking point fashion.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure. Transhumanism, just that international, intellectual, fast-growing cultural movement that's also now supported, of course, by people within the military, as we'll talk about later, and that intend to use what's called GRIN technologies, genetics, robotics, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology, as tools to radically redesign mankind. Essentially, it's a movement that believes that we no longer have to wait on the daunting task of natural evolution to respond to its environment, that now we can take our own destiny, our fate, into our own hands, and we can, through technology, begin altering what it means to be a human and accelerate the pace of our next phase.
Well, I think, yep, go ahead.
Well, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, I was just going to say, Tom, from the beginning, the devil, the enemy of men's souls, has tried to wipe out the human race. And it's so telling and compelling that a lot of people that think prophecy was fulfilled 2,000 years ago have not been able to factor in or figure out that the technological advancements, coupled with what we would call fallen angel technology and knowledge, is now to the point where literally what the transhumanists are saying is God, and even if they acknowledge God, most don't, but some do, if God were real, then he made a mistake in making human, and now we're going to do it better than God. We're going to recreate this Homo noeticus, the new man, and bring it to fruition. And we're not going to mess around with all the design flaws of free will. We're just going to program these automatons. Is that kind of it in a nutshell?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. There is a prophetic angle to this. There is a wicked, Antichrist, end times spirit that is the fulfillment of prophecy. It's pressing to come into the world now. Only he that now restraineth will restrain till he be taken out of the way. This is a presence that is waiting, really, for mankind to give over some level of permission or invitation, which I think is happening right now in two different ways. One is the forbidden technological side of it. Those who no longer fear God, they're now playing God and seeking entry, I think, for the spirit through science, whether they understand it as that or not. And then, unfortunately, Steve, the other side of it is those who are allowing this to happen simply by not opposing it or dialoguing about it, i.e. mostly the organized church, where the issues, the ethics, the bioethics, it's left to a handful of people like me and you right now that are out there, the watchmen on the wall. I guess it's always been that way, though, huh? When you have a prophetic spirit, you know, you stand up and you declare what's happening. And I can tell you that ever since the book Apollyon Rising came out, two different things that the whole world, as far as I know, that contacts me wants to talk about. One, in the earliest days when that book came out, was the year 2012 and the extra Mesoamerican cultures that fixated on it. You and I already did shows on that. In fact, you were the first one to do shows with me on that. And the second subject is this transhumanism, and how it appears, at least in my belief system, to be the billion-pound elephant that's standing in the middle of prophecy circles right now, that the lion's share of critical Christian thinkers don't seem to be recognizing, or very few of them are waking up to it. For instance, this year's H Plus Summit, Humanity Plus, is another name for transhumanism, in case anybody in the audience doesn't know that, was hosted just by Harvard University Science Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts, ended just last week, June 13th, or a week and a half ago. This was a 2-day event that explored how humanity is going to be radically changed by technology in the near future. And so you had speakers like Mr. Singularity himself, Ray Kurzweil, talking about how technology is going to be used soon to modify our bodies, our minds, our lives, our world. He was joined by scientists, philosophers, legal scholars, bioethicists, all who merged on campus to start educating the world, if you will, about how in recent years astonishing technological development is now pushing the frontier of humanity towards these far-reaching morphological transformations that are in the very near future going to redefine what it means to be a human. Now, I said a moment ago that the transhumanists are supported now by an equally impressive list of U.S. military advisors, bioethicists and law professors and academics who also now see the use of genetics, robotics, grand technologies as tools that are going to radically redesign what it means to be human, minds, physiology, offspring, and Steve, even perhaps as Joel Garreau in his best-selling book Radical Evolution is now claiming, our very souls. And it's interesting now as you're following what's happening within transhumanist camps that it's taking on a very, very spiritual theme to it, even to the point that now many of them are talking about how they want to make contact with the other world. And maybe we can talk about that dimension of it later, but unfortunately for these utopians and for mankind, the cultural shift that's now underway, also according to some transhumanist writers, actually forecasts a future that's not only going to be dominated by a new species of unrecognizably superior humans, but an unfathomable war. And they're defining it as both physical and spiritual. And in fact, when you read their writings, it sounds very much like these agnostic transhumans are describing the end of the Bible. They're describing Armageddon. And this is something that I don't think, first of all, the majority of the world isn't even aware of how this is a new arms race now. But secondly, they're totally not prepared for what it implies and for what is coming. Let me make a statement about this war. This isn't just going to be fought on land, air, and sea, but it's going to be fought in dimensions that are not even yet comprehensible. Even now, there are synthetic forces that are going to plot, or already are, the wholesale annihilation of mankind. These are under design right now in leading laboratories, public and private, funded by the most advanced nations on earth, including the official governments of the United States, France, Britain, Austria, China, to name a few, who is a result of nanotechnology, neurotechnology, germline engineering, molecular scale engineering, and those various related fields of science. Any time now, believe, singularity is going to occur, and strong artificial intelligence, or what Hugo de Garis calls artilects, which is a word of his own making, it means artificial intellect, artilects, are going to emerge, and overnight we are going to have godlike, massively intelligent machines that are trillions of times faster and smarter than humans, and whose rise, according to Hugo de Garis, is going to prove profoundly disrupted to human culture, not just in the sense it's going to lead to a division between the philosophical and ideological and maybe even religious and political groups who either support this new form of life or oppose it, but he believes that it is going to emerge possibly as such a human threat that it is going to lead to the death of literally billions of Americans, of humans, before the end of the 21st century. And for people who...
That's true, and And Tom, let me just interject this really quick, because Jesus said if the days weren't shortened for the elect's sake, there would be no flesh left alive. And I've been seeing a lot of interesting prophecies where the Lord himself is calling the return of the soulless ones. In other words, the ones without soul. And later in the show, we'll talk about, too, the reconstituting genetically of some of the most evil caricatures and characters in history. And I've tried to get across to people, look, when demons, and we'll talk about that, too, when demons are cast out of people, in essence, they look for a body. Jesus even taught about it. Look for a body to re-inhabit and reanimate. So I think it's fascinating that the hyperdimensional physics realm, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, what you know as reality and what the science, the black science, the hidden science knows of reality are two different things. And Tom, it's so hard sometimes to get it across to specifically God's people that, look, there's a whole realm out there that they've got to learn to identify, deal with, and battle with in the power of the Holy Ghost and with the Holy Spirit. And if they don't, they're going to be overwhelmed by it. And see, that's what your and my, I would say, our mutual concern has been, is to get the people that have been trusted with the keys of the kingdom not to surrender to the people that are opening up with the devil's keys, the gates of hell. Because unless people get the supernatural and begin to war against the supernatural and naturally, and we can talk about that later, the thing is that what would you say, the command of the living God to literally, rise up and fight against principalities and powers, I think people are being steamrolled right now, and the pulpits have become, in my opinion, putrefying places of self-indulgence and self-worship, and they have absolutely abdicated their role to be the salt of the earth and the light of the world.
Yeah, and what's very frightening about that, Steve, is that some of the people that I've been doing, like with Gary Sturman, for instance, of Prophecy in the News, and some of these people that I consider to be very solid biblical scholars, they're saying the same things. They may not be saying it on camera, but they're sure saying it off camera, that they're very, very concerned that the institution of the church, not the true body of Christ, but the institution of the church, what we think of as the church, has completely lost its way. And then many of them actually believe that it is forming into the largest cult in the history of mankind. But be that what it is, what is astonishing to me is that it is also now transhumanists and some of the people within their own camp that are taking a dystopian view of the future. These are people, that started out talking about how they're going to become their own Ubermans, they're going to become Superman, they're going to become whatever, and some of them now are looking at their own technology as it is advancing, and they're being honest with where some of this technology could go. And the amazing thing is they may not refer to it as Armageddon or the rise of the Nephilim or whatever, but they're saying exactly the same thing. And that's the startling thing, is that you have a few prophetic voices like yours that are out there that are engaging these issues, and now you've got a rising segment within both the military and the transhumanist camps that are saying the same thing in different language. Somewhere the church is lost in the middle, and my only hope is that by doing these kind of shows, we reach as many as can be reached, wake up as many as can be woke up, because the day is coming when people had sure better know who they are in Christ, or they will not be able to stand against the forces that are coming. And Steve, not to you get the old preacher started in me, I was thinking the other day, when we're talking about the days of Noah, we always, and we should, discuss what happened during the days of Noah, the rise of the Nephilim, the Watchers. But there was another sign of the days of Noah that could be a fulfillment of Matthew 24:2, and that is that God's covenant people, those who were imbued with his power, this was also a sign of the days of Noah, that they stood up to the Nephilim and they won. They overcame them with supernatural power. David slew Goliath. David, too, had mighty men. And God's covenant people, filled with his Holy Spirit, were the only power on earth that could stand and be victorious. And isn't it amazing that this is exactly how the church is described? The true body of Christ is, in this generation as in other generations, the only power on earth against which the gates of hell cannot prevail. So it's my hope that enough people will listen to what we're talking about. They'll learn at least the basic information about what is emerging in forbidden science and technology, and also the prophetic aspects of it, and that they'll learn how to stand and, full of the Holy Spirit, take their position in God, because they may have to do that in ways that haven't been seen since David slew Goliath. But back to, let me just tell you one other thing about Hugo de Garis, and then we can move on. I don't know if you've read his book, The Artilect War.
I have not.
Well, Hugo de Garis, he's the director of the Artificial Brain Lab at Xi'an University in China. He's quoted by Ray Kurzweil and all these other people that are working towards singularity. But Hugo specifically is actually an artificial brain builder. He's worked for government laboratories, private laboratories. He's quite famous in this field. But he wrote a book called The Artilect War, Cosmos versus Terrans, a bitter controversy concerning whether humanity should build godlike, massively intelligent machines. That's the title of his book. It's a long title. He wrote the book because he believes that unfolding due to exponential growth and development this century in grim technologies, that at any moment now, the Wright lab, his lab, another one, they're going to make the break to singularity, and artificial intelligence is going to come online, and he believes it's going to not only lead to machines of godlike intelligence, but it's going to split humanity into two political groups, which is real interesting because when you read it, it sounds like the forces that are against humans and those who are for preserving humanity. It sounds just like the demonic warfare that'll happen as prophesied in the Bible. De Garis, he describes the two groups on Earth as the Cosmos and the Terrans. The human group that's in favor of the plan of the Artilects, and we don't have time to go into all this detail, but the plan of the Artilects to create superhumans and also to move out into the cosmos, he calls them Cosmos. And to them, the plan of the Artilects really becomes their own religion. They see it as a deity. They see it as an artificial god. But the second human group that's opposed to the plan of the Artilects, he calls those the Terrans, Terra, of the earth, terrestrial. And these are those who are going to argue that allowing the cosmos to build Artilects will also imply accepting the risk that one day the Artilects might decide that the human species is a pest. And since the Artilects are so vastly superior to human beings in intelligence, it would be very easy for them to exterminate the human species. Therefore, to the Terrans, the cosmos are worse than the regimes of Hitler or Stalin or Mayo or any other regime that murdered tens of millions of people in the 20th century, because this time we're talking about the potential annihilation of the entire human species, billions of people. Well, he believes that singularity is overnight going to set in motion what within just a few years is actually going to result in World War III, except this time it's a fight for the preservation of humanity. And interestingly, he goes on in his book, I'll say this and then get past him, but he goes on in his book to talk about how the building the Artilects is proceeding nonetheless, and he talks about this quiet, dark something that is in him that's pushing him to make these breakthroughs and to lead to the creation of Artilects. And as a result, he talks about how he goes, and he's not a Christian, by the way, he goes to bed at night thinking about his godlike synthetic intelligence and the breakthrough that's right at hand, and he said he becomes enraptured of it. It's like a religious experience for him. But then he says he'll fall asleep and he'll wake up in a cold sweat, jolted from bed in a horrific dream in which he's seeing vivid scenes of his descendants and all of humanity slaughtered at the hands of the artificial deities. Now, what's interesting is that he has put pen to paper, and he has, as a transhumanist, he calls himself a cosmos, but there really is no functional difference between a cosmos and a transhuman, is that what he has described on paper, other research scientists are also saying the same thing, and they too kind of describe how that something is pushing them, motivating them to feverishly work toward what soon could become this nightmarish predicament that mankind is not going to survive. Well, Steve, I think you and I would know what's behind that, what's pushing them that they can't quite put their finger on to bring about.
Absolutely. I think it's important for people to understand too that obviously, if you read the Book of Enoch and some of the other extra biblical texts that you and I have tried to share with people that are a phenomenal source of data and background, the thing that most people lose track of is that the binding of a supernatural intelligence in the different angels that have been locked up, fallen angels, and the demons, the disembodied spirits. We're talking about the outpicturing of their former characters being, if you will, superimposed on the human. That's what obviously Daguerre's is dealing with right now. He's dealing with the eternal struggle of good and evil within himself, and it's almost like the hand of God is showing him where he's going to lead. But you know, it's interesting because one of the neatest things about comparing Christianity to the way the devil works, the good shepherd still leads the sheep, but the butcher always drives the game to slaughter. And I think that, you know, the illustration you're giving, Tom, is the absolute most simplistic picture of the difference between the love of God and the hatred of the devil for humanity. And look, this is the same thing that was in the Terminator movies. James Cameron understands it perfectly. James Cameron, obviously the producer of Avatar, director of Avatar, the point that is being made is Skynet becomes the very thing that you're talking about right now. And that's, well, see, it's like the world of the intelligence, when I use that, or lack of intelligence agencies, have fed to Hollywood all of their plans. And now when we see, and we'll get to it later, splice and that whole technology, the point is that we have right now everything that God has bound and David and his mighty men fought and Joshua and Caleb fought and the giants dispersed throughout the earth. And when they died, those spirits became demons upon the earth. The Book of Enoch says that. The Book of Giants says that. The point is that now we're dealing with, if you will, a complex singularity in a what I would call a composite hybrid, and that is absolutely going to make war against the people of God and the inhabitants of Earth to such a degree. And DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, man, their super soldier program that's been in effect for so long. If we get a chance, I'll tell you about the island of Dr. Moreau and someone I know personally who was in that sort of lab, and this is almost 40 years ago. So the point is that this is ready to spring, to launch, to be thrust into us almost, as you say, overnight, and I believe it's going to literally come that fast. And if people don't understand singularity, if they don't understand transhumanism, we can basically bottom line it and work backwards. It's the destruction of humanity and the introduction of its and things that will make war against God, believing they can prevail, but they won't.
That's right. Well, singularity is going to solve any remaining problems that yet stand in the way. And I think, frankly, God has simply given us a grace period over a period of time. He has kept the minds of men like Hugo de Garis and Kurzweil and others that are experts in artificial intelligence. He has kept their minds from being able to put their fingers on what some of the final resolution will be, to give the church time to respond to this. The church hasn't responded. There was articles out today, again, talking about how most teenagers today, because they've watched their parents over the last 20 years, they don't even know what the gospel is anymore. They're deists, and they just think that there's some abstract God out there somewhere who's really, one of the descriptions was he's kind of a chauffeur, if you will. He just kind of comes around once in a while with a little napkin draped over his arm and serves them and helps them be happy and all that. But they're clueless about true doctrine. But singularity at any moment is going to, I think, be perfected. We're going to hit that moment in time where what Gary Sturman describes as the diminishing presence of the Holy Spirit on earth right now hits a moment in time where it's going to allow for this presence to push through, and in the blink of an enhanced eye, that most of humanity is going to be reduced to the status of a domestic animal in the minds of this artificial intelligence. People, for those that don't understand what singularity means, it's just simply that future moment that many futurists and tech experts believe is imminent, that gives birth overnight to some version of the Artilex, the artificial intelligence, who suddenly come online as conscious, living, synthetic superminds that are immensely more powerful than humans. You might be familiar, in fact, I'm sure you are, Steve, how in the 90s there was critical thinking about the timing of the singularity from a military aspect and the emergence of strong artificial intelligence, and it led San Diego State University professor, computer scientist Werner Vinge, in his often quoted and now famous lecture, The Coming Technological Singularity, which he delivered at Vision 21 Symposium, which had been sponsored by NASA Lewis Research Center, Ohio Aerospace Institute, all these places. Well, he went there, and he said that soon we will have the technological means of creating superintelligence. And what was interesting is, here again, listen to a man who's a scientist, a secularist. As far as I know, he has no religious persuasion, but he sounds so apocalyptic. He says we will soon give birth to superhuman intelligence. In the very next sentence, he says, shortly thereafter, the human era will be ended. So it's just so apocalyptic. Now, and I kind of think that this might be the way singularity actually occurs, because we're learning more and more about the neural processes, how to decode the brain's secret language and put it into computer code and then reinterpret it, and we've made gigantic headway on that. But there's something a little different about human nature and conscience, and philosophers, they've been going on and on and on about, okay, maybe we can get artificial intelligence, but how does it become truly conscious, as in almost as if it has a synthetic soul? Well, when you look at the cyborgus, now I'm talking about people like Kevin Warwick, the professor, of cybernetics at Reading University in England, Mr. Cyborg himself.
Yes.
He endorsed Hugo de Garis's work, but he doesn't believe the human era will end so much as it will be assimilated.
Right.
That's fine. I was just going to make the additional point when we're talking about singularity. Some people like Kurzweil and like that see singularity as occurring perhaps as kind of a freestanding artificial intelligence, a machine, if you will. But then there's another camp, they just simply call themselves cyborgists. Kevin Warwick, who I mentioned before we went to the commercial break, is certainly one of the most well-known, if not the most well-known. He's a professor of cybernetics in England. But he believes that the human era isn't so much going to end as a result of singularity as be assimilated like the Borg in Star Trek with
like
machine
merge.
Intelligence. Yeah, where technological, and I think purely from the scientific point of view, because of this debate about how will machine intelligence achieve consciousness, I believe that when you're looking at cyborgization, where it is the merging of the computer capacity, the teraflops, the amazing speed of computer technology, but where it's actually joined to a human brain, not a freestanding machine, but inside human cyborgs, where you have human-machine integration is realized, enhanced biology, recombined to include living brains that are cybernetic, machine-readable, interfaced with artificial neural networks, where transhumans with amplified intelligence become so completely superior to their biological counterparts, normal humans, as to become literally incomprehensible. Ultimately, the post-human incarnation of the Artilex that Hugo de Garis and others like him are working so hard to create. So to cyborgists and transhumans in general, actually, what's called brain-machine interfacing, BMI technology, is one of several of these sciences, dozens actually of these sciences that are under employment now towards a post-human future. But the truth is, nothing less than the wholesale redesign of human biology itself is actually the big picture. That's why I think the cyborgists are more in line, because it's everything from remanufacturing our mental acuity and adapting it to be machine readable, changing our physical dexterity to be able to host it, genetic integration even with other life forms, which therefore also then not just provides conscious to these living godlike machines, but perhaps even other modes of perception that the human mind has not had that we can talk about later, where we're integrated with plants and animals, synthetic creations. In other words, Watchers technology, exactly what they did in order to produce what these transhumanists so warmly refer to as humans 2.0. And as you know, Steve, I've actually personally debated leading transhumanist Dr. James Hughes. He was the head of the World Transhumanist Association until it was changed into the IEET, which he's now CEO of, the Institute for Ethics and Emerging Technologies. I've also had him on my show recently where we're talking about the Royal Academy of Science out of the UK talking about, are we alone in the universe? And I wanted to know from a transhumanist point of view, did they think there was anything in Avatar, the movie, that smacked of realism as far as being able to upload our brains and create these bodies that could travel into far distances in space. But I've debated Hughes on his own show, his syndicated talk show, Change Surfer Radio. And Hughes is an unrepentant transhumanist Buddhist for sure. He's the author of Citizen Cyborg, Why Democratic Societies Must Respond to the Redesigned Human of the Future. Well, you know what? I could almost use the same title, Steve, and say why the church must respond to the redesigned human of the future, because, folks, this is coming whether people want it to or not, and it is so close now to being unveiled. I'm not talking about cosmologically close. I mean, it is very close now. It could happen literally at any moment, and I think it carries magnificent prophetic themes around it. We're literally talking about large-scale genetic neurological re-engineering of humanity. And if you go even to Wikipedia and look up transhumanists, it'll say this is the next chapter in evolution, the result of accelerating developments in the fields of genomics, stem cell research. They give you the whole list, and nanotechnology as the next step in human evolution. And for anybody that thinks that this is wishful thinking on the part of the transhumanists, just pick up your newspaper. Get your newest science magazine and start reading. Excuse me, Steve. There was a Reuters article. This was just in 2009, just recently, titled "Scientists Want Debate on Animals with Human Genes." And Steve, you remember about 24 months ago when they were having the embryology debates in the UK? Remember that?
Absolutely.
And there were scientists there, because they want public funding. And they don't want to just rely on private funding. They were coming to the government to try to get tax dollars out of the UK so they could do experiments, but their experiments were exotic. They wanted to experiment with splice-like technology, blending humans with animals. And so the government put it forward into a public debate. And if you recall, excuse me, even the Vatican had two bishops that showed up and said that if women participate in providing ovum and then later on decide they want to raise this splice baby as their own child, they ought to have the right to do so. These were the most extraordinary conversations. Well, anyway, excuse me, those scientists, they're back now. And now they want to know how far the public will allow them to continue going and using public funds. And this news piece, this is a Reuters news article, so we're not talking about Weekly World News here. This is a legitimate news article. It starts out, and I'll read it to you. It starts out, a mouse that can speak, a monkey with Down's syndrome, dogs with human hands and feet. British scientists want to know if such experiments are acceptable, end quote. And if you go and just Google the article and read it for yourself, you'll find out that it goes on with revelations that scientists inside Britain are comfortable now with up to 50-50 animal-human integration, and more alarmingly, the article implies that not all of the research currently under design is being kept at the embryonic level, which is where most of the people in the public still think the splice technology is being kept at the embryonic level, but it's not. There are places now where it's fully mature monstrosities, and as I understand it, you actually went and saw the movie Splice, right?
Yes, I did. And what was interesting about that, good point to splice it into the conversation, the whole basis of it, Tom, is a woman who is one of the scientists. She has a love interest with the other scientists. Are doing secret experiments while being funded by this dark mega corporation that hangs out in the background, okay? And she takes her egg, inserts it into the synthetic life form. The life form grows into kind of like a female it with a tail. The female it is actually obviously gets involved sexually with the man. And what was interesting to me, there was nothing in the dialogue or even the inference that these things would spring and literally sprout, I guess a better word, wings, and turn into exact caricatures of what I would call is, even from middle-aged woodcuts, it looks like a fallen angel slash demonic hybrid, okay?
Wow.
And I, you know, somebody, by the way, somebody sent me an email today after explaining that on Coast to Coast the other night, saying I ruined the movie for him, and I read him back, wrote him back an email saying, you don't get it. You miss the whole point. It's not that the movie is being ruined, it's that your life is ready to be ruined. I tell people, I've said this for 15 years, when Satan said, ye shall not die, this is what he promises the Illuminati, the New World Order, that they're never going to die, that they're basically going to be able to live in their perversion perpetually with attenuated senses, superheroes, the Ubermensch, the very pinnacle of a composite creation, and basically thumb their noses at God in eternal judgment. And I actually had, he's dead now, I actually had one of the intelligence agency's former top guys tell me about, and this guy was as cold as you know, I'll just say it, a mass murderer's heart. Yet he was brought to tears when he talks about what he's already seen: the animal-human composites, the horrific underground bases, the horrific experimentation. So what I'm saying is, all of the floater stories, they're all floaters. We're 50 to 100 years beyond that right now, because again, as you said, it was the Nephilim that interjected, or if you will, or what they placed themselves into the seed of man to corrupt it, to make obviously God's word a lie, and it wasn't, but they tried to do that, and now they're doing the same thing, only they're taking it, they're accelerating it basically this, perpetual life, perpetual downloads, and if people understood, even the pornography industry is putting the vast amounts of money into sex bots. You know, and you know, you carry those stories on your website. When I first started talking about that and wrote the book Genetic Armageddon, everybody said, that's too far out. No one wants to read about that. Well, I got news for you. That's like Little League compared to what you and I are talking about tonight. And I maintain that and have been told this by people in that world, that they can clone human beings now. They can give them the, the visual abilities of an eagle. They can give them almost like an ability for spontaneous generation of lost limbs, and even DARPA's, experimenting. They broke the story of suspended animation. That was such a minuscule revelation compared to what they can do. So we've got the period now that Jesus spoke about, that there would no flesh be left alive. You could say this: the descendants of Adam must disappear, so that the offspring of this technological hellions can come on the scene. And what's happening to Garrett and others is they're now coming into the spirit realm, where they have been, if you will, agnostics, atheists, but now they're being confronted by the very, and I would say this, the source of their revelation, they're coming face to face with.
Yeah, and the whole sexual aspect you mentioned in the Splice film, I haven't seen it. I want to see it. It's just not playing in my area yet. When it does play, I want to go see it, obviously, because the film depicts in Hollywood style what some of the real science, however, is actually unfolding to be today. And the sexual aspect of it, to me, was interesting purely from both a theological and philosophical point of view, because among what the Watchers did, there was obviously this sexual side of it, and sexual deviation, part of what the Watchers did, and also down through time with the incubus and succubus, there was an allure, if you will. There was something that was tempting about it, because that's partly what demons do. And in the film previews that I've seen for this film, they make it very seductive, almost, and it's demonic, because I haven't seen the movie, but they make this woman, even though she's very weird looking and her legs are all distorted and she's got a giant tail and her forehead is kind of half split. She's part animal, part human. But in the depictions that I've seen in the film previews, they make her kind of seductive as well. And I don't know if she winds up raping the guy or if he just gets allured with her, or if I don't know what happens.
No, and I don't care about, the thing is, this is too important. Yes, she does. And then the offspring, you're going to love this one. The offspring then has relations with the woman, okay, who ends up carrying the third generation. But the offspring at the end, the male offspring, who seduces, in effect, his mother, okay, interesting, is the one that is the 10-foot giant with wings, okay?
A 10-foot giant.
Yes. Yes.
So now you definitely have a spirit of Nephilim that is operating,
Absolutely.
at least in this film interpretation. We're talking about modern incubus and succubus and Nephilim. Well, most Americans think...
Hey, Tom? Yeah, you better explain what incubus and succubus is, because most people don't understand that.
Well, the male and female demons in lore that would come to people at night and copulate with them. So, and there was also fables about the offspring of that copulation, and sometimes it includes, once again, giants. So there is a stream that is running deep in the psyche of mankind and also within our history that tells us something happened once before, but now we're there again. And you and I have talked about the amazing parallels between what the Watchers did. We'll talk about this maybe later in this hour or in the next hour, the amazing parallels between what we are doing now and what those ancient fallen beings did. But Steve, most Americans would be absolutely amazed to learn that in preparation for this post-human revolution, the United States government itself, through the National Institutes of Health, which is the largest part of our government that makes grants and money available using U.S. tax dollars, in April 2006, granted Case Law School in Cleveland, Ohio, $773,000 of American taxpayers' money, guess what, to begin developing. I'm not making this up, and anybody that wants to Google this and read the press release from Case Law School for themselves can, to begin developing the actual guidelines that will be used for setting the policy, government policy, for the next step in human evolution, genetic enhancement. Maxwell Melhelm is the professor of bioethics at Case Law School, or was then, of medicine. He led the team of law professors, physicians, bioethicists over the 2-year project that ended in 2009. And I'll quote from their press release, this small section, to, quote, develop standards for tests on human subjects in research that involves the use of genetic technologies to enhance normal individuals, end quote. Now, that is a direct quote from their own press release. Following that study in 2009, I can forward to people if they want it. Melhelm began offering 2 university lectures. In fact, you can go to Arizona State University and listen to these as downloads. One of them is called Directed Evolution, Public Policy, and Human Enhancement. And the second is called Transhumanism and the Future of Democracy. Because keep in mind, Melhelm is the bioethicist from Case Law School who was given the nearly $1 million grant from the U.S. National Institute of Health to begin establishing what the policies, legal policies will be to extend the constitutional and Bill of Rights protections to human non-humans, enhanced humans. And immediately upon the conclusion of that study, they were supposed to publish, Steve, a report talking about how did they use human subjects, because that's what the money was given for. They actually used living human subjects for enhancement, genetic enhancement studies. They've had, to this day, I have not seen any published report, but what I have saw is Milhelm out there now on the circuit, going to the universities, giving these lectures, Directed Evolution, Public Policy and Human Enhancement, and Transhumanism in the Future of Democracy, where he is addressing the need. I've heard these lectures for society to comprehend how emerging fields of science are, in approaching years, going to alter what it means to be a human and what that means to democracy, individual rights, free will, eugenics, equality. I listened to part of one of his lectures today on this very same thing, part of his Transhumanism and the Future of Democracy, and he was saying that what scores of people are afraid of is directed germline genetic engineering, he says, where we are going to remove unwanted portions of DNA and add new segments of DNA to a sufficiently early form of human life so that the alterations that they create are going to be carried forward into preceding generations. Then he actually added cynically that, quote, for people who are worried about this, the worst case scenario is that the entire elimination of the human species could occur, end quote. And then he goes on to describe how that could happen in two ways. Number one, Steve, by the destruction of the species by genetic Armageddon. Sounds very much like a book you wrote. And secondly, the new species of transhuman or posthumans could become a superior hominid species that doesn't see the rest of us as valuable anymore and wipe out the normals. These are his words. And then he went on to proceed, astonishingly, to argue why directed evolution of the species to posthuman is necessary, forthcoming, and how the law is going to be written to favor enhanced humans. Well, I believe that he's right. Unless there is a divine intervention, and God could do that, but if there's not, people had better realize that our own government is using U.S. taxpayers' dollars right now to actually set the policy for government guidelines that are going to be involved in transhumanism. Other law schools, Stanford University, Oxford University, each of them now for the last few years are hosting at least one per year, some of them two per year, human enhancement and technology conferences where transhumanists, futurists, bioethicists, legal scholars, members of DARPA, the military, they're coming together and they're talking about what is the ethical, legal, and inevitable ramifications of post-humanity going to be. One of the university professors, and I do apologize, Steve, I've had this cold all week and it keeps making me want to cough, is, of course, the director of the Future of Humanity Institute, a professor of philosophy at Oxford University, Nick Bostrom. You're familiar with him, aren't you?
Yes.
And he is a leading advocate of transhumanism, but a very specific center of interest, because he, like the ancient watchers before him, watchers, the fallen angels that mingled human DNA with animals and their seed to produce Nephilim, he envisions remanufacturing humans with animals, plants, and other synthetic life forms through the use of modern sciences, including germline engineering, recombinant DNA technology, transgenics. But one of the horrific realities about this science is very Splice-like, in that given that molecular biologists, they classify the functions of genes within their native species, but none of them know, in almost all cases, how the gene's coding is going to react from one species to another. And therefore, they actually expect, that's where this Splice movie is growing out of, this speculation. They expect the genetic structure of these modified animal humans is going to be changed in physical appearance, sensory modalities, disease propensity, prion contamination possibly, personality, behavior traits, maybe even gigantism, and more as a result of their modifications. And I took every one of those words out of their own documents, out of their own writings.
And then you can sum it up. You can sum it up, Tom, by saying, "Hey, they're not only bringing back the forbidden technological processes that caused the anger of God to rise up and destroy the world that was, but also the thing is that they're in our face. You see, this is the thing that you and I have to do. We have to, by the grace of God, articulate to the pastors in the pulpits that do not understand the war that's against them, the necessity of being able to deal, to be able to teach their flocks. And I got news for you. It'd be a strange thing for them to teach their flocks instead of fleece their flocks, okay? And if they teach their flocks, they wouldn't have to fleece their flocks. That's just a little aside there. But the point is that this enhancement that's taking place, it is the destruction of the seed of Adam, if that were left to be. Because again, the thing is that it's like the Frankenstein story, Mary Shelley. The point is that there's so much behind it. And Sue Bradley has done an amazing job on her investigation of that. But even the electromagnetic attenuation of time and space and the hyperdimensional realms of a multiverse, multiple dimensions that we don't even know of. The thing that's amazing to me is that they're talking about using a strand of DNA, whether it's animal or human or a composite, to be able to store, if you will, the entire Library of Congress. So I think that what people have got to understand, and I want to share something. Nobody else has talked about this, but I will. The book of Ezekiel in the 16th chapter even talks about the Egyptians, that if you know the story, the women of Israel went after the Egyptians because they were great of flesh. Well, what do you see on television night and day? Male enhancement, okay? Enhancement. That's the word I'm going after, okay? I'm not trying to be tacky. I'm not trying to, quote, get into realms I shouldn't. But the point is that it is, if you will, it's the order of the day. And, you know, it's interesting because if you notice, obviously, when we get into the alien part, we'll go into the next hour with that, but isn't it amazing that of all the abductions, of all the sexual, if you will, processes and extractions, that basically somebody with the technology of the stars has to come to planet Earth for a good time, you know? I mean, the point being is that it's in our face, it's in our literature, it's in our science, and it's in your it's in your wallet, ladies and gentlemen, because you and we're paying for this stuff, and it doesn't even get into some of the things that we can go into in the next hour, because again, it all relates, it's all leading to the same thing. The end of man, the promise of the devil to his followers that ye shall live forever, that you'll be permanently and perpetually pleased and indulgent, and that when you're basically anything wears out, we just install a new one. Composite cyborgs with replaceable parts.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Well, how much time do we have before we go to break?
I think we're just about there. I think we got about a minute. So is there anything you want to finish up in this? Because I want to get into UFOs in the next hour, if you would, because I think we've got to tie it together with, obviously, the advanced technology and the alien technology. And for the record, when I say aliens, I mean fallen angel technology that is being utilized by the governments. And, you know, it's interesting because when you and I talk about this stuff, the Pentagon's computers light up. I mean, it will be interesting to read out who's listening to us online right now after the show. But the issue is that these guys refer to all of the stuff we're talking about in the past as the gods of the Sumerians. Well, I think they should actually be more intellectually honest and say this, the devils of the past, because the devils of the past are now, if you will, the devils of the present. And I think that people have better get a grasp of this because, as Jesus said, the thief comes to rob, to kill, and destroy. And that's what this is all about.
Well, one thing, if I get a chance in the next hour, just before we go into that, if I can make the case that this is now being considered by the highest levels of the Pentagon and the U.S. military as the next arms race, I want to make that point and give people some information they can follow up on, and then we can go into why would it be the next arms race. There's been for some time suspicion that we are talking about the exchange of technology with some unknown intelligence.
Obviously, transhumanism is the vehicle to lead us to genetic Armageddon, or the end of man if the days weren't shortened by the mercy and intervention of living God. Okay, Tom, let's make the point about the military and the next frontier, why this is critical for everyone to understand, because we're not even, you know, it's like they don't want to build a better mousetrap, they want to build a better war.
No, and, you know, the former chairman of the President's Council on Bioethics, Leon Kass, who served under the Bush administration, he made that very point. He served on that. He was the chairman. He had access to information the rest of us don't, top secret information. He provided a status report when he stood down from his chairmanship on how real the frightening dangers of biotech in the hands of a transhumanist vision could be. And I'm not going to go into his book because we don't have time, but I would challenge people to go and read Life, Liberty, and the Defense of Dignity, the challenges of bioethics, where he's talking about human nature now is on the operating table. The public isn't even aware of it. It's being altered. Studies are in place now for eugenic and psychic enhancement, wholesale redesign, and he goes into descriptions about how in leading laboratories, this is not speculation, this is happening, academic and industrial leading laboratories, there are new Splice-like creators who are not only amassing their powers, honing their skills, but out there on the streets, what he calls the evangelists, he's talking about the transhumanists, they're out there zealously prophesying this post-human future, and his warning is that for anybody that cares about preserving humanity, they had better start paying attention now, because he says we are talking about redefining what it means to be an animal, what it means to be a human, what it means to be a superhuman, and then he makes this astonishing statement, what it means to become a god. Well, now this sounds very much like something out of mythology, doesn't it? Which was a carryover from what the Watchers were doing. But his warning of the hazards of emerging technologies, it's not an overreaction. And there are multiple illustrations. You mentioned before we went to the break how many of the pastors out there, if they were aware so that they could teach some of their classes, we don't even have time to talk about how that crime scene schools, crime scene analysis schools like the Birkbeck Law School out of the UK are now talking about how they're going to have to add classes devoted to analyzing crime scenes committed by post-humans. And I read their own press release where they were talking about this, where they're going to need specifically trained law enforcement personnel who will be able to analyze a crime scene that was conducted by something that's only part human. I mean, have you ever thought, Steve, that we would read such things in mainstream press? You add to that things like memory transference. There's this whole new field of study now suggesting that complex behavior patterns, memories, can be transferred from the donors of large organs to their recipients. Well, extrapolate that to merging ourselves with animals and imagine what it's going to mean when you have the memories or the complex behavior patterns of a wolf that is combined with a human. No wonder they're going to have specially trained people that can analyze a crime scene that may have been perpetrated by a serial rapist who is part wolf and part human, because nothing that we know about profiling, nothing that we know about forensics is going to apply to that. But take those kind of issues, some of which we've talked about before, some of which we haven't. But now take them to the next stage. Past one-on-one personal malevolence by human animals. Now our own government is actually studying, funding, talking about, and preparing for what they're calling swarm violence by human non-humans. Give you an illustration that people can go to Google and look up. There was a House Foreign Affairs, HFA, House Foreign Affairs Committee meeting chaired by California Democrat Brad Sherman just a few months ago. Brad is best known for his expertise on the spread of nuclear weapons and terrorism. And he was picked for this to chair this meeting because they're talking about transhuman terrorists in the future. His was just one of a number of government panels right now that are studying the implications of genetic modification, human transforming technologies related to future terrorism. Well, anyway, Congressional Quarterly columnist Mark Stenzel attended and listened to the HFA committee hearings in California, and he wrote in his March 15, 2009 article, Futurists Genes Without Borders, that the conference, quote, sounded more like a Hollywood pitch from a sci-fi thriller than a sober discussion of scientific reality, with its talk of biotech's potential for creating super soldiers, super intelligence, and super animals that could become agents of unprecedented lethal force, end quote.
Wow.
There was something even more profound. And this is a peer-reviewed study. George Annis, Laurie Andrews, Rosario Asasi wrote an apocalyptic-sounding, peer-reviewed article for the American Journal of Law and Medicine. The name of the article was Protecting the Endangered Human Toward an International Treaty Prohibiting Cloning and Inheritable Alterations to Humans. I'll just give you one small quote from the article. The new species or post-human will likely view the old normal humans as inferior, even savages, and fit for slavery or slaughter. The normals, on the other hand, will see the post-humans as a threat, and if they can, may engage in a preemptive strike by killing the post-humans before they themselves are killed or enslaved by them. It is ultimately this predictable potential for genocide that makes species-altering experiments potential weapons of mass destruction and makes the unaccountable genetic engineer a potential bioterrorist, end quote. Steve, that was a peer-reviewed article from the American Journal of Law and Medicine. Well, the problem is observations like those by Annis, Andrews, and Asasi, they, on the one hand, while they support Professor Hugo de Garis's nightmarish vision of a future where you got Artilex and posthumans joining together against us normals in this incomprehensible war leading to gigadeath. Gigadeath is another term that Hugo uses a lot. Notwithstanding those warnings, the fact is it could be unavoidable. Those who are giving testimony to the Pentagon and to the government right now are, for instance, Professor Gregory Stock. His book, Redesigning Humans, Our Inevitable Genetic Future. He says that stopping what we've started, that's a mirage. We simply cannot find the brakes. Werner Verge said the same thing. He said, even if all the governments of the world were to understand the threat and be in deadly fear of it, progress toward the goal would continue because competitive advantages, economic, militarily, and that in societies where they have tried to pass laws or have customs that forbid the advancement of technology, all they do is merely assure that somebody else is going to get ahead of them. So academic scientists now, technical consultants to the Pentagon, believe that these principles, as extrapolated by Werner Wendt and others, that they are correct, and as a result, the United States now, Steve, this based on their own actual discourses, believe that we could be forced into large-scale species-altering output, including human enhancement for military purposes, because the enemies of America are seeking to develop the same, and they will attempt to use it to subjugate the United States if they can, which is now quickly emerging, excuse me, as a troubling scenario within government think tanks and intelligence agencies inside Washington, including the Jasons, the celebrated scientists on the Pentagon's most prestigious scientific advisory panel, now perceive, and they're not really hiding it, Mankind 2.0 as the next arms race. I'm not kidding. Just as the old Soviet Union and the United States with their respective allies competed for supremacy in nuclear arms following the Second World War, the arms race, the Jasons are worried about adversaries' ability to exploit advances in human modification and therefore create a threat to national security. There was a report on this for anybody that wants to follow up at Wired magazine recently titled Top Pentagon Scientists Fear Brain-Modified Foes. It was a special report that was based on a leaked military report in which the Jasons were caught admitting concern over neuropharmaceutical performance enhancement, brain-computer interfaces technology, being developed by other countries ahead of the United States, and the Jasons are now recommending that the American military push ahead with its own performance enhancement, human alteration research, and also to monitor foreign studies to make sure that the enemies of the United States don't suddenly become more enhanced, smarter, faster, stronger, more Nephilim-like, that's my term, better able to endure the harsh realities of war than American troops. They are concerned about new technology. Well, as a result, you may have seen this just a few weeks ago, May 24th, 2010, there was a wide range of experts from the military, the private sector, academia. They gathered in Washington, D.C. for what they called an important conference titled Warring Futures, a future tense event, how biotech and robotics are transforming today's military and how that is going to change the rest of us, end quote. They gathered there to explore how quickly human enhancement related technologies have literally overnight become part of what is described as a secret, though now emerging battlefield strategy that is going to inevitably migrate to the broader culture. That means it's going to start in the military and then it's going to enhance everybody else, and what that means for the future of humanity as we know it. I could read you some shocking commentary from their own website where they're talking about new technologies and how everything now from peak warrior performance biology, i.e. human enhancement, is going to alter the nature of the military as an institution, as well as the ethics and strategy of combat. And they go, Steve, I would encourage somebody to follow up with me if they want to. I can give them the link where they can go and listen to 4 of the lectures given by this prestigious panel that met in Washington, D.C., talking about how this is going to absolutely change our understanding of asymmetrical conflict. New technologies, human technology. Who were some of the speakers at the conference? Vice Admiral Joseph W. Dyer, who is retired from the U.S. Navy but is now the president of the Government of Industrial and Robotics Division at iRobot. Major General Robert E. Schmindel, United States Marine Corps lead for the 2010 Quadrennial Defense Review. Robert Wright, I don't know why they invited him. Oh, yes, I do. He's the author of The Evolution of God and a Global Governance Fellow. P.W. Singer, the Senior Fellow and Director of the 21st Century Defense Initiative at the Brookings Institution. Stephen Tillery from the Harrington Department of Bioengineering at Arizona State University. And last but not least, John Mogford, the Acting Deputy Director of the Defense Sciences Offices at DARPA. Steve, I could even read parts of one of the reports that these experts were looking at, and it would blow your mind, because essentially they're talking about ultimately the radical remanufacturing of humans 2.0. They're talking about breakthroughs that have happened in the last 24 months into brain-machine interfacing. People still think, that the leading edge in BMI technology, for instance, is monkeys and test humans who have had their cranium opened up and chips implanted inside their brains.
Well, that explains Congress and the Senate.
We could only hope.
Yeah, when you talk about chip monkeys, I mean, that's my explanation for the insanity that reigns on the Potomac. But I'm sorry, Tom. It's not that I'm trying to, be a smart aleck. It's just the fact is that you've got to realize that talk about a control group that seems to be pre-programmed to not only fund but bring about the very thing that we're spending hours talking about. It's those guys, because it's still appropriations have to go through them. So let me just say this. I think we've got biological and cyborg experiments voting on rules and regulations and funding packages they don't even read because they're pre-programmed not to. That's my own 2 cents. So, continue on.
I have a cold. I have a cold, so don't make me laugh.
Okay. The people that are out there that are paying for all this have no clue. You're soon to become Homo extinctus, okay? And the thing is that, and by everything, I want to share something too, because I want to bring this in. All of the climate manipulation, all of the food additives. You carry a lot of stuff on Raiders News Network that it leads to the conclusion that somebody is working overtime to poison our food, poison our water, and poison our atmosphere. I have been told by generals in Special Operations Command, the guys that are, there's no higher pay grade, that it is absolutely the if you will, introduction of their word, not mine, primordial pre-flood atmosphere. Isn't that interesting? And if they're doing that, Tom, and just like lasers need something to be seen, it's the holographic interference with reality. I remember I gave a prophecy a number of years ago. I got one that basically the unseen will become seen. The things that you've only dreamt about or had nightmares over will come into your realm. And that's literally what's happening. I mean, we're seeing, if you will, the demon forming, and that's my word, of the atmosphere now, of our food sources. We're being modified out of existence so that the new, if you will, transhumanist H+ can come in and take its place.
Well, Steve, I know, we've got 45 minutes in this show. I know that there's no way that we're going to get through all of this. So, I'm sitting here wondering where we should go because it would utterly shock some of the listeners to know what some of the...
Because, no offense, if you can't right now until the power of God comes and raises the dead, I think that it's time to shock them. We can do the UFO thing on a different 2-hour when you've got time and I've got time. But let's just go ahead and shock with. When I say shock, I'm talking about, shake yourselves, wake yourselves, and understand what's out there. By the way, I got an email saying, please don't scare me anymore. Well, turn this radio broadcast off. This is reality.
Why tune in?
Yeah, so let's go ahead. And I want, seriously, Tom, the next 45 minutes, I want you to bottom line in where you feel comfortable, just give it to everyone the way it is, because I got to tell you something. This subject is too pertinent, too relevant, and too timely to sugarcoat or withhold anything, so go for broke.
Well, okay, so let me just very quickly, I'll give you an illustration from just one of the documents that was being reviewed this last week in Washington, D.C. The whole point about it is, I'll summarize it because it's a very long article, so I'm not going to a very long report, so I'm not going to try to read it. The whole point about it was that in 24 months, we have had such significant breakthroughs that we've moved way beyond those test humans and racist monkeys moving cursors about on computer screens. Now we've moved very quickly to extracranial neural caps, and now we're past that. And I'll describe some of this in a moment, that DARPA is presenting, but basically they can read minds. This is developing so quickly that even computer games makers are releasing new toy game systems this Christmas that allows users to control the game systems they're playing, role-play characters on screens, move things around on the screens just by thinking about it. Well, imagine, Steve, if I don't play any games, and if I said Nintendo, that'll date me, but that these games makers could be using this technology so you can put a rubber cap on your head and you can actually control a sophisticated game just by the neural impulses of your brain. Well, this has happened as a result of vast breakthroughs in military-driven technology development that was crafting all of these arrays of microelectrodes. They can eavesdrop on hundreds, even thousands and tens of thousands of separate neurons simultaneously in the human brain. Well, they've developed the necessary computers, algorithms, now that can analyze accurately that data and interpret thought to computer code. Now, why is that important? Well, the National Institute of Health, DARPA, the U.S. Navy, they've been pumping millions of dollars every year into this kind of technology because they've imagined enhanced warriors downloading complex fighting procedures directly into their brains like in the Matrix, controlling these robotic jets with their thoughts a la, Clint Eastwood and Firefox, except way more sophisticated than we could have ever dreamed, or being remotely controlled like the assassin in that recent remake of the Manchurian Candidate. Meanwhile, while this has been happening, patents were taken out on techniques aimed at recording signals from the brain of enemy personnel. They said enemy personnel. Who's an enemy? Steve, you're the enemy if you don't go along with the status quo, at a distance in order to read and control their thoughts. It wasn't, however, until the last 24 months that major breakthroughs for the vision that DARPA has been accomplished, and now what appears to be synthetic telekinesis is going to be headed to the battlefield, where you're going to have regional, now I'm going to use this term, Wi-Fi bubbles. That's not exactly what it is, but I want people that are listening to this to be able to understand what I mean. They go into a motel anywhere, it's got a Wi-Fi, your computer can wirelessly connect. Well, these are going to be regional Wi-Fi bubbles, for want of a better term, that can be broadcast by a blimp high overhead, one of our other secret air ships, or even remotely from on the ground, that are going to cover vast regions, whole countries, if you will, Wi-Fi bubbles on the battlefield. Later, I think, maybe sooner than later, Steve, to be established over the U.S. homeland, too, where soldiers, wearing nothing more than a neural reader that is no larger than a Bluetooth now on their ear, will wirelessly be connected with within these range, these Wi-Fi bubbles that are going to cover whole continents. And they will be connected with each other and robotic war machines for total domestic and foreign battlefield domination. I'm going to read you actually part of a government report. This is a report to the military and also the Columbia University College Department of Neurological Studies. This was published just this week in the peer-reviewed Neurosurge Focus by S. Kochikov in a long article titled Brain-Computer Interfaces Military Enhancement with BCIs. Now, this is a 7-page article, so I'm just going to read you just a couple of parts. Quote, rapid advances in BCI technologies will create improvements within military training and operations, particularly through combat performance modification and optimization. They're talking about soldiers. In fact, the use of neuroscientific approaches for achieving these goals is already an evolving area of research. During the last decade, the Pentagon's DARPA launched the Advanced Speech Encoding Program to develop nanoacoustic sensors for speech encoding in acoustically hostile environments, such as inside of a military vehicle or an urban environment. The DARPA division is currently involved in the program Silent Talk that aims to develop user-to-user communication on the battlefield through EEG. Now, EEG, for those that are listening, this is electroencephalography. All that means is recording the electrical activity along the scalp that is produced by the firing of neurons within the brain. So you wear now their new extracranial neural reader. And so let me get back to this. Battlefield through EEG signals of intended speech. They don't have to speak. Intended speech, thereby eliminating the need for any vocalization or even body gestures. Some capabilities will be of particular benefit in reconnaissance and spatial operation settings. Let me jump forward. Enhancement of soldiers, their perception and control of vehicles or heavy machinery with BCIs are also now within the realm of possibility. A recent DARPA proposal for a cognitive technology threat warning system includes a requirement for operator-trained high-resolution BCI, that's brain-computer interfacing, that can quickly respond to a subconsciously detected target or threat. Such biological devices can have detection ranges of up to 10 kilometers against dismounts and vehicles. I have to jump forward. There's so much in this, Steve, that needs to be read, but I've got to jump forward.
Well, Tom,
through automated.
The bottom line is that we're dealing with the interception of thoughts and the dispatching or the termination, assassination of even thoughts. It's no longer action. In other words, actions are going to be precluded by a preemptive attack on the thought. Isn't that a way of saying it?
That is, and let me read further. Thus, future generations of auditory and visual neuroprostheses may allow soldiers to perform better during combat situations through automated detection and interpretation capabilities. Listen to this. The concept of telepresence, in which a soldier is physically present at a base or concealed location, but has the ability to sense and interact in a removed real-world location through a mobile BCI device, has been projected to be available in application by 2015. Steve, we're talking about just in a couple of years. And that's what we know. Now, okay, so quickly, these expectations substantiated by recent advances in the operation of robotics using EEG signals such that control of cargo, let me see if I can jump forward here, weapons development protocols, the ability of BCI devices to expand human capacities must, now you totally have to read through the lines here, the ability of brain-computer interface devices to expand human capacities must be viewed in light of the advantage they grant soldiers to perform and succeed in combat missions. In this context, development of BCIs can be seen as making a paramount contribution to the national security, which citizens, including physicians, have a social duty to support. Equally important is the distribution of this technology. Now, Steve, listen carefully to this final part, and then I'll stop because there's just so much in here that's incredible. If an existing BCI application has the potential for significant benefit in a much wider population, it would be ethically questionable to sequester its use without justly distributing it to the society at large, end quote. In other words, Steve, this isn't just new enhancement arms race by the U.S. military. What they're saying is it's going to start there, but then the public at large needs to be advised resistance is futile. You will be assimilated.
Absolutely.
This is the spookiest stuff, and this is a report from the military. This is only one of the ones why there was a conference in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago saying this is not only going to change asymmetrical warfare, this is going to change society, culture, the public at large. We are talking about enhanced humans as actually the next arms race, but eventually then it's going to actually begin changing the society at large. Well, you and I have talked before about how DARPA has been at the lead in human enhancement studies, military objectives for decades. They've invested billions of American tax dollars into the Pentagon's Frankensteinian dream of super soldiers. Well, it's coming home to roost, Steve, because now they are becoming public about this. They're making this information available to the public, and they're basically saying that you need to be informed. You need to get used to the idea, because this is tomorrow, and whether you like it or not, it's coming. Can you imagine, Steve, what we think of as Wi-Fi bubbles over the entire continent, where you have Nephilim agents who are brain-enhanced, they're communicating with each other in a synthetic form of telekinesis. If this isn't a modern version of Watchers technology, the Watchers came down, and the ancient story is that they exchanged military hardware in exchange for the use of human and animal DNA. They needed our permission for some reason to do it. That goes to free moral agency, to free will. But once it was given to them, they gave military information, to the ancients in exchange for human DNA, and immediately began creating those splice creatures in that film that you saw that then, of course, ultimately led to the fiat of the Great Flood.
Well, absolutely. Now, let me share something with you. This just came in, too, because this is important, okay? We're talking about when and I was talking, and one of my listeners, a friend of mine, just sent me this article. I didn't see it. Russian scientists from the Institute of Physics invented a device which allows seeing the invisible. Tandem organic transformer light amplifiers consisting of terbium and zinc metal organic diodes make a screen which turns signals invisible for human beings into full-scale images. Photoelectric current amplification factor to the device is 100,000. In a way, organic light transformer is similar to a display, developers say. Being exposed to, say, infrared radiation, it gives images in the visible light range. Organic photosensitive diode capture light, which is transferred into electric current. The current is amplified in the diode's organic part and then affects the light-emitting diode, which starts emitting light. The images are transferred almost without losses, which means high quality for the final image. Boy, you know what? That's heavy because, again, the thing is that we're now dealing with what I coined a term 15 years ago, technological decadence, and I just shortened it to technecadence, okay? But the bottom line here is now the invisible. There is something that these things want to, these entities want to project themselves into our realm. And see, that's what people don't understand. Everything God created in Genesis and said and God thought it was good, and he made it clear after its likeness and kind, every single barrier that the King of Glory, the creator of the universe, put into effect is now being, if you will, violated, overturned, assaulted, and it boils down to the second Psalm. We will not have this man, Jesus, rule over us. You know, it's the ultimate, and here's where it all leads, Tom, too. It leads to the war on the literal fields of Armageddon. What we're going to have soon is not Armageddon. It'll be, you know, a World War III that the man of peace comes on. But think of this. Think of the chip. Have you integrated the chip, the ultimate chip that people will take, the mark of the beast, whatever, as being part, if you will, of plugging into the board, where not only is it a chip to sell, buy, rent, or trade, but it's a chip where they read every thought. And even the Luciferians don't even trust the people they're going to be chipped. They're going to be able to control them. So what I'm doing is integrating the passage in Revelation about you won't be able to, except you take the mark of the beast, the cutting in or cutting on, or the implanting of, and that's how they're going to control the people that yield to it.
Well, that's absolutely, so interesting because I remember when writing Apollyon Rising 2012, I went to Sharon Gilbert, because her background is in molecular biology, and I even asked her. My wife had come up with a theory that said that, they could, the powers that be could invent a kind of, let's say, disease, a swine flu, if you will, a pandemic, but then the cure for it would be a vaccine that rewrites your DNA. And because it's part animal and part human, you would literally experience that Nimrod, situation that you and I have talked about before, when DNA was rewritten, and that's why it's even called the mark of the beast. And so I went to Sharon Gilbert and I said, is this even feasible? Could this even happen? And she said it certainly could. And of course, she wrote her frightening expose for me that we published at one point over there at Rangers News Network. And I'm not a molecular biologist or anything like it, so I can't explain it. But I can tell you that within the transhumanist themes, there is this ambition, Steve, that also includes merging ourselves with animals so that we can breach that barrier you're talking about and make contact with what we think of as the spirit world. By the way, can you send me that article that your listener?
Yes, yes, I'm just doing it right now as we're speaking. I thought, boy, you got to have this one. Thank you so much, my brother W, who sent that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I look very forward to reading that. But go back once again to our friend Nick Bostrom, the professor at Oxford University, and you go to his website, nickbostrom.com, and read his transhumanist values. And what does he talk about? Merging ourselves with animals. Why would we want to do that? Because animals have modes of perception we don't have. Sonar, magnetic orientation, sensors for electricity and vibration, all that. But then he really gets down to the meat of the subject when he starts talking about how they can see into areas of the light spectrum that we cannot see into. And Steve, that's where I think things start getting interesting, maybe even supernatural, and Bostrom may even understand that. Because and now we've talked about this before, so I'm not going to repeat it, but according to the biblical story of Balaam's donkey, certain animals can see into the spirit world. Now, there have been contemporary secular studies that indicate that animals may at times be reacting to something that's beyond normal human perception. Well, by merging ourselves with animals, as Bostrom and other transhumanists want to do, would that have peculiar consequences for enhanced humans, super soldiers, DARPA soldiers, mixed with animal DNA? Some of the listeners may already know how opening supernatural gateways that exist within the mind can be achieved through altered, this is biblical by the way, through altered mental states that are induced by psychoactive drugs like DMT or absinthe. This was actually condemned in the Bible as pharmakia, sorcery, witchcraft, using drugs to open the mind, to open gateways within the mind, to make contact with supernaturalism. Well, do transhumanists, do military scientists, do they imagine a more permanent pathway, a connection with the beyond, the ability to see into other dimensions of the spirit world as a result of brain enhancement through integrating men with beasts? Does that take the men who stare at goats to where DARPA really wanted it to go all along, but waiting on the technology? I mean, are we talking about reopening those portions of the mind that some scholars believe were closed off following the fall of man? Well, here's what I want people out there to be aware of. At Arizona State University, where the Templeton Foundation has been funding a long series of mostly pro-transhumanist lectures titled, quote, Facing the Challenges of Transhumanism, Religion, Science, Technology, end quote. That's the name of the lectures. Some of the instructors there, in fact, they don't even hide it, they do believe the radical alteration of Homo sapiens could open a door between us and unseen intelligence. And consequently, in the 2009, just last year, Arizona State University launched another project, this time to explore the discovery of and communication with entities. This is called the Sophia Project, and anybody that wants to look it up and go to ASU's own website and click on the Sophia Project, named after the Greek goddess, the express purpose of this university study is to verify communication with, quote, deceased people, spirit guides, angels, otherworldly entities, extraterrestrials, and or a universal intelligence or God, end quote. Well, Steve, imagine, we're living in the most amazing prophetic times. What this could mean in terms of government laboratories that have still, even in this economy, unlimited budgets because they don't have to function like we do. They don't have to actually work for a living. Working beyond congressional review, if they're decoding the gene functions that lead animals to have preternatural capabilities of sense, smell, sight, and then blending that with super soldiers, Homo sapiens 2.0, well, among other things, something that DARPA has been trying to do for a long time could be created for use against entire populations, genetically engineered Nephilim agents that appear to be human but who are hypothetically looking into, even interacting with invisible forces. Well, overnight, of course, the rules for spiritual warfare, well, for that matter, as well as regular warfare, are going to take on an unprecedented, at least in modern times, dimension. And what's scary is that the United States military and government think tanks actually now are talking about human enhancement as the next arms race. Well, an arms race in terms of what kind of war, Steve, it may be more supernatural than it is natural.
Well, I think so, because again, spirit, the Bible says the things that are seen are created out of the unseen, and I said it on Coast to Coast that God spoke the worlds into existence, obviously the creating, and said, let there be light. If he called photons into being at that point, or they already existed, the issue is that we are dealing now with the very realm of the ancients. You know, what you and I discuss, if you go into the Atlantis myth, Hyperborea, Lemuria, Mu, Shangri-La, Shambhala, and you get right down the nitty-gritty of the ancient Vedic texts, or the Table of Kings and the information that existed prior to the creation of Adam and Eve, we're talking basically, you can say, hey, there's nothing new under the sun. Even what we're talking about has already been done. And again, there's a passage, I think, in Ezekiel 23. I'll let people go and read it for themselves because it's pretty disgusting. But it talks about, this is why, Tom, too, the prohibition against bestiality. You know, look, we know that that from even the oral traditions and the skeletal remains, which are obviously confiscated immediately by the powers that be and controlled by the powers that be, that there were all sorts of hybrids. One of the guys that contacted me, just a little story about the Solomon Island giants, they had a 12-foot giant with horns, literally with horns, okay? And guess what? Cyclops, one eye. He was blown up in the Bali bombing. You remember the Bali bombing?
Yeah.
And he told me a certain intelligence agency, not U.S., was on his case, and he didn't know if he'd make it. To my knowledge, he was blown up at that Bali bombing because that's where he was at the time. So the point that I'm trying to make is that men do hold the truth in suppression and a lie, because the thing I think that really has to be brought forth at this point in the discussion is men are trying to achieve their version of omnipotence, omnipresence, and they're trying to be like God. And isn't that the promise of the devil? Ye shall not die. You shall be as gods. And that's exactly why the Egyptians mummified their rulers. And by the way, most Egyptians, the truth bearers, have a whole different genetic lineage, even by their recorded what they look like. Remember, they didn't like the Hebrews because the Hebrews were all hairy. Isn't that interesting? They had very little body hair. To the Egyptian pharaonic line, body hair was not a good thing because they assumed, if you will, that they were of a higher creation than the offspring of this lesser race, human beings, and the contempt that Satan, i.e. Lucifer before he became Satan, has for humanity is being expressed, because basically it all boils down to like a movie dialogue, and I forget the name of the movie, where one of the guys played the devil, but in essence it's still an affront and an attack on heaven. And into this battlefield called earth we are thrust, and God said that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal but mighty through God for pulling down of strongholds. Because, you know, when you and I talk, Tom, I get, I'm sure you do too, emails, well, what to use? How can I fight this stuff? The Lord God of heaven himself has given us the battle plan, and I think you brought up the most critical point. Just as Joshua and Caleb had to fight the things of their day, as David and his mighty men had to fight not only Goliath, but Goliath had brothers, you know, six-finger, six-toes guys, and Og, the king of Bashan, wasn't a little person or a Lilliputian, and all the things that Solomon said, there's nothing new under the sun. That which, that which will be has already been. Yet we're trying to define for people the nature of the battle that's against them. And I got to tell you something. I think really we should change the name of the Pentagon to something more exact. I'll come up with something. But the point is that these guys are fully buying the lie. Not everyone. I know there are people within the Special Forces community and the separate and distinct of the Pentagon that make war against this technology. But at the end of the day, Tom, we are thrust in the most horrific battle that has ever been on planet Earth. And the technology now affords the very time that Jesus said men's hearts will fail them for looking after those things coming upon the earth. Because, you know, most people think, oh, that's famine, earthquakes. So I tell people, nah, that's the little leagues. Wait until you see the major league.
Yeah, for failing their hearts for seeing those things that are coming upon the earth. I have posted right in front of me right now a big picture of that poster of Splice, and I haven't seen the movie, but here's this part woman, part I don't know what it's part of, part animal. It's got very strange legs, big long tail. It's looking in the face of its creators. And over the top it says, she's not human, and under that it says, not entirely. Looking on those things that are coming upon the earth. When you look at what's happening in Gren technology, that our own military now is admitting this is the next phase, this is the next arms race. Human enhancement. Can you imagine that? This is actually being defined by the Jasons at the Pentagon as the new arms race. Conferences are being held in Washington, D.C. with top-ranking military officials, including from DARPA. And you look at Gren technology, transhumanist aspirations, and the fact that they're admitting this is the next stage in human evolution, then you want to move this over. I think that when you recognize that what we're seeing happening right now is a perfect parallel to what occurred in the days of Noah, which makes it very prophetic, because recall that when the Lord's closest disciples said to him, tell us, what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the aeon, the end of the age? He gave them a list of things and concluded it saying in Matthew 24:37, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it also be in the coming of the Son of Man. Imagine the staggering spiritual warfare implications of the science we've been talking about tonight. If dead Nephilim tissue was discovered somewhere with intact DNA, this is a very real possibility. And our government or a government elsewhere was willing to clone or mingle those extracted organisms for use in creating super soldiers, the ultimate super soldier, Homo Nephilim. Well, if a person accepts the biblical story of Nephilim as real, then that discovery could be made someday, perhaps already has been, as some are certain of, and could be mingled with human DNA. There could be things going on behind the surface that we are not aware of. I was talking to Gary Sturman the other day. I had to go down to Prophecy in the News because, as you know, J.R. Church, and I would certainly encourage your listeners to pray for J.R., who is suffering with cancer. Went down to help cover for him and talking with Gary Stearman, but we're talking off the record, off television, and talking about, do you actually think there could even be the harvesting of human DNA being mingled with something else, such as turns up in the ufological studies like you were referring to earlier, and even the best minds, Jacques Vallée, Hynek, John Keel, Dr. John Mack referred to it as the merging, the awkward merging of two species. I asked him, do you think that something like that could actually be happening? I mean, behind the scenes, if we're reading this stuff now, if I can go now and read these reports to the military in peer-reviewed journals, history tells me that DARPA is at least 20 years ahead of me. At least. Maybe 40 years ahead of me.
I can tell you this, I can tell you this, Tom. According to the people that I have interfaced with in the past, they said if you understand, and you know the former head of Skunkworks said we've been beyond the stars. They said they said literally, in some respects, we're thousands of years beyond. Now think about it. If everybody in the world, that our governments are looking for the secret technology, you know, which obviously was the basis of my book, Long Walkers, and your first book, you alluded to it too. The point is that the technology that was, you know, that God so carefully kept until, you know, men given the authority who are in his likeness but no longer in his image apart from Jesus, the point is that they've got this stuff. And so I literally asked that question because I was under the impression, you know, we're 50 years in advance, 100 years in advance. And he said, Steve, when it comes to some of these things, he said, we're thousands of years in advance. And he said, there's nothing new. He said, the old technology defies imagination. Well, you know this. Even in the Hindu Vedic texts, They
Right.
the Vimana flying machines,
Right.
and they were powered by basically a form of red mercury, and the only way to create red mercury is to put it into a reactor. And then the wars, which Zachariah Sitchin in his book, the Wars of Gods and Men, talks about the vitrified deserts of India and Africa and other areas. The point is we're talking in one respect, Tom, about stuff that's being brought forth with an ancient technology that there's nothing new, but the more you understand about the ancient technology, the more you understand what they probably have. And as you know, it is my contention that we already have the ability to clone human beings and bring them to completion in an accelerated way in 9 months, And now people don't believe that. But again, when I've seen grown men cry, and listen, I've interviewed some of the most reprehensible characters that are on earth, and the thing is, now they're dead. I got to tell you something. When someone with no morals and no qualms about having killed or having done this or that breaks down and weeps over literally the monsters being made, that was the subtitle of my book, Today's Technology, Tomorrow's Monsters, I think I would rewrite that subtitle if there's ever a Genetic Armageddon 2, which I doubt, and I would say yesterday's technology, today's monsters, because again, there is nothing new under the sun. So I maintain that unless you understand how technologically advanced the ancients were and the judgment that fell upon them, and I'm talking prior to Noah's flood, I'm talking about the stuff that is myth, legend, and oral tradition, when the gods fought against each other and the God prevailed, then I think it puts it into context. And, again, people talk to you, they talk to me, they say, well, we like all the stuff you talk about, but don't talk to us about Jesus. Don't talk to us about God, because we're atheists and agnostics. You're soon to be confronted with the realm, those of you who hold that position, that will literally cause your hearts to fail. And it will be interesting, won't it, Tom, when a synthoid, a synthetic being, or basically an antiquoid, that's something from antiquity, comes into their living room and basically says, what's for dinner? And they look hungrily and longingly at the person that's sitting before the TV. And I'm not being melodramatic. The point is that it's fascinating, isn't it? Even in Cancun, they have found now people with their hearts ripped out in the ceremonial caves of the Mayans, okay? And the old habits have come back on the scene. The old demons are reincarnating themselves in contemporary man. And woe unto the inhabitants of earth. Woe, woe, woe. And that's where we're at.
And as an example of the possibility that they can come back, first of all, I think it's prophesied that they will return.
Absolutely.
And would have to remind the listeners that most of the references, almost 99% of the references we've made tonight are from just reputable news sources that anybody that can go out and Google to see that we're not making this up. But as an example that they can come back, just 6 months ago, blood was extracted from the bone of a dinosaur that scientists are insisting, Steve, is 80 million years old. Okay, so this thing was back there under the reign of the fifth watcher, right? Lucifer, the reptilian. When he fell, the dinosaurs were wiped out. Well, okay, even if nobody buys that, this was blood from the bone of a dinosaur they say is 80 million years old. Well, Nephilim, according to the histories, would have been very recent compared to that, making clonable material from dead biblical giants feasible, and the technology to resurrect the extinct species. It doesn't even have to be supernatural, is the point that I'm making. Could it be supernatural? Sure. I'm a biblical literalist, man. I believe in the authority of the Word of God. But what I'm saying, to try to reach across that realm to those agnostics you're talking about that say, don't tell us about Jesus, these things existed in relatively close times compared to what scientists are telling us about the blood of this dinosaur, and the technology to resurrect extinct species has been perfected in the last 24 months. Cloning methods are being studied right now for bringing back Tasmanian tigers, woolly mammoths, other extinguished creatures. National Geographic ran a fantastic article, May 2009, a special report titled Recipe for a Resurrection, in which they were quoting Hendrik Pointer of McMaster University. He's an authority on ancient DNA. And he served actually as a scientific consultant for the movie Jurassic Park. And it was an interesting article because he said, I laughed when Steven Spielberg said that cloning extinct animals was inevitable, but I'm not laughing anymore. This is going to happen. It is just a matter of working out the details. Anybody that wants to Google Recipe for a Resurrection, National Geographic, these are the scientists who are saying that these long extinct species are and can be, as long as they can find intact DNA, can be resurrected. Well, Steve, I don't think they have to even wait for intact DNA. I think prophetically speaking, there's something entirely different operating here. I wish we had 2 more hours. Maybe we can do another 2 hours to finish this. But the technology, whether they buy the prophetic side of it or not, they're saying don't talk to us about Jesus. Man, for crying out loud, at least look at the science. The science is there. These creatures existed. The science to bring them back exists. And whether you like it or not, they're coming back, or they're already here, or they're coming back in phases. I have a theory about that too. But the ramifications of using science to revive extinct animals, Nephilim, may also play a role in the coming of the Antichrist.
And that's too that we need to cover, and we'll check our schedules, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll have another 2 hour, Lord willing. But Tom, you know this, that even the intellectual dishonesty in the anthropological community, they'll try and put a name on even the bones that have been found of Gigantopithecus or Meganthropus or some idyllic scientific sounding name. But the thing is, the reason that the skeletal remains of the giants of antiquity are hoarded, guarded, and protected is because they don't want the basic knowledge out there or the DNA to fall into what they consider the enemy's hands, because once they become exposed, then guess what? It's a whole new ballgame. Didn't Jesus say his people are destroyed for lack of knowledge? His people. And by the grace of God, ladies and gentlemen, it's the knowledge that Tom Horn's presenting to you. And I don't know if you know this, but the guy's a walking encyclopedia, Mr. Footnotes, and that's a compliment. The thing is that you absolutely are getting a hyperdose of real reality, and the only way to deal with this stuff is through the power of the living God. Now, there are those, Tom, that think that they can go out and take this stuff on. When these things hunt by DNA, okay, and I've talked to them, we'll go into that sometime together, the harmonics of DNA, the actual song. And didn't the sun just basically, somebody took the sun and played the beautiful haunting melody of the sun? Well, hey, I've told people for 34 years, every star has a name, every star has a song. And I'm not talking about Hollywood. And they just recorded the sun's beautiful, beautiful noise. And so guess what? Everybody's got a song to sing. Unfortunately, they're just letting the wrong conductor orchestrate them.
Absolutely right. You know, you mentioned a moment ago, and for the life of me, I can't right now think of the scientific museum that has been hoarding those giant bones all these years.
You know, the Smithsonian?
The Smithsonian, thank you. Yeah, but I mean, they're early in American history, there is very significant, and some of it, I mean, is very substantiated history about the mounds, you know, where many of the giant bones were buried here in the United States of America, and how quickly those things, you know, were collected and taken to the Smithsonian, and then, of course, from there, they're covered up, and we don't hear anything more about it.
Right. Listen, I'll even give you one better than that. A number of years ago, I was on Coast to Coast, and some people from Pennsylvania, I think it was either Pennsylvania or Ohio, called me and said that they were plowing a field and they turned up a giant skeleton. They went into the local post office, said, boy, you won't believe what we found. Well, the postmaster evidently contacted the FBI. The FBI shows up, takes the skeleton, and basically threatens them, because most people don't understand there's a Native American Antiquity Act that every bone that's found, doesn't matter the size, doesn't matter the species, is automatically considered Native American. Hey, Tom, thanks.
So let's talk about the spirit of the Nephilim. Now, there's a big war. I'm sure you've been getting all the emails. The natural people said there's no DNA that science has been able to attribute to aliens. That's kind of like saying People who claim to believe in God wanting evidence that God basically wrote the Ten Commandments because they want to have God's fingerprint on the tablets, and of course they need the tablets to do that. It is an amazing thing to me how, quote unquote, Christians, or at least professing Christians, want to go into the argument of science when we talk about these subject matters that you and I take on pretty much exclusively. So let's talk about this thing right now, where we're at from your perspective. Let's talk about how Grin may return, or, is already returning in the spirit of the Nephilim. You want to go ahead and define that so people know what we're talking
Sure. Yeah, sure, Stephen. Thanks, by the way, for having me back on again. And I guess we had a lot of reaction. The emails that we've been getting over at Raiders News Network were all positive, but anytime you do shows on this subject matter, you will have those people who are the Sethites or whatever that want to stand up and say, there's no way, there's no how, there's no way it happened. But most of these people don't seem to understand that this was the ancient belief system. It's why it was written about by all of these ancient writers, the angel theory, that angels came down, merged themselves with women, and out of which was born the giants. That's certainly what the ancient Septuagint translators believed. It's what the early church fathers believed. It's what the Jewish priests of that era believed. It wasn't, in fact, if you look at the history behind this, it wasn't even until the 5th century that, because the church was facing some problems with their public image, politicians were making fun of them, saying, oh my gosh, you have these doctrines about angels marrying women, this is all, it's all mythology or whatever. They were trying to move into a rational age, a so-called age of enlightenment, and so the church invented the Sethite view to try to get around the original view that this was a story about angels. And yet, every time we find ancient texts, we find the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran, the caves, and what do you got? The Genesis Apocryphon, portions of the Book of Enoch, writings about the fact that angels came down, married themselves to women, or at least used their DNA, concocted a genetic aberration, and out of that, these strange life forms came forth upon the earth. I can't help it if people have a problem wanting to accept that, but they cannot deny that that is the ancient record. That's what Josephus, the historian, believed. That's what all of the ancients believed. And it wasn't until later on, as a result of the political problems the Catholic Church was having, and finally at Trent, they started expunging these records from the Bible that told this ancient story so that they could, save face with the politicians that they wanted to endear themselves to. So I don't have no problem, by the way, with people who disagree with me. And I have a lot of friends who do not view this the same way that I do. And that's fine. That's okay. But I'm telling you that I'm absolutely convinced, Steve, that we are on the right track. And I think we've got both history, the biblical record, the extra-biblical record, the ancient record. We have the record on our side that something very unusual happened. Now, last week, we had concluded by talking about how GRIN, to get to your question, technology, and for those that don't understand, GRIN is an acronym that stands for Genetics, Robotics, Artificial Intelligence, and Nanotechnology. These are, and now you might add to that synthetic biology, these are the sciences that transhumanists imagine, now the military sciences are also imagining, are going to be used to create proto-humans, to create humans 2.0, not just the next step in human evolution, but the guardians of the battlefield, I guess, according to the Pentagon now. But in addition to that, we had also just started last week talking about how some scientists also believe that they'll be able to use a mixture of this technology and cloning technology and whatever to bring back long-dead species. And that would, of course, in my mind, include the goal of returning Nephilim, because they were talking about, finding intact blood in the bones of a dinosaur that, according to them, was 2 million years old. Well, for those biblical literalists out there who believe that the early Earth, that the Earth is itself only about 6,000 years old, and if you believe that there were giants on the Earth, that the Bible says there were, that David slew one of them, and that the story is that the flood occurred as a result of the anger of God against this aberration, and it swept all these things, according to the book of Noah, the book of Enoch and other books, swept all of these giants beneath the hills, that the flood took them and put them beneath the hills. Well, it is very likely, if it hasn't happened already, that at some point, intact DNA from these monstrosities, these giants, these Nephilim, the Raphaim, that they're going to be found if they haven't been already. And nobody would convince me, Steve, that if our scientists found intact DNA from Nephilim, that if they're out there right now talking about how they're going to bring back woolly mammoths and Jurassic Park and extinct goats and whatever, they already did bring one back, as you know, this year. They've already proven the science viable by bringing back an ibis, an extinct goat, mountain goat. Nobody's going to convince me that our science, at least at the dark budget side, wouldn't take that DNA and try to bring it back to life. There's just no way in the world they would not try to do that.
And my position, Tom, as you know, and this is maybe the only place where you and I will disagree, based on everybody that I talk to, they've already done it and are doing it. And that really sends my critics over the edge, you know. The point
well,
is,
actually, I don't disagree. You know, I was doing all these shows with Lynn Marzulli and Gary Stearman recently, and we were featuring your book too. These are going to play in broadcast television, I think, this month, and you'll see that. And you're using your Giants book quite a bit. And Lynn Marzulli asked me off the record. He said, Tom, he said, I've taken some heat for suggesting that there could be a breeding program going on right now. He said, where do you stand on that? And I said, well, Lynn, I'm not on either side, but what I do believe is that it's certainly possible, and it certainly would fit with prophecy. I'm kind of like some people who say, if it's real, show me the money. Well, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't say, with all authority that it's happening, but it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever if it's happening, and it certainly would fit with biblical prophecy.
Well, right, and I want to share something, just interrupt here because it's critical. Well, I was the first guy to break the story on Gilgamesh's tomb being found, okay?
Yeah.
And I was also the first guy to go in to investigate. I'm only saying this to put it into historic perspective, okay? And I said that I quoted the head of British Museum that said almost, 15 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, that they literally had the ability to bring back Ramesses II, okay, very famous pharaoh. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing about Gilgamesh is all of the guys that say, I don't believe it, that's just a fantasy, that's just a fable, that's just a metaphor. Well, I got to tell you something. Why then did special operations go in, some people that I know, and I literally know these people, and grab the remains, okay? In that world, I can only say this. People say, well, I don't believe you. You're making this stuff up. But I got to share this with you. When you've got the head of the British Museum saying they can bring back Ramesses, or at least his body, you've got the Egyptians mummifying the dead because they knew the technology, Tom, that you write about, I write about, we write about, would be there in a time where basically they can bring back all these guys, and that's why they mummified their dead. So the point is, it wasn't just for the trip into the afterworld. I mean, they were literally referring back into the time before the biblical flood, and obviously we could argue about there's a Jeremiah's flood. You and I probably wouldn't argue about that, but it talks about the earth being destroyed the first time before there were any cities and before there was any Adam, any man. Well, how do you have cities without Adam? That kind of throws the 6,000-year thing out the window. But the point is that saying all that is that the idea is that it's so hard for people to understand that when Jesus spoke of just as in the days of Noah, I think they can only put that into context with a gray-haired guy, some family members, a big ark with animals. They don't even begin to understand it was what God brought on judgment because these entities were doing the very thing you and I are warning that they're doing now.
Yeah, and I would also say, and I think these can still be Googled. In fact, I think I've got it printed off somewhere. I remember reading the news stories when the tomb of Gilgamesh was found, or the burial area. They found his, essentially his headstone, for want of a better term. And I read it in the BBC News, and I also remember that by the very next day, the military had moved in and had cordoned off the entire area. And I thought, now when has that happened before? Why do you send the military in to cordon off a particular area just because you think the tomb of some extinct king or personality has been found? So that was all very strange. And I would almost bet you that I can still go back and find the old BBC News story on that if somebody is curious to want to be able to verify what you've said. But look, the ramifications of what we're talking about here, to bring it back to where people can't deny it, what we're talking about is enhanced humans, germline engineering, genetic re-engineering. This is all happening right now. There are thousands of laboratories around the world right now that are creating the splice-type technology, that are creating human-animal chimeras. Right here in the state of Missouri, where I live, we have human pigs that are being raised in the hopes that they might have some advanced form of xenotransplantation where they'll be able to raise human organs inside these human pigs. And be able then to, put those into donor recipients, and their bodies won't reject it because it also has human DNA. But so this is happening. Whether people want to believe it or not, they can stick their head in the sand. But brother, this is not going away. It's going to get much more, to use a nice word, fascinating in the next few months. But I think the science to revive extinct animals, Nephilim, to genetically alter the human race. I also happen to believe that this could play a key role in the coming of the Antichrist. And if that's true, then the emergence of this technology at rapid pace right now could have a deep foreboding about it, because as interbreeding begins, ultimately it will, between transgenic animals, look, just what we're seeing right now in genetically modified crops. People say, Monsanto says it's not going to be dangerous. We can control the crops. We can put them in our test fields, and it's not going to get outside of our control restraints. And it isn't even a year past, and crops are contaminated everywhere. People that are living downwind from these crops are developing respiratory diseases. Peer-reviewed, or not peer-reviewed, but redundant studies in science from Irina Ermakova and others was done that showed that the rats that eat these genetically modified foods are developing tumors, they're developing cancer, their half-life is their offspring are dying at half-life. And as you know, Greenpeace has been in a series of lawsuits with Monsanto and other big corporations for more than a decade because they're trying to suppress the actual scientific studies that have been repeated by other scientists, independent studies that show that these genetically modified products are getting into the environment, and they carry with them terrific health risks, of which we, of course, are not going to know, what all this is doing to our systems, for maybe the next decade. Well, then imagine what that means when you extrapolate this over to living sentient creatures. When you start talking about animals, you start talking about animal humans and human animals, genetically modified humans. This altered DNA is going to quickly migrate, if it's not already doing it, into the natural environment. And some people who believe in a breeding program already believe that this is happening. Well, if that's happening, or when that is happening, alien, if you want to use that term generically, or animal characteristics are going to be introduced to the human gene pool. It's going to spread through intermarriage, altering the human genetic code, eventually eliminating humanity as we know it. And that is one method by which Antichrist could come into the world. That's certainly the story of the Great Flood. The mutation of human genes allowed for the incarnation of the Nephilim. And according to many theologians, perhaps that's been the whole idea for the end times as well, to create a breeding program, a generation of genetically altered fit extensions, an army of fit extensions for the resurrection of underworld Nephilim hordes, and ultimately the Antichrist in preparation of Armageddon. I know how outlandish that sounds, but that certainly is a theological possibility. It's not beyond the pale, and I think it does match with prophecy.
And also quantum physics can account for it, string theory can account for it, in the sense that, interrelatedness, that's something that's interesting, okay? Interrelatedness is something that's so complex in Genesis, so wonderfully beautiful, the way God said it, and God thought that it was good. But when you've got disconnectedness, and I'm talking between somehow everything that cannot be quantified in the average person's understanding has to be ridiculed, mocked, or put down. So what I'm trying to get to this in this point of our conversation, Tom, is that if you and I, and we both agree on this, I know, and by the way, there's no conflict between us. It's just I believe we're farther down the line, and I believe this stuff's imminent coming upon us, and I think you do too. But the whole idea of the transhumanists is to do away with the seed of Adam. And the seed of Adam is, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you be unless you're genetically tampered with. Also, you know what's interesting, Tom? I want to get this in. The methane and the benzene, when we hear of what the atmospheres are like on the other planets, how many times have you heard, well, life couldn't be supported there because of the sheer concentration of methane or this or that or the other thing? If we are in a position to bring back the Nephilim, then also we are also the people that want this and want the end of humanity. They're going to tamper with the atmosphere to such an extent that which supports, if you will, God's creation wants to be, there has to be an atmospheric displacement. That's a good way of putting it. And so everything that's being poisoned, the water, the air, the food, you just went into Monsanto's genetically altered crops. It's fascinating to me because it's like bring on the Nephilim and do away with the humans, and that's the bottom line. It truly is the bottom line.
And it's so interesting that you say it that way, because that's exactly what Daniel seems to be describing in Daniel 2:43, this disconnectedness. They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. There's a disconnectedness there. There's something that's separating it from life as God made it. And so, you know, and you and I've talked about that whole Daniel 2:43 before. Why, who is it that's mingling themselves with the seed of men that can't actually cleave together? And that whole text seems to be indicating that the same phenomenon that occurred in Genesis chapter 6, where you did have non-human species, non-seed, mingling with the human seed and producing Nephilim, that would happen again in the end times. And the other thing I would say, and you were talking about there being a little bit of a firestorm or something like that this week, people raging, saying that, that angels don't have seed or whatever. Listen, when the verse from Daniel, mingling with the seed of men, when that verse from Daniel is coupled with Genesis 3:15, which says, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. And that word seed is zera. Anybody, you could even take a Strong's Concordance and look up the meaning of zera. It means offspring, descendants, children. It's an incredible tenet. It means that Satan has seed. He has offspring. He has children. And also, to mingle non-human seed with Homo sapiens through altering human DNA while simultaneously returning Nephilim to the earth, that has been the inspiration of the spirit of Antichrist ever since God, during the Great Flood, halted the practice the last time around. I don't know if you ever read The Dawn of Magic, and it's kind of, it's difficult to read because, it was written in French and then it was subsequently interpreted into English, but Louis Pauwels and Jacques Bergier, they wrote The Dawn of Magic. It was published in the 1960s. But there is an intriguing place in there where they're talking about what was the goal of Adolf Hitler. And they're talking about how some people mention, the creation of a Superman or an Ubermensch or whatever. And this is what they say. I'll quote it to you. It's just a short quote. It says, Hitler's aim was neither the founding of a race of supermen nor the conquest of the world. These were only means toward the realization of the great work he dreamed of. His real aim was to perform an act of creation, a divine operation, the goal of a biological mutation which would result in an unprecedented exaltation of the human race and the apparition of a new race of heroes and demigods and godmen, end quote. So isn't it extraordinary that from the 1960s you get somebody talking about the spirit of Antichrist and Hitler and what his real goals really were based upon his own writings, his own memoirs, the people who were around him, the scientists that were working with him, and and it sounds identical to the promise of transhumanism today, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And instead of Ahnenerbe and Hitler's SS and the people out scouring the earth for this stuff, the point is now they're basically putting it in what would you say, high technology form, and just saying the same thing under 21st century terminology, changing the vocabulary, but the end result is the same.
Yeah, and making it sexy. I don't know if we talked about this in the first 2 hours, so I won't stay on it. But the thing I noticed about the movie advertisements for that film Splice was that even though this creature is in its own way frightening and abhorring, I noticed that they intentionally tried to also make her very seductive, very sexy. And that's what
you see the movie. I'm telling you, you talk about seduction. It's there, and again, the point being is that they really went overboard in that realm without giving things away or making people too disgusted. I'll just say this: really made it that way. And you haven't seen it yet, so when you do see it, you'll understand the depth of what you just said.
Well, but I mean, this wasn't that. This is part of the story of the Watchers. There was a seduction that was involved. There was sex that was involved between these seductive creatures and women, out of which came forth this aberration. And now, not only are we repeating the same sciences, but you've got transhumanists like the evangelists of today's modern watcher technology out there, and they're embracing the same kind of a seductive spirit, making this to appeal to today's generation,
right,
capturing the mind of a generation so that they're somehow tempted to want to be, to think that it could be, I guess their sexual dreams come true to be out there mating with some kind of transhuman.
Well, and I got to share this because again, remember giving heed to seducing spirits?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That means yielding to the seduction. And you mentioned last week briefly incubus and succubus. The point is that now we've got something that is so in our faces. And again, in the movie Independence Day, do you remember the scene where basically everybody's up on the top of the whatever hotel or whatever before it gets destroyed?
Yes.
And the thing is that it's still the same old statement. I want to have your baby, okay? And the thing is that there's something so unusual about that. And by the way, and without going into it, but all of the preoccupation in Rome and all of the societies before Rome were all based on the fact that the women believed if they could have sex with the giant or their progeny, that they would give birth to gods. And I won't go into it, but you can dial in. You can probably wonder why I don't want to do that tonight. Priapus, Priapus. But the point is that it was phallic worship, but it wasn't the male member. It was the whole idea of being able to give birth to a god and ultimately be a recipient of that God force in your life. And that's why the Lord God of heaven came down on the children of Israel when they were going after, strange flesh. And if you want to read it in just plain out form, you can go look at it in Ezekiel? I think Ezekiel 23 or something. But the point is that we're now in the place where DNA modification equals mark of the beast equals the mark of the beast could also be the seed of the beast, couldn't it, Tom?
Yeah, certainly. Well, and all of this calls to mind that from the Middle Ages forward, many church experts, leaders have believed that the Nephilim, but ultimately the Antichrist, is going to represent the return of the reunion of demons with humans at the end of time. You recall the English theologian George Hawkins Pember. He agreed with that premise. He wrote his 1876 masterpiece, Earth's Earliest Ages, and he analyzed this whole prophecy of Jesus in Matthew 24, but specifically the part where he talks about as it was in the days of Noah. And he found that there were 7 great causes of the antediluvian destruction. He documented the development of the first 6 in his own lifetime, but then he said the 7th, the most fearful sign, would be the return of the Nephilim. He literally said the appearance upon earth of beings from the principality of the air and their unlawful intercourse with the human race. Well, consequently, if the Antichrist is the reincarnation of a demon, of a Nephilim, and I believe Apollyon, as I've written about in Apollyon Rising 2012, and as I think was also prophesied by the Apostle Paul in 2 Thessalonians and also John from the island of Patmos. Well, if he is that, then he is going to be the exact opposite of Jesus, who is the Son of God. He's going to be the son of perdition and the forerunner of the Nephilim. I also have talked with you before about the prophet Isaiah. The 13th and 14th chapters of the book of Isaiah, to me, are astonishing. where it refers to the return of these beings, and it ties the advent of the destruction of the city of Babylon in the final age to, God commanding a gatekeeper to open the gates through which these giants return to the earth. I give command and I bring them. Giants, Gibborim, are coming to fulfill my wrath. That same depiction is supported in the book of Enoch, whether people know that or not. Enoch 15:9 through 10 says, the spirits of the Nephilim are as clouds which shall oppress, corrupt, fall, and bruise upon earth. They shall be concealed and shall rise up against the sons of men, and shall not rise up against the sons of men until they come forth during the days of slaughter and destruction.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen.
So the whole question then arises about these new enhanced humans, this new arms race that we were documenting in the first 2 hours last week. What are they going to be rolling out? I mean, is this how the Raphaim, the dead Nephilim who are viewed as squirming beneath the surface of the earth, arise to challenge the armies of God during Armageddon? Is what I think is the factual reappearance on earth of legendary beings, verified by Isaiah, who also in Isaiah 13 foresaw creatures, and he names them satyrs, transgenic, half-man, half-goats, accompanying the return of the giants in the end times. Do you think that prophecy was put there in order to be able to, to forecast to us, those who would be living in this day and age, that when you see this kind of human-animal genetic Armageddon happening, this is when the giants are going to return? Why have apocryphal books like 2nd Ezra 5:8, which you turned me on to some years ago, prophesy the birth of monsters for the same period of time? And some people might even be shocked to learn that in addition to those kind of citations, the Bible in the book of Revelation actually describes an end times confrontation between the gods of mythology, the mythological gods, and Christ. Zephaniah 2:11, the Lord will be terrible unto them, for he shall famish all the gods of the earth. Another verse, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, saith, behold, I will punish the gods, Jeremiah 46:25. And then in Revelation, you see where the human followers of these pagan gods will join this conflict, and it says they will call upon, quote, their idols of gold and silver and brass and stone and wood. That's Revelation 9:20. To convene their powers against the Christian God, and it says they will unite with, quote, unclean spirits like frogs, the spirits of devils, working miracles that go forth unto the kings of the earth to gather them to the battle of the great day, to a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon, or Megiddo, Revelation 16. So even the New Testament scriptures, it isn't just Old Testament, the New Testament scriptures, besides Matthew 24, and besides Peter and Jude quoting from the book of Enoch, telling us that this happened once before, this is going to happen again, that there is going to be a confrontation between, what we would think of as those gods that were defined by the Greeks, right? The part humans, the demigods. And so then the question is, given that the prophets foretold today, when mythical characters, gods, are going to return to earth to conduct war against the God of the Bible, Steve, it's a little more than disturbing that man has now, for the first time since before the Great Flood, intentionally set course to repeat what ancient records say the Watchers did, literally the accelerated pace of scientific exploration against God's divine order, and I think the subsequent revival of Watcher technology leading to transhumanism, these revived forms of Nephilim that are going to be walking the earth. I'm telling you, I am convinced that what we're looking at right now has, without doubt, pushed the end times clock closer to midnight and almost overnight, suddenly, than most of the people in the church can even comprehend.
Absolutely. Now, here's a thought I want you to deal with because I sent you the email, but Mike writes, he wants me to ask you about this, Tom. He said, the reason Revelation says you're damned to hell if you take the mark of the beast is because I think that when the mark is given, the receiver of the mark is given a DNA modification shot at the same time they get the mark. Now you are no longer truly human, but you're damned to hell. Ask Tom about this idea. Now, he's the first guy to postulate that the mark of the beast or the whatever, the inscription, the tattoo, whatever, might have a genetic characteristic to it. Have you ever pondered that?
Oh, I actually wrote about it in the book Apollyon Rising 2012. And you know where this came from? Actually, I was driving in my car one day, and my wife, Nita, said, the light kind of went on with her. We were talking about transhumanism. She said, could this be the mark of the beast? She focused on that word beast. I said, well, what do you mean? She said, well, for instance, she said, let's imagine that in the future the government wants to, they want to declare martial law. They want to whatever. But it's in order to implement the coming of the Antichrist and his system. And so they put out like a plague, like the swine flu or something. And it is a mixture of human and animal DNA. It crosses over a paradigm of some kind. And she said, maybe this thing is horrific. It's like the new Black Death. There's hundreds of thousands of people dying around the world very quickly. And a cry goes up from all around the world for a cure. Then the government comes forward and says, we have found a cure, which perhaps they've had all along, right? A la Sharon Gilbert's The Armageddon Strain. They've had a cure all along, and now they set themselves forth as the heroes, but they say the only problem is this cure, this vaccine, crosses over the species barriers, part human, part animal. It will rewrite your DNA, but it will cure you of this disease. Now, Steve, imagine the world, most of the world, they're standing there, and let's say this virus that's going around has like a 10-day incubation period. From the time you get sick, 10 days later, you're dead. So now you've got parents, they're looking in the eyes of their agonizing children, husbands looking in the eyes of their wives, wives looking into the eyes of their husbands, parents looking into the eyes of their children, or children looking into the eyes of their parents, and they are going to die within 10 days if they don't accept this vaccine. There would be just enormous pressure, and this is what Dita was, emphasizing. Perhaps this is what is meant when it says he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark. He puts something in motion that causes people to do it.
Let me interrupt you. You are aware that the CDC now is wanting to vaccinate everybody in the United States, claiming there will be no excuses, no exemptions, and no relief from the vaccine. So
yeah, I saw that.
Go ahead.
Yes, we ran a link to that article at Raiders either yesterday or the day before. I did see that.
Right.
So what I did, you know that Sharon Gilbert has a degree in molecular biology.
Right.
So I emailed Sharon when I was writing the book Apollyon Rising, and I emailed her Nita's hypothesis and said, could this be real? Could this really happen? And she emailed me back and took it even to much higher degree. And I would just encourage people, if they haven't read Apollyon Rising 2012, or if they have the book and haven't read it yet, to open it up and find that section that Sharon wrote for me, about 20 pages, that actually deals with this very subject, that you would receive this mark, but then it's going to go through and like a retrovirus. It's going to rewrite your DNA so that you are no longer entirely human. You have received the mark of the beast. Literally, you have become part animal, part human. Now, you may be the transhumanist dream come true, but you may not be able to receive salvation afterwards. So it could be just an extraordinary pressure upon humanity to accept that science.
Right. I want to read a passage out of Jeremiah. It's really critical. I wrote about this when I put Aliens and Fallen Angels out, because it's important for people to understand that when words are used in the Bible, if they're used in the context, it's, the law first mentioned. That's something that means that you can get an understanding from Scripture by Scripture. You don't need to go to an extra source when the Scripture defines it. I want to read this because it leads right into what we're talking about. And this is in Jeremiah chapter 4, starting with 23. I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and lo, there was no man, and all the birds of the heavens were fled. I beheld, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and all the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of the Lord by his fierce anger. For thus saith the Lord God, the whole land shall be desolate, yet will I not make a full end. Now, tohu and bohu are the Hebrew words for without form and void. The only time you see those, the law first mentioned, is in Genesis, when it's talking about the Spirit of God moving. This is talking about a judgment on something that existed before the Genesis flood. This is what's called Jeremiah's flood. So the interesting thing is, Tom, for people that say, well, this just doesn't fit into my 6,000-year thing, they can't understand that every myth, every legend, you and I both write about it, separately, but the point is that there is a judgment on the golden age when they started messing around with DNA. And Atlantis, even in some of the accounts of the destruction of Atlantis, it was when they started combining human and animal DNA, and that's what's fascinating, is that it's the same thing with Lemuria in the South Pacific, Mu, same thing with Shangri-La, Shambhala, all of the legendary things that Hitler tried to reconstitute those, if you will, those divine entities. The thing is that we're talking about without form and void only being in Genesis, the first chapter of Genesis, then appearing in Jeremiah, and then in Isaiah we hear that the Lord did not create the earth without form and being void. So without form and void are judgments. So the judgment that we start out with in Genesis, now we come into the book of Revelation. You talked about the commingling of the seed in Daniel, and putting it all together. We are at a time now where the technology can literally do what Nita was talking to you about, what Mike is, the emailer, is asking me to ask you about, and we're right there. So if that is the case, then it would be by inference, would it not, that they already have that DNA of the Nephilim?
Well, that's exactly the point. They could have, and the whole Atlantean narrative that you were talking about just now, they mingled, they blended themselves with the gods, and as a result, judgment came upon the earth, and Atlantis is destroyed. Well, America was founded as the new Atlantis, and isn't it amazing that the prophecies on the Great Seal of the United States are actually the prophecies that talk about the new golden era, the return of Osiris, the return of Apollo. When all of this is going to be reenacted once again, the rewriting of DNA is more than just the potential for the mark of the beast. It is certainly that, but it is talking about the genetic alteration of a generation. And now, how could that happen with adult specimens? Somebody asked me that question recently. What are you talking about? I go in and I'm an adult. I mean, it's not like I'm a child and it's germline engineering and they're re-engineering the embryo and now I'm born and passing along these genetic alterations to my offspring. You're talking about I go in as an adult and I get some kind of a vaccine and it goes through my system and rewrites all of my cellular structure. I mean, what are you talking about? That's exactly what the point is. And Steve, as you know, I think that there's a biblical example of that very thing happening in the story of Nimrod. And I don't know if we want to go through the story, but the point is that Genesis 10 says about Nimrod, Cush begat Nimrod, he began to be a mighty one in the earth. And I think you and I have talked about this, where began to be is from the Hebrew halal. It actually means to become either sexually profaned or genetically profaned.
Right. Altered.
And it becomes altered, genetically degenerated. But what does he become? As this is happening to him, whatever it is, what does he become? It says he began to be a mighty. And that's the Hebrew word gibori, from which we take giborim, which means an offspring of the Nephilim, of the Watcher. So what an extraordinary portion of Scripture. Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be a giborim. And now, you and I have gone through that text before. I won't go through it again. I would just suggest that people go back either through your radio archives or they get that series that we did called The Days of Noah, because we went into great detail into discussing all of that. But the bottom line is, it suggests that there is something that will happen not just to the children, not just to the offspring, but the transhumans themselves. Their dream could ultimately lead to a genetic alteration that could begin happening the same day you have that needle stuck in your arm to give you the vaccine that's then going to go through your system and start rewriting your genetic structure. I wasn't even going to mention this, Steve, but when your producer called me earlier, I had just today received the Prophecy in the News new magazine, the July 2010 Prophecy in the News magazine. And I had just been down to Oklahoma City, and I did these shows with Gary Stearman. And off camera, though, Gary and I, we went to lunch. We spent some time over there at the studio, and we were talking about transhumanism and that sort of thing. And then today, I get this July edition of Prophecy in the News magazine. I want to encourage people to get a hold of Prophecy in the News, get a copy of this magazine, or subscribe to the magazine. That would be even better. J.R. Church is suffering over there from cancer, and the ministry needs your support anyway. So if you want to...
What's their number? Can you give out their number?
I don't, but just go to prophecyinthenews.com, and they can get whatever they need. But get a copy of this, because Steve, if you or I had anybody this week questioning what we were talking about, they have got to read biblical scholar Gary Stearman's article in this magazine. I'm only about halfway through it when the phone rang and your producer brought me on. But the name of the article is Genetic Tampering, Ancient and Modern. And what Gary's talking about is how in mid-May, the world, became aware that synthetic life had been created in the laboratory, right? Venters Institute.
Right.
And they had created this new form of life, reaction range, from jubilation to dread. Some people look at it as it's going to heal all of the human diseases, extend our human lives, it's going to make us better people. Then there's those others that could see that this could be, a horrifying chain of missteps actually ending in the creation of a hitherto unknown disease that could spread to all humanity and then pave the way for the mark of the beast, or maybe worse than that, wipe out humanity. Well, anyway, let me just, I wasn't going to do this, but let me just quote just a couple of short things from this article. Here's what Gary says.
Take your time, because it's so important. I think I posted a link to that on my website, but go ahead and read it, because it's critical.
Well, I don't think the article's published anywhere online. I'd be surprised if it was, but maybe it is. He says, quote, an improved human being would be an inconceivable affront to a God who created human beings in precisely the way he wanted them to appear. Any modification of their basic genotype would amount to blasphemy. Those who study prophecy have come to understand that something like this happened once before. During the days of antediluvian man, the flood of Noah was nothing more or less than the global condemnation of this sort of evil experimentation. I'm going to jump forward to the next page in the article. As much as they may have examined the ethical and societal consideration that surrounds their work, he's talking about Ventures Laboratory, you will note that they have apparently devoted little or no thought to the spiritual consequences of genetic tampering. But at the spiritual level, the consequences of this work are now and will continue to be truly breathtaking. I'm jumping down now. When computer engineering enters the picture, this is that other part, Steve, you and I were talking about last week, the singularity. No one can predict the results except to say that the horrors of the ancient world are on the verge of being repeated. Genetic tampering is nothing new to the human race. Once there was a time when the human genome was altered by evil power from the realm of Satan. This activity apparently lasted for millennia, both before and after the great flood of Noah. Their history, when reviewed, reveals exactly how the Lord regards such tampering. Let me jump down and I'll read one more section and then I'll quit. Perhaps the key prophecy in this area came from the lips of our Lord himself. Speaking to his disciples, he made a statement that until recent years has been either ignored or misinterpreted. It specifically makes reference to the antediluvian world, and in the forthright manner says that the social and cultural conditions of that period will be repeated in the days preceding the tribulation period. As this time draws near, a fundamental change will descend upon global society, brought about by the intrusion of ancient dark forces that will reenact a master plan that almost destroyed humanity before the great flood. Let me, now I wasn't going to do this, but let me just give you one more quick quote. It says, anyone who regards the Scripture as divinely inspired believes that in the past giants walked the earth. I want to read that again. Anyone who regards the Scripture as divinely inspired believes that in the past giants walked the earth. The heroes of the Bible, Abraham, the 10 spies, Joshua, David, to name a few, encountered them directly. These giants are always presented as the evil offspring of the fallen ones who tampered with the human genome, both before and after the Great Flood. And here's the final quote. Apparently, under the right circumstances, these spirits were also able to incarnate themselves, that is, come back from the dead, as degenerate forms of human beings. Is this the most incredible statement? Thus, the post-flood giants came into existence. They were virtually the same beings as the Greek titans of old, whose exploits are captured in the mythologies of Homer, Aeschylus, Plato, Sophocles, among others, end quote. Well, that's where I was when you called me, Steve. Now I can hardly wait to finish this treatise by my good friend Gary Stearman, but what a phenomenal article, and I very much want to encourage people to at least buy that magazine. If you can, make an offering or subscribe to the Prophecy in the News magazine at prophecyinthenews.com.
Absolutely. Well, I got to tell you something. My compliments to Gary when you talk to him. Tell him this, that is probably the most articulate, succinct, and well-developed, putting it right out there where there can be no denial. See, Tom, listen, sometimes it bugs me. People that claim that they believe in the inerrancy of the Scripture somehow will just say, well, just trust Jesus. This stuff isn't relevant. Well, it's pretty relevant if Jesus said that just as in the days of Noah. It's really relevant, the book of Revelation, and Daniel is the key to the end times, and basically it was given the seals. Daniel sealed up all the information that Jesus is worthy to unseal, and yet we're right there. We're at, and you know the CDC article? I did see it on your site, by the way, and I think I actually linked to it on my site too. That's so critical for people to understand. Look, if you're combining, even if the life is in the blood, Leviticus, the life is in the blood, and as we accept Jesus Christ, we become a new creation. Now, the bottom line is that mixing the animal and human DNA is the quintessential blasphemous act. It's not just some kind of right-wing religious argument. This is critical to the very basis of God saw that it was good. And I personally get, I won't use the word, but I get angry when people tell me that science can do a better job than God, and I see the scientists, and I see the how should I say this, the vanity and pride being so placed out in the public marketplace of thoughts, that these guys have some of the most screwed up personal lives. So I get this. I say, okay, these guys are the guys that still haven't found themselves, yet somehow they found the truth. I don't think so. And this is what we're trying to warn people, Tom, because aren't we technically telling them, aren't we giving them the prophetic picture of the future? And outside of Jesus, there's no escaping the power of this stuff.
Well, that's absolutely right. And even if somebody said, I don't even buy the whole angel theory side of things, look, you have got to at least see what science is doing today as an assault on God's creative genius. Must see it that way. If you don't believe in God, you have to at least understand that what's happening right now is unnatural. It wasn't even allowed for by evolution. So regardless of your worldview, what we're doing right now is unprecedented. It is either an assault on the divine order, or it is an assault on the evolutionary process, meaning it is unnatural and it can lead to chaos and catastrophe. Now, if you believe like I do, and my good friend Steve Quayle and Gary Stearman and other biblical scholars, it's a whole lot more than that. And it raises, there's another disturbing aspect of transhumanism. I'm looking at the clock, and I know we've got about an hour. So there's another point I want to bring up about this. And it is the aspect that transhumanism is intentionally attempting to make contact with or build a bridge to spirits, what you and I would think of as demons. First of all, biblical scholars, a lot of scholars believe that the physical earth itself contains living spiritual forces, and among those forces, those underworld entities, are the spirits of the dead Nephilim, right?
Yep.
So you've got what verses might support that? Ezekiel 32:27. They segregated from the heroes, the old-time giants who entered into hell in full battle dress. Ask yourself why they went into hell in full battle dress, and think about Armageddon. Proverbs 9:18. And he did not know that the giants are there, and that her guests are in the depths of hell. Proverbs 21:16. A man that shall wander out of the way of doctrine shall abide in the company of giants. Isaiah 14:9. Hell below was in an uproar to meet thee at thy coming. It stirred up the giants for thee. And then, of course, Isaiah 26:14, which you and I have talked about before. Let not the dead live. Let not the giants rise again. Steve, I think, well, first of all, I think the giants rising again is prophesied to happen. And I think it's alluded to in Matthew 24:37, as it was in the days of Noah. Daniel 2:43, we just talked about, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. Isaiah 13, open the gates, ye ruler, I give command, and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath. And those just inside the Bible. There are numerous scriptures outside of the Bible, like the book of Enoch, that refer to that happening at the end of time. And this also could happen in stages. But there is something mysterious about man's free will in this regard. Using science or other methods that in essence are inviting a connection between us and them is something that happened in the days of Noah. Recall that the Watchers offered an exchange of military technology, which is what you and I talked about in the first 2 hours of this series, military technology in exchange for the use of DNA. But what is implied by that was that man has free moral agency, and in some ways the prevenient grace of God is extended over men. But it is when we are willing to play God, come up against his rules, repudiate his rules, break his laws, and essentially through our sciences or through other methods invite these beings to come into our life. And Steve, one thing is certain, and I know you know this, spirits that may need a human possession, permission to either move into our personal space, I mean, they will go where they are invited or where they are sought out, meaning that they're standing by. And the moment that we start playing God and we're no longer afraid of crossing over God's species barrier, and the church isn't even addressing the issue, they're all whooping at the altar in their churches and not even, first of all, not even aware of it. And if you try to talk to them about it, don't even want to know about it because we're all having so much fun doing what we do. You have either by omission of responsibility or because you're actually actively pursuing them. We are in this country and around the world right now at the gates, knocking on the door saying, please, come through. And you recall, like in 1918, you have this famous case, Aleister Crowley, right? Freemason. Right. He's attempting to discover how those evil emissaries that we've been talking about, how can they be extended from their reality into ours? And so he creates a magical vortex that'll span the gap between the world of the seen and the unseen. It's called the Alamantra working. And according to his records, he becomes successful when something something that looks like an alien gray comes through. 3 decades after that, you have rocket scientist and co-founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Jack Parsons, and his pal L. Ron Hubbard, the Church of Scientology founder. They conducted a second ritual called the Babylon working in an attempt to reopen Crowley's gateway. But look at what they did. They weren't looking for lamb. They even write about this in their own. Look at the spirit behind what they wanted to do. They wanted to incarnate the whore of Babylon. And what they called it was a demon child, or guess what? A Gibborim. There is this spirit that is constantly tempting man to seek it out. Because if human will is willing to give itself over, these things can move through this portal. In fact, Parsons wrote in his ceremony that it was successful when a brownish yellow light came through the doorway and hit him and knocked the candle out of his hand. And then, of course, excuse me, some people have noted how that following all of those Crowley's magic portal and Hubbard and Parsons' Babylon working, that Crowley died in 1947, which was the same year that the Roswell crash happened, and Kenneth Arnold saw his flying saucers, and all of a sudden aliens are coming through into our dimension. They're coming through into our reality. Now, we're not ever going to know if something truly supernatural happened with Crowley and Parsons, but the point I'm making is that even early Christians, as well as Hebrews, Assyrians, Greeks, the ancient cultures understood that there are dimensional gateways, and these can be opened between the material world and the demonic world. And that's why in ancient times, even, physical doorways, windows on buildings, homes, and facilities, those openings were considered to be symbolic or mirrors of unseen gateways. And therefore, what you find on all these ancient structures are magic binders, like gargoyles on temples, churches, castles. Those are there as a magic binder. They're there to scare off harmful spirits or witches or malign influences that might try to come through a doorway. The Greeks, they used the Gorgon, the Medusa, this horrifying creature with its hair made of venomous snakes that could turn men to stone according to mythology, but they put it on their buildings to keep the doorways closed. In Babylon, Assyria, they built these colossal and, what's interesting, transgenic creatures under elaborate ceremonies, blessed them with names of good omens, and they put them around the palace entries and the gates of the city. Even buried winged figures under the part you would walk over when you come through the gates of the city, in order to try to bind, to keep from coming through those openings, evil supernaturalism. And this also happened in people's personal property, and you see like some of the Catholics and stuff still carry forward some of this iconography where what's called apotropaic. That's an adjective that means to ward off evil. Devices are put in doorways and windows and fireplaces and chimneys, and then they wear charms, bracelets, talismans upon the body. And Steve, you and I have discussed before how the Hebrew prophet Ezekiel made an interesting, enlightening statement about the magic bracelets, right? The kasetot, right, which were born upon the body and bound spirits. In fact, I won't go into it, but there's some scholarly work on this, scripture and other artifacts by Philip King and Michael David, in which they include in that these were placed upon the body to bind giants.
Exactly. And let us break their bands asunder is a direct reference. You and I spoke about that, Tom, in our previous 4-part series. Let us cast their bands asunder. In other words, we will not have this man rule over us. In other words, it's the things that have been bound, and God bound them for the benefit of mankind, and now mankind in the rebellion against God, using their free will and the authority as children of Adam, fallen, not redeemed unless they know Jesus, they're releasing the things that God bound to protect us all from basically being shish kebabs.
They are through their actions, because they have the truth. It's like the guy in hell. Jesus says, let somebody go up from hell and talk to their children and warn them about the day. I mean, if they're not going to hear the truth, they're not going to hear the truth. And today, the world has the truth of the gospel. But if the world prefers to reject the truth of the gospel and embrace technology that is Watcher-like, do the same things that those demonic forces did, and even if you don't buy that part, which I do, but even if you don't, for them to have the audacity to play God, to cross over, like you said, and Gary Stearman said, this is the ultimate kind of blasphemy, to re-alter the human genetic code, to play God. What you're doing by doing that is you are appealing to those spirits, to those forces that were here once before. And people that are not, familiar with the terms that you and I are using, like binding and loosing, these are staple forms from in common language, spiritual warfare. They imply that certain influences can be bound, i.e., binding demons so that they cannot affect our minds, our bodies, our homes. While on the other hand, there might be beneficial influences, whether it's good angels or whatever, that can be loosed. to benefit our lives, to protect us as a result of the way that we live our lives. Well, anyway, in ancient history, beyond the malevolent spirits in general, there were some pretty nasty characters in here that are related to the Nephilim, to the Watchers, entities that could suddenly emerge into man's reality. Asmodee, Samael, the angel of death, Lilith, the mother of Ahriman and the queen of the demons, Sierra, a prince of hell with 26 legions of demons that could appear anywhere on earth. Thousands of others. Well, the ancients were aware of these spiritual forces. They understood them. They were closer to the original revelation of God than we are today. And they knew, you put your hand in a fire, you're going to get burned. Now, in Matthew 16, Jesus directly ties the idea of binding of supernaturalism to the work of the ministry and the power of the church. To Peter, he says, upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. Whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Well, that's a deeply meaningful verse. It indicates that there's something really important about gateways and openings and binding and loosing. Who is to be bound? The subsequent connection between that activity and the power of heaven and earth. Excuse me again, note where Jesus says, the gates of hell shall not prevail against his church. And you put the word hell in context there from its original meaning. It's very important because while the Greek word transliterated Hades was later confused with death in the grave, or thanatos, at the time that Jesus used that word, he was referring to the person, Hades, Pluto, the god of the lower regions, Orcus, the netherworld, the realm of the dead. Now, this is astonishing. Why would Jesus have made reference to what we think of as a Greek deity, combining it with this whole subject of binding and loosing, gates, spiritual warfare? Well, because just like I pointed out in Apollyon Rising 2012 about the prophecies on the Great Seal of the United States, the mythos of Hades and its connection to deities as in real, invisible spiritual forces and their ability to migrate between the spirit and physical world, this was knowledge that was dominant at the time of Christ. The disciples would have been really well versed in this understanding, and I think Jesus intended for his followers to immediately connect the truth behind the power of the gospel and the struggle that these living enemies, such as are prophesied on the Great Seal, to return, represent to the children of God. Both in the Old Testament and the New Testament, it makes it clear that pagan gods, like Hades, Apollo, Osiris, whatever, that these are genuine personal evil forces, and they seek to connect with and mislead mankind. And so you have the ancient Greeks and their connection to the Watchers. You have Christian theologians who affirm that the physical earth contains spiritual forces behind gateways. The book of Revelation, chapter 9, verse 14, the four angels that are bound in the great river Euphrates. In Job 26:5, dead things are formed from under the waters. And of course, the literal Hebrew translation is the Rapha, these offspring of what the Watchers did, these fallen ones, writhe from beneath the waters. And the belief by the Greeks was that these beings in these regions were under the control of supernatural gatekeepers associated with Hades. And so you have this most astonishing place in Scripture where Jesus in Matthew says, Matthew 6:17-18, in fact, I forgot a portion of it a moment ago, he says, blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, which means son of Jonah. Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. In the Old Testament, Jonah 2:6 tells of Jonah going down to the bottom of the sea, going down into a city of gates. The Hebrew Bariach, a fortress within the earth, a prison that contains these spirits from which God delivered him. And there's absolutely no doubt about where Jonah was because he prayed to God, the Bible says, out of the belly of hell, the underworld prison of the dead. Then you look at that text in Matthew, where once again he connects the rock upon which the church would be built, the name of Jonah, the gates of hell, in Matthew 12:40, where he says, "For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the earth." So anyway, point is, I've almost started preaching, Steve. The earth is a holding tank. It is a prison, according to Scripture, where certain entities have been bound. 2 Peter 2:4 talks about that, Jude 6, and that those fallen spirits actively seek to connect with the affairs of men or to move through their reality into ours. That's something that's defined in Scripture. The Hebrew people were aware of that, Deuteronomy 18:11. And when the woman of Endor communicated with the same, it says they ascended up from out of the earth, unless, of course, she was actually communicating with the spirit of Samuel, which is also a reality.
Right, and Tom, that's a good point to interject, too. The thing is, Jesus said that men's hearts will fail them for looking forward on those things coming upon the earth. I think that I've heard, Greek scholars say this. That means coming up out of the earth as well as coming out onto the earth. It has a double meaning. So
and that's exactly what the woman of Endor said. She saw them coming up, quote, out of the earth, 1 Samuel 28. So based on that kind of Scripture, there is a dynamic, there is an energy that is operating behind, the pagan gods from those Scriptures, but there is a pagan energy that is alive. It is real. It is bound within the earth. It can move through gateways into our reality. It wants to. And all it has to have is permission from men. And according to the Christian doctrine, those spiritual forces are identical with the legions of fallen spiritual forces that have been bound within the earth. Now, how transhumanism relates to that, let me get back on point, is that some transhumanists are hoping to achieve a high-tech, permanent pharmakia, a gateway to the spirit world. I'm using this term pharmakia. Steve, how the Bible condemns the uses of drugs for mind enhancement, through which gateways of the mind are open to make contact with the spirit world. And today, for instance, you have the drug known as DMT. Now, this is something that's naturally produced in the pineal gland, and is present in the wild places like the Amazon. But this is something that's been used for thousands of years by shamans to contact the spirit world, to receive information from deities that are there. In fact, I'm working in my new book, and I'll give you the working title of my new book, which I hope to have done in about 8 weeks, and then it'll have to go to editing. But my new book is called The Tactical Guide to Extra-Dimensional or Ultra-Dimensional Warfare. That's the working title. And I sent an email to Dr. Michael Bennett, and I said, what can you tell me about DMT? Because I know this is a little bit of his expertise. And he wrote me back, and he said, well, it's in vogue now to experiment with DMT. In fact, DMT churches are springing up all across America, which center on the ritual intake of DMT for the purpose of having transcendent contact with spiritual intelligences. And there was a National Geographic journalist, and this was very telling. She wrote about her ingestion of DMT via the traditional tea delivery means within the Amazon jungle as a part of a sacred circle of fellow participants. But she described it, Steve, as falling into an abyss. And then she describes how she was summoned by doomed souls who were pleading for release. Then she encountered 3 sinister thrones in an infernal region. And she heard these threatening voices that were telling her that she'd never be able to leave. There was no hope. Now, she says she was rescued by her fellow participants because it's common in DMT partakers for, several of them to work together and they see these apparitions. But they came and they saved her. But guess what, Steve? They all had serpents enveloping them. Now, besides that kind of personal testimony, you have a psychologist, Dr. Rick Strassman, who conducted a formal clinical study of DMT ingestion under the auspices of the University of New Mexico, and he wrote in a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule, where he found that under controlled clinical conditions, subjects that were using DMT, that literally within seconds of ingesting it, they almost universally told stories later that sounded almost identical to alien abduction events, where these entities, and in fact, they very much were like the traditional greys, reptilian, insect-like, were contacting them, but the descriptions of what was happening was horrific with the people in this study. The entities that came to them and what they did to them was described as violent rape episodes. In fact, the episodes were so traumatic to the subject that a support group had to later be formed to help them deal with the emotional trauma of the experiences. Well, Dr. Bennett, as a result of that and some of these other ancient records, including a couple of places in the Bible where it refers to pharmakia, he believes that there is a possibility that the pineal gland could indeed serve as a kind of means of interacting, if you will, with the spirit world. It's opening up forbidden sections of the mind, where fallen angels, in ancient times, taught early humans things, including the use of, remember, plants, natural materials, and ritual ceremonies for the practice of alchemy and sorcery. This is also a part of the story of the Watchers.
Absolutely.
And so he thinks
the Book of Enoch tells specifically it was the fallen ones, the Watchers, that taught mankind how to basically break out of the, if you will, the safety zone that God had created by taking hallucinogenic drugs and everything else they taught them, how to get into that realm. And by the way, even the art of seduction was taught to earthly women by the Watchers, was it not, according to the Book of Enoch?
That's right. And so, there could be the use of these, DMT, wild plants, that may have a concentrated DMT. Somehow it overloads the safety net you're talking about, the neutralizing effects of this chemical that's in our stomach, actually, and under normal circumstances, it nullifies the effect of DMT. It also should be noted, Dr. Bennett says, how the Bible mentions the forehead, the region of the pineal gland, in the New Testament book of Revelation in the context of the forces of God or Satan sealing their followers there to protect them from the effects of the other. For example, God seals the 144,000 in the forehead, and subsequently, they're the only ones not subject to dark angelic torment from the beings that exit the abyss. On the other hand, Satan, through the beast, seals the foreheads of his followers with his mark, and as a result, they're forever doomed to his servitude and judgment. And then finally, God seals the foreheads of all who enter New Jerusalem with his own name for eternity. There's also, besides DMT, of course, there's other what's called theurgic, psychoactive substances. You saw a news story probably recently about absinthe. Now maybe it's going to be approved again for use. This is an alcohol, basically. It's a distilled liquid of pale green. But during the 19th century, it was called the Green Fairy and was a favorite of some of the eclectic artists like the painter Salvador Dali, Oscar Wilde.
Van Gogh, did not Van Gogh, I think, too?
Yeah, Van Gogh actually cut off part of his own ear under the influence of absinthe. But they used it because they felt it was reliable to facilitate their contact with their so-called inspirational spirit muses. And also, by the way, Aleister Crowley. He was so devoted to absinthe for his spiritual invocation capabilities, he wrote his famous poem, The Green Goddess, in its honor. The other curious matter about absinthe is that it's distilled from the wormwood plant, and actually has the official name Artemis absinthium. And of course, Artemis, this is the Greek Roman goddess that was considered a huntress. She was associated with fire and with keys to the underworld. She's the sister of Apollo. She's associated with the goddess of witchcraft and sorcery, Hecate, who is known as the luminal god that controlled what? The access to portals in the spirit world. So, Steve, now, as you know, I spent a couple of years almost in research before writing my new book, Apollyon Rising 2012, and during that research, I noticed how people like, for instance, New Age esotericist Robert Hieronymus, he's one of the world's foremost authorities on the meaning behind the symbolism on the reverse of the seal, the Great Seal of the United States. But he saw the circular design of the symbolism of the Great Seal as what he called a, quote, initiatory mandala, end quote, which is, of course, a device, kind of like a pentagram, used to bind, control, loose, contact spirits. Mandalas from the Hindu term for circle. These are concentric diagrams. And they're used in Tantrism, Buddhism, Hinduism, but they have ritual, spiritual.
And crop circles too, interestingly enough. So many of them are Mandela-like in their ability to, let's just say this, reflect ancient symbolism in a technologically advanced way. We're seeing
That's a very good point.
We're seeing that right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just talking about old stuff. We're talking about contemporary things that have been the consistent thread through history, again, right back to the days of Noah. And, you got to go back to spiritual machines. Isn't it interesting that they who have denied the Spirit, have denied the God of creation, have denied Jesus Christ, King and Lord of Lords and King of Kings, these guys are now saying, look, we're coming to the conclusion that all of our quote, mechanistic or, what would you say, all of our stuff has a spiritual element missing, or it needs that to animate it. Isn't that amazing? And maybe that was just for public consumption. Behind the scenes, they're conjuring up, having DMT parties and going, guess who I just saw, Yeah. The point is that it comes right back to it because, again, Kurzweil, in the age of spiritual machines, we're talking about this stuff right now. And I say it real simply. Isn't it amazing that technological decadence has now brought us to the point of technological possession, kind of like a Stephen King novel, Christine or whatever, and now we're talking about, and let's just say this, spirit-controlled, spirit-possessed, spirit-activated machines or nano-type machines that are more spiritual than natural.
Well, and with regard to Robert Hieronymus and his belief that the Great Seal is an initiatory mandala, you might have seen the headline at Raiders News Update a few days ago where he too now is connecting the Great Seal to the year 2012 and apocalypse, American apocalypse, beyond which, interestingly, he sees the dawn of a new age where what he calls new creators. Isn't that what the Egyptian and the Greek gods were known as? New creators, he said, are going to produce a transhuman future that will connect us with supernatural entities. In fact, let me give you a couple of quotes out of his article. And keep in mind, this is Robert Hieronymus. This guy is considered by the U.S. government to probably be the foremost authority on the meaning of the symbolism of the reverse side of the Great Seal. And here's what he says, quote, "My dreams were showing me the death of America, and I was wrenched night after night with the sight of millions of bodies floating lifelessly in rivers of mud, some face up, some face down," end quote. Now let me jump forward and listen carefully to what he goes on to say. Quote, "Fortunately, we continue to evolve, and we speed toward the apocalypse predicted by the Mayan calendar in 2012. The New Age sciences have begun to provide a new basis for the science of spiritual transformation. The notion that 2012 marks the end of the cycle also means that the year 2013 marks the beginning of a new one. In the future, universal consciousness will bring enlightenment, and all humans will share the secrets of clairvoyance, telepathy, remote viewing." Listen to this. "Interspecies communication with extraterrestrials, spiritual and non-physical beings. The knowledge and understanding of life after death will lead to a huge awakening and a oneness to unconditional love and universal spirituality, a return to balance with the feminine side of consciousness." He's talking about the goddess spirit, or intuition is the guide that will lead us to planetary transformations. Let me just jump forward this final segment. "We will realize that we are all co-creators of our future, and will begin this process by visualizing and engaging in healing activities in every spirit of our being, Many new paradigm thinkers have given us great hope regarding the huge shifts predicted for 2012, though I personally believe we cannot escape widespread planetary crisis that will result in great loss of life. We can diminish the impact by increasing the number of people who are conscious of their roles as co-creators of our future, end quote. Steve, once again, I marvel at how people like Robert Hieronymus can be so intelligent and yet seems to be so played in to the hands of the supernatural forces known as the Ancient Watchers, who are setting up humanity for the return. I mean, isn't it fascinating? Look at the esoterists like Hieronymus, the Freemasons, the Illuminatis, their pals at the Center for Noetic Sciences, which was heralded, of course, by Dan Brown in The Lost Symbol, as having opened their minds to these co-creator gods of wisdom. And now you have
back to the promise the devil made, right? Ye shall be as gods. Isn't that? It's interesting, isn't it, how Genesis is so relevant today as it was when God said, here's how it began, here's what's going to happen, and here's how it's going to end. But isn't that what they're saying? Ye shall be as God. You're going to be co-creators. And you don't have to worry about, you can have perpetual pleasure, and I said this, perpetual orgasm, perpetual downloads of your subconscious, new bodies, and guess what? You become the ruler of your own universe, except one problem. There's a little thing called, but God said, except the days be short and there be no flesh left alive. Isn't that basically Hieronymus and all these guys, Tom? They're basically saying, you don't have any need for God because we are going to be the new gods.
Well, that's right, and they're also saying we are going to soon be in contact with them. That's the point. Transhumanists like Professor Nick Bostrom of Oxford University saying if we combine ourselves with animals, we're going to open these new modes of perception. And that's going to let us see into and interact with those beings that at the Arizona State University transhumanists right now through the University Project Sophia are saying they want to make contact with entities, ghosts, extraterrestrials, the spirits of the dead. Are you aware of that project?
Yes, I am, and I think that might explain why there are so many. You're ready for this one? I think they've already made contact with the donkeys because that explains why there's so many asses in Washington.
Well,
I couldn't resist.
Look,
that's me, not Tom Horn. Don't get mad at Tom. Get mad at me.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm only saying that, Tom, because listen, what they're basically becoming is animists, and they're becoming syncretists, and they worship the creation rather than the creator. And now they're even replacing that with the fact that they are gods, little g's, okay? But the history's filled with the judgment of the God against the demigods. You referred to demigods earlier in the first hour. So what we have here is we have the ascendancy of man, and I'm saying this, the marginalization of true history, God's history, the marginalization of redemption. Look, if you don't have to face eternal judgment in hell, you're going to live forever and just be perverted in your pleasure through eternity. I mean, who needs to repent, right? But isn't that the devil's ultimate deception? He's saying, look, you don't need the old stuff. Out with the old, in with the new. You know, the New World Order has to rise on the death of the Old World Order, and just so happens that a lot of people have to die too, and that's what you just quoted in Hieronymus saying, unfortunately, that's what they say publicly. Privately, they're saying, we're going to get rid of those guys. I can tell you that from not necessarily him, but the people that think like him, that's what they say in the back.
Well, and even his writings reminded me once again of Hugo de Guerra, saying, I'm motivated, I don't know why I'm motivated, something is compelling me, I have to create this artificial life, but I wake up in the middle of the night, sweating from these horrific dreams, seeing all of my offspring, my descendants, all destroyed in a third world war, which sounds very much, Steve, like Armageddon. God help the world, because speaking of the judgment you were talking about, I've written about the connection between the year 2012, the Great Seal, the appearance of Apollyon, the Antichrist, transhumanism, the themes of transgenics. But I've also said that it seems connected to the return of the Nephilim as an end times army. Not just they're coming back, they're coming as an army. And I think this could be more than Joel's army, which you and I talked about in that series on Noah. You know, in Revelation, where it speaks of a 200 million horseman army.
Yes.
And you've got these popular speakers out there that connect this with the Chinese and the 200 million. They think it's a 200 million Chinese army, and forgive me, but I think that's Revelation 12, and I'm talking about Revelation 19. But there's two separate places in Revelation where it talks about the 200 million horseman army. That's Revelation 9. And it does not necessarily connect itself to the kings of the East. In fact, Revelation 9, I'm going to open it here. This is the opening of the bottomless pit, the appearance of Apollyon, Apollo, the Antichrist, angels being released. Those angels, you know, that were bound in the Euphrates, this is where they're released within the earth. And immediately, transgenic creatures, including a 200 million strong horseman army. I think this could be Nephilim, not Chinese. And just, once again, I'm a biblical literalist. Listen to what it says, Revelation 9. The fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key to the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. Now listen to this. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. Now that is the goal, Steve, of transhumanism, immortalism, that they have extended life. They cannot die. This text says death will flee from them. Verse 7, and the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle. Now, listen to these descriptions and tell me if this sounds like the Chinese. On their heads were as it were crowns like gold, and their faces were as the faces of men. And they had hair as the hair of a woman, and their teeth were as the teeth of lions. And they had breastplates, as it were breastplates of iron. And the sound of their wing was as the sound of chariots of many horses running to battle. And they had tails like unto scorpions, and there were stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. This is the god on the great seal of the United States of America that is prophesied to return, Apollo. Verse 12, one woe is past. Behold, there come 2 woes more hereafter. And the sixth angel sounded. And I heard a voice from the 4 horns of the golden altar, which is before God, saying to the sixth angel which hath the trumpet, listen, loose the 4 angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates. And the 4 angels were loosed. All of a sudden, Steve, another gateway now has opened. They were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year for to slay the third part of men. Listen to this. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. That's 200 million. And I heard the number of them. Excuse me. And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire and of jacinth and of brimstone. And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. Steve, these are transgenic beings by description. But by these three was the third part of man killed by the fire, the smoke, and by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. For their power is in their mouth and in their tails, for their tails were like unto serpents, and had heads, and with them do they hurt. And the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues yet repented not the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils, and idols of gold and silver and brass and stone and wood, which neither can see nor hear nor walk. Neither repented they of their murders, nor of their sorceries. See, this is key, because once again, this is the word pharmakia, which means mind-altering drugs that are used for making contact with the spirit world. They repented not of their pharmakia, nor of their fornication, nor of their thefts, end quote. So when I'm looking at this text, Steve, I think something else is going on here. I don't think this is 200 million Chinese marching across some border.
Or
I think
that it's the real thing. It's not a metaphor either. It's not just some symbolism of evil, which each thing, the crown. You know, I mean, I've heard it explained away so much. I said, how about keeping it simple? How about keeping it within the context? This is something that's at the very end of time as we know it, that's supernatural in its destructive ability.
Well, and look, you can mention drugs, DMT, pharmakia, Mandela's as methods people are using to invite the return of the Nephilim. But you and I actually ended the last show, I think, with something that's significant. I'm looking at the clock. We got 24 minutes or something. I want to make sure we make this point. You were talking about the harmonies of DNA.
Right.
And how, for instance, every planet has a song. You mentioned how scientists just recorded the song of the sun. Steve, did you see where at CERN, those scientists who just set a beam collision record this week also just simulated the sound of the God particle?
Yes.
And now what is it that they're saying? They believe they can track it down. They can capture it by learning and following its song. It's a DNA signature, if you will. Steve, this is fantastic because what we're talking about is the highest level of espionage, the literal intelligence gathering and tracking of other dimensional entities, realities. And you had barely mentioned something. I wanted to even ask you more about it sometime, how that something related to the Nephilim and how they track in this same way by the DNA signatures. You remember making that statement?
Yeah, I do, and I was told that by the guys that, you know, again, and when I tell people this stuff, Tom, it's hard that they would think, I could not know what I share unless someone who had a lot more knowledge than me could share it. And I said, how do these things track their quarry? And he said, how do shamans, one of the generals that I was friends with said this, how do shamans summon spirits? I said through sounds. He said they're either obviously cymbals, drums, or isn't it interesting? The World Cup soccer was using the vuvuzelas or whatever they call
right.
them. Mm-hmm. And I coined the term cacophony of hell a long time ago. But it's interesting because the summoning, or not only summoning, forgive me with the vuvuzelas if I'm pronouncing it wrong, those are those horrible sounding horns. It's interesting that the old sounds of antiquity are being used to summon the old fallen angels and demons of history. Going to how the giants hunt, they hunt through the harmonics of DNA. For instance, I was told they got your hair, Steve, meaning the hair. Isn't it interesting that the hairs on our head are numbered, you know, in perfect symphony? And the symphony of the stars, by the way, the word star that you just quoted in the book of Revelation, that means literally an angel of God is given the key to the bottomless pit that's open. But the harmonics, Tom, and this is something that people don't understand. There are scientists, even Chinese scientists, that can pick up the frequency. There's a famous Chinese experiment, real scientists, where they beamed the frequency of a turkey onto a chicken, and I won't make any political comments. The point is that the chicken took on the characteristics of the turkey, okay? In other words, it was changing the atomic structure. So when we're going to be changed, think about it. Think about what Aleister Crowley did with rock music, okay? And I'm an old rock and roll guy, and so I understand, you know, there's wonderful documentaries out there, but sound is so much more important than people can imagine. See, so even CERN, looking for the God particle, what do they end up? Would they end up with sound? God spoke the world into existence. He didn't let's say, beam the worlds into existence, you know. He spoke them into existence. So I've been told that the Nephilim hunt, and the same thing their progeny, the giants, okay, hunt by the sonic signature of DNA.
Yeah. Well, and you and I talked before about scientist Vic Tandy, how he used sound, and through using sound vibrations was able to open his mind to experience what he thought were grays or ghosts. Now you've got CERN They've just simulated the sound of the God particle, and they believe they can actually track it down and capture it by learning to following its song or its DNA signature, its sound signature. Well, remember that this CERN, this Large Hadron Collider, or as I like to call it, the CERN Stargate. I do that just to make people mad.
But it is a Stargate. I can tell you, it is a Stargate. Because I was contacted through a third party because they were scared to contact me directly, saying when they saw what was coming through the gate, they had to shut it down. And these were scientists that contacted a friend of mine who listened to this show that wanted me to know that that really happened. Isn't it amazing? They blame the shutdown on a crumb or bird poop or whatever it is of the order of the day. Look, this is real. These are gates. And you were the one that introduced me. The gates of hell will not prevail. It's not a gate that you get beat up with. It's what comes through the gate. It's not a gate prevents either something from coming at you or keeping you from something. And that's what Jesus is saying. It's what's coming through the gates, ladies and gentlemen, the days of Noah. I get all these people saying, you're perverting the Word of God. No, I'm not. I'm telling you what it means in Hebrew. I'm telling you what it means in Greek. I'm telling you, and so are you, Tom, what the ancients, what the early church fathers, and when it all syncs up, how many witnesses? You see, somebody says, well, I don't believe it. Well, that's your problem. You don't believe and you don't know what you don't know. But because they don't want to believe it, because it is bloody scary without Jesus. And someone says, aren't you scared? I said, not at all. And so he said, well, why aren't you scared? I said, because the bottom line is God's answer and antidote for fear is the truth. And what people are being given tonight, whether they realize it or not, is they're being given God's protective information, if they'll appropriate it by faith, to be able to deal with the stuff and not die of a heart attack.
Well, and Steve, frankly, that's the reason why some of those people out there that don't want to agree, who say that, this has never happened, angels don't have seed, whatever, which is a contradiction of the Scripture. The reason they're saying that is because the alternative scares them. It scares them. The idea that these Nephilim spirits are physically, literally, going to reappear on Earth. It could happen at any moment. That it could be a 200 million army. These things run upon the housetops, according to Joel. That could happen is so frightening to some people that they simply will not. They don't even care whether they're accurate in their theology. They simply will not adopt it into their belief system. I also want people that are listening to this show to know that to substantiate what you just said about CERN, their own physicists have talked recently about how the collider could be being tampered with by somebody or something from the future. Did you see those news stories?
Yes, I did. Or by forces they don't understand. Well, of course, hello, knock, 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 and not on heaven's door.
Right. And then there was a press conference with the directors of CERN, their own scientists, and a scientist at the Large Hadron Collider told reporters from the Register, this can be Googled, that Titanic machine might actually create or discover. Those are two different things. Create or discover unimagined scientific phenomenon, what he called unknown unknowns. When they asked him to describe what is an unknown unknown, he said extra dimensions or a gateway. And he said out of that door might come something, or we might send something through it. That was Sergio Bertolucci. He's the director of research and science computing at CERN. So what an astonishing time. And one would expect that with CERN you're going to have some very strange phenomena. That's going to happen when you start mangling with the very fabric of space-time itself. But when you have their own physicists saying that they think a doorway could be open, through which something could come or through which we may send something. And then he went on to talk about supersymmetry, extra dimensions. Well, Steve, that is singularly, in my opinion, that's one of the most fascinating points in our mutual research. Stargates, portals, those who come through them, those who may come through them again and did it one time before. Biotechnology, transhumanism. The fact that we're seeing science that parallels what the gods, the watchers of antiquity did, where new life forms were created through blending species and through which something came. In other words, the bodies that they created in that sense, those were the gateway. That was the portal. And that matches perfectly with the Hebrew sense that The watchers saw the daughters of men as a fit extension, is what it says in the Septuagint version, the Greek interpretation of the Old Testament. A fit extension, something through which they could extend themselves into our reality. And of course, that's the ancient story. They created a body that gods could download into or upload into, whatever you want to, however you want to define it. They could incarnate themselves. The question then for us then would be, are we today creating something, part human, part animal, plant, synthetic, that might be capable? Well, first of all, from Bostrom's point of view, appearing into, interacting with dimensions that exist around us, but that are invisible to the human eye. In other words, biotech and related sciences, when applied to altering the human species, might allow for something that the ancient records say existed once before, the return of Zecharia Sitchin's Anunnaki, the incarnation of Erich von Däniken's Chariots of the Gods, the return of beings of extraordinary condition, semi-gods and demigods like Gilgamesh, who walked the earth as mighty men of old. Biotech might be this new watcher mechanism, the Stargate, the portal, that in the same way the Amorite and Hebrew texts, as well as other ancient records describe these beings coming through, essentially the daughters of men, the antediluvian women, other creatures of the time, became fit extensions, pathways, portals for embodiment of ultra-terrestrial unknowns. In other words, given the right body, made up of blended species, according to the ancient records, this could create a portal through which the gods can return, the rise from their places, the rise of the Raphaim from the underworld into new bodies in bodily form. Well, I can tell you that when I was in Oklahoma and I asked Gary Stearman if he believed that that could happen, and I asked him this before he wrote this article, so he wrote the article based on the conversations that we had had. I asked him if he could believe that could happen, and was it indicative of the days of Noah. He actually took it a step further, and he said that what we interpret as alien abduction, DNA harvesting, as far as he was concerned, was a sign, perhaps, of a breeding program. That literally, Steve, you have an army of fit extensions maybe now that are under construction as we speak. And I have to tell you, I have great respect for Gary Stearman. The guy is a true biblical scholar.
Well, I agree. I agree with him, Tom, and I don't know him like you do. I know him only through his writing, but I got to tell you something. What you just quoted from that's in the newest prophecy in the news, and ladies and gentlemen, everybody buy that, because I've been at this a long time. You and I have been at this. I don't know. We talked about it once on the air, but I've been at this a long time. 36 years dealing with the Nephilim and the sons of God, Genesis 6. And I got to tell you something. I think what Gary wrote is probably the most prescient, succinct, and what it does, it takes everything that I know, what we've written about, and it's wonderfully summed up. Because we have to spend so much of our time, Tom, building an understanding or a framework or a reference, like your new book, okay? Leading people, step by step. But what he does is he absolutely, nails it. And God bless him. He's done a marvelous job.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Dr. I.D.E. Thomas, he's an old friend of mine. I republished his book. I republished his book, The Omega Conspiracy. In fact, He called my house the other day and left me a message to call him. I don't even know yet what it was he needed, but he's a former college professor. He's a BBC correspondent, and when he wrote The Omega Conspiracy, this in the 1970s, he chronicled the burgeoning of so-called alien abduction in those years, and he tied it to end times prophecy concerning the return of the Nephilim. And he does believe that documentation by abductees worldwide, the stories of DNA harvesting by aliens, that was actually the question I asked Gary Stearman. Dr. Thomas, like Stearman, he thought, you start out being somewhat conservative, maybe even denying the facts. But when you're open-minded and you're honest with yourself and the facts, the longer you go into this research, you realize that there is something that is going on here. And the harvesting by so-called aliens reminded IDE of the history of biological misuse by the Watchers, and ultimately led him to conclude that the identity of the Watchers, whoever the alien entities are, that these were somehow connected. In fact, IDE told me personally when I was in California and took him to lunch here last year that the special desire by these unknown agents for human and animal molecular matter would explain why animals had been killed, mutilated, stolen by the aliens in UFO flap areas. Well, once again, last month's article, Gary Stearman did a fantastic article on cattle mutilations, and reckoned it to, you know, the spirit behind the god Baal, who always demanded these cattle mutilations and this harvesting of blood and this harvesting of DNA. Well, what's interesting, if people are listening to the show, is it's not just these Christian scholars who are trying to put this in some end times interpretation. The secular researchers, Dr. Jacques Vallée, J. Allen Hynek, Dr. John Mack, Dr. John Keel, they all came to the same conclusion that whatever this is, it is identical with biblical demonological phenomenon.
Right, and interesting, Tom, you know, just for something to bring up too, HAARP, you know, the electromagnetic high-frequency active auroral research project in Alaska, there are 72 of those around the world, and each one of those is known to be in a gate, as in Stargate, location. So isn't it interesting that the electromagnetic attenuation is in 72 places? That's really important because there are 72 gates even in antiquity. And isn't it interesting that 72 appears so much in prophecy, yet it would be linked to gates, and it would be linked to not, quote, just the location of the gates, but everybody who even acknowledged the presence of stargates, portals, doorways, ladders, Jacob's ladder, all the stuff that is related to what comes through the gates. And again, the thing is that, isn't it interesting too, that one of the most famous computer companies in the world, and I don't even know if they know the symbolism or the relevance of it, but Gateway Computer, it was through the computer technology that they were able to do what we've been able to do. When I say we, all of the technological advances, humanity, when it all comes down to it, even something as simple as advanced computing is being used to open the gates. Open the gates.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, you mentioned the number 72. We should do a series on that. I was on the phone for about an hour just before I started reading that Gary Stearman article, and then your producer called. I was on the phone with the History Channel. They want me to come down to Washington, D.C. and stand in front of the Washington Monument for a series that they're doing right now, and I'm going to do it in a couple of weeks. But what they're wanting me to explain is, you know, what is the symbolism in Washington, D.C.? Why is this thing laid out like an ancient Egyptian grid? And I'm happy to do it, but Steve, if you go inside the Washington Dome and you look up at George Washington there in the apotheosis of Washington, lo and behold, at the base of it, you have 72 pentagrams. And I'm going to explain to them the meaning behind those 72 pentagrams from the gnosis of both the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons, their belief systems about how they could bind and control. And here again, Steve, it has to do with Apollo. The 72 the pentagrams, the magic binding square, the 6x6 binding square, all has to do with the return of Apollyon at the end of time, and how they believe that they can bind him, how they believe they can control him. So whether or not, look, but that there is a connection between the ancient power behind the Watcher narrative, the modern alien abduction activity that was documented by Vallée and others involving biological harvesting from humans and animals, and this is happening around the world now. Records from antiquity tell of a mysterious story, the Watchers, the offspring of the Watchers, and how that at certain times they could return to physical form. And the relationship between the Raphaim that Gary Stearman was talking about, the giant occupants of Canaan. Remember Og, king of Bashan, whose bed was 18 feet long?
Yes,
part of the Raphaim. and the Nephilim becomes important because the Raphaim were associated with by the ancients with the shades of the dead, including Nephilim and Sheol. And the meaning of the word Raphaim is germane because it carries with it the idea to heal, to be healed, as in a resurrection from the place of the dead, Sheol, Hades. We got 5 minutes or less in this show. The point is...
And in the scripture it says, shall the dead rise to praise thee? That's talking about the dead shall rise. That's not talking about humans. That's talking about the Rephaim. And I think, 8 places in the Old Testament talks about the Rephaim. So we're not just talking about stuff that's taken out of context, putting on our own definitions. Good night. This is, by the way, isn't it interesting, too, 72 virgins? I think the people that are looking for 72 virgins may be looking at the ugliest things in the history of the world, and they're going to be disappointed when they go to meet them.
Yeah, I almost wish we would have introduced this idea of 72 earlier on.
Yeah, we'll do a show on that because it's so critical to understanding 6 dozen. It's also it's really important when you understand the, if you will, the hyper-dimensional attenuation of DNA. We can get into why 72 is critical. It's not a double helix. It's a, we're in the double helix world. These guys are creating the triple helix. You carried a story on Raiders News about that. You know what I'm saying? Inventor's not talking about double helix. They're talking about triple helix, quadruple helix. Guess what? These guys got stuff planned. Today's technology, tomorrow's monsters.
Yeah, well, it also, of course, plays into this high occult magic utilities that are sitting out in the open in Washington, D.C., that are literally meant to bring about the incarnation of these spiritual forces.
So I want to get right into it. Tom Horn was last week or the week before in Washington, D.C., filming for the History Channel. And I think I'll let Tom tell the story. Obviously, it's his story. And then we'll go into 72. So, Tom, before we go into the number 72, the last time you were in D.C., last week or the week before, talk about your experience, because the heaviness there in the spiritual sense is multiplying, is it not?
Oh, it absolutely is, and I'll tell you maybe the full story a little bit later when we get to talking about the number 72, because it ties directly to what was going on there. But Steve, it was amazing. I mean, I've been in Washington before, and frankly, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody that lives there, because I know there's a lot of fine Christian people that live in that area, but I always hate going there, and I always feel like I'm driving in under a spiritual cloud. But Steve, I can't even express to you how much this time was worse than anything I had ever expected or had experienced. I hated it. I mean, I literally wanted to just stop in my tracks, turn around, and head the other direction. I wanted to run for the hills, if you will, because it was such an extraordinary darkness, a shadow, an oppression, a heaviness. And the further into Washington I went, the worse it got. Of course, I was praying. I always pray when I go into Washington, D.C., and I certainly was that day. And went and did the shoot with the History Channel, which I may tell you about a little bit later during this show. Then I got back to my motel, and out of the blue, somebody had sent me an article by Ray Gano over at Prophazine, and it was about these, that 100 set deck of cards, that showed the Twin Towers on fire before it actually happened.
The Illuminati card game.
Yeah. Well, one of the cards, I don't even know what Ray was talking about, but one of the cards showed a picture of the U.S. Capitol building, and the name of the card was Plague of Demons. And it showed all these demons that were settling down upon the U.S. Capitol building and there in the Washington Mall, and it just blew me away. I just couldn't hardly wait to get out of town. It just felt like such an enormous, very powerful satanic presence that I mean, it was substantive, though I stutter to try to describe how it felt, Steve.
Well, let's talk about 72, because, Tom, we're doing hours 5 and 6, and obviously the 72, even and thank God for every bit of research that Sue Bradley and others have done, yourself, myself, and all those who've contributed. But the thing that's interesting is that we're talking about a number that is so significant to the end times, so significant to the occultists, so much emblazoned in symbology, from the number of bricks on the back of the Great Seal to 72 ladder or rungs on Jacob's ladder. Let's talk from your perspective and all that you've done with your book Apollyon 2012. Why is 72 so important?
All right, and if I can, it'll sound at first like I'm really not tying these two things together. I want to give you just a quick update, if I can, from our first 4 hours.
Sure.
About something that I've been uncovering really at a deeper level in my research, something that I wasn't expecting. I'm working right now on a book called Spiritual Warfare and the Coming Singularity. It kind of goes along with some of what we've been talking about. But in our first 4 hours on this subject, we wound up making the point that human enhancement is viewed by some in military think tanks now as part of the next arms race, right?
Yep.
So following those 4 hours, I decided to go back and review a couple of the government reports on the future and what they were anticipating as far back as 2002. There was this National Science Foundation, and the U.S. Department of Commerce published a government report. It was a commissioned government report called Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance. Now, I had read this, of course, a few years ago, but with everything we had been talking about, you said some things and some thoughts came back to my mind. I thought, I'm going to go back and read this report again. It's almost 500 pages, so I kind of quick read it. It's got diagrams, bullet points, but what's amazing about it is in 2002, how the U.S. government actually laid out the blueprint for the radical evolution of man and machine. People can go, who want to, on the Internet and look that up, Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance. They can download it in PDF and they can read it. But what's amazing about it, Steve, and this, again, in a little while we'll tie this to the number 72, when you read the government's vision, they imagined that starting around the year 2012, now isn't that an interesting time frame, that human enhancement would lead to, here are some of the bullet points, the transhuman body being more durable, healthy, energetic, easier to repair, resistant to many kinds of stress, biological threats, aging processes. Here's another bullet point. Brain-machine interfacing, transforming work in factories, controlling automobiles, ensuring military superiority. There's that arms race super soldier aspect again. Here's another bullet point. Factories will start to be organized around increased human-machine integration. So, and I think we're not really too far off their target with what we're seeing right now developing in GrimTech, like we talked about in those first 4 hours. Here they were a decade ago imagining that around the year 2012, this would begin to unfold. And that list, of course, goes on. There's 500 pages of it. People can go and download that, read the report. But here's the interesting part, how human augmentation and biological reinvention would begin spreading into the wider culture following 2012. This report details global economic aspects of genetically superior humans beginning to act in genetically superior ways, and as a result of this grim techno-sapien DNA upgrading, the report concludes, quote, the 21st century could end in world peace, universal prosperity, and evolution to a higher level as humanity becomes like a single transcendent nervous system, an interconnected brain based in new core pathways of society, end quote. You would think that was a quote from some New Age psychobabble, but it comes right out of a commissioned government report, and actually a report by two of the largest departments of the United States, the National Science Foundation and the United States Department of Commerce. So going back and reading that really reminded me of where some of this started, and I wanted to recommend to people to get that report, because what it shows, Steve, is that this is not like, we just kind of stumbled into this and we can't help it, and what's being echoed in military halls now is, well, if our enemies get ahead of the game, the Jason's saying that if brain-enhanced modified foes start developing, it's forcing our hand, it's making, but what this report illustrates is that this has been a carefully laid out blueprint that the government has done and has been funding. And okay, so here's where this starts getting interesting. There are also newer reports I'll be sharing with the public soon that support what I'm now documenting, and that is related to these the human enhancement development as it relates to the government's interest in super soldier technology and what, Steve, to the point, what you and I would think of as receptacles for resurrected spirits of the Nephilim. I bet you, unknown to almost all Americans, is information based around a series of hushed events following the sacking of Admiral John Poindexter. You remember him?
Absolutely.
And you might remember how he served as the director of DARPA Information Awareness Office, but only from 2002 to 2003, only 1 year, and because he was a little too willing to discuss openly some of what was happening, and of course he wanted to monitor all Americans, a bunch of other stuff. He brought a lot of heat on government, and he wound up getting sacked. Well, it was during that series of flaps resulting that circled his firing that the public became interested in the goings on at DARPA. Because he had been working at DARPA, he brought so much light on DARPA, the public started asking questions. And what I'm discovering now in this paper trail is that there was discovery, if you will, by some witless members of Congress about DARPA's advanced human enhancement research and how advanced it was, even when this report, Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance, was written, at illustrating that report in 2002, preparing us for what would be unfolding in the year 2012, really was just an effort, if you will, to start kind of warming up people for what was coming. Well, what happened was the Senate Appropriations Committee came under a lot of heat because of what Poindexter's sacking had brought light to DARPA, and all of a sudden you get these, just low member staffers, if you will, in there digging around, and they started wanting to know, how is money flowing through DARPA? This is our responsibility. How's money flowing through DARPA? What are they using it for? They put these names on these projects, but what is it actually being used for? And what they were shocked to find is that super soldier technology was at least already on the drawing board over a decade ago, maybe also off the drawing board. And in fact, investigative journalist and Professor Joel Guru, he provides a summary of some of what happened next, because he was actually able to go in 2005 and sit down in DARPA as an investigative journalist. I think he was writing for MSNBC at the time, and he was able to get a little bit of information. I want to read you just a couple of things he says, because this is astonishing. He says the staffers went down the list of DARPA's projects, found the ones with titles, listen to this, that sounded frighteningly as though they involved the creation of a master race of superhumans, and zeroed out their budgets from the Defense Appropriations Bill. Now there is, I'm quoting him still, there is scant evidence the staffers knew very much, if anything, about the scope of these projects, and we probably never will know the details, because significant people are determined that the whole affair be forever shrouded in mystery. The levels of secrecy were remarkable, even for DARPA, and they were astounding by the standards of the notoriously leaky Senate. Even insiders said it was hard to get a feel for what the facts really were. It took months of reporting and questioning, poking and prodding, even to get a formal no comment, either from the leadership of the Senate Appropriations Committee or from Anthony J. Tether, the director of DARPA at that time. And I'll give you one more quote from this. Listen. Now, a careful study of DARPA's programs a year later, however, showed little change. Considerable creative budgetary maneuvering ensued. That's code talk for now. They're covering up what they're doing.
Right. And Tom, we need to tell people what DARPA is, define it, because I'm getting emails. What's a DARPA?
DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. It is the largest and oldest agency of its kind in the United States government that is given the responsibility of doling out dollars to independent research laboratories. They'll put up challenges or whatever, but much of what happens in DARPA is done in such a way that one contractor doesn't know what the other contractor is doing. They're really building the bits and pieces, if you will, to a larger project scheme that the military, the Navy, the Air Force, whatever different departments of the military have an interest in the development of certain, and DARPA, by the way, is always the edgiest kind. The edgiest kind, like we talked about in one of the first 4 hours of this show, in this year's presidential 2011 proposed budget for DARPA, they have included millions of dollars for literally rewriting the DNA of humans and even creating immortal genes. So,
and that's critical for people to understand, because the whole thing, to keep in perspective, ladies and gentlemen, as Tom shares and I share, and we write about this, tell you about this years in advance, is when they make it public, it's already a done deal. And so when we talk about the Ubermensch, when we talk about Nietzsche's Superman, when you go into the history of the whole eugenics program, we've got eugenics on steroids, and we've got basically the devil's design for the end of humanity and the introduction of something in its place. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And the thing with Joel Garreau, he was an investigative reporter, but he was doing this research in order to write his best-selling book in 2005, Radical Evolution, The Promise and Peril of Enhancing Our Minds, Our Bodies, and What It Means to Be Human. And through his contacts through MSNBC, he was able to get a sit-down, if you will, with some of the people in DARPA who in 2005 were able to share a little bit of this information. But there's quite a bit more to this that I'll be publishing in my upcoming book. And I know we want to get to I know we want to get to the number 72, which is really very relevant in terms of what transhumanism and where this super soldier or whatever technology is going to. Let me give you this final quote. He says, a careful study of DARPA's program a year later showed little change. Considerable creative budgetary maneuvering ensued. The P's of quite a few programs now reside under new, much better camouflaged shells, end quote. And listen now to what one of the DARPA department heads told him, admitted to, if you will, almost sarcastically, quote, they were saying, okay, this is what the Senate Appropriations Committee was saying to DARPA. They were saying, okay, this is the second strike. Do we have to go to 3 strikes? Well, it didn't stop anything. We just got smarter about how we position things, and there are new human enhancement programs in the pipeline now as bold or bolder than the ones that preceded them, end quote. These are direct quotes from members of DARPA responding back to what had happened in 2003 and 4 with the sacking of Admiral John Poindexter, and what cast light by the Senate Appropriations Committee. They went in and actually found these money flowing into the creation. This is a quote of a master race of superhumans. It's the most astonishing thing. Well, Steve, what would be, when later in 2005, DARPA admitted that what we're doing now is even as bold or bolder, we just got smarter about how to hide it and call it by different names. What would be bolder or bolder than a master race of superhumans? Oh, and one final thing, and then I'll go to this number 72. Joel Garreau said that he was told several times not to ask about certain things because they wouldn't even answer him, and he said specifically, they said, don't ask about, quote, time reversal methods in the special focus area at DARPA, end quote. What time reversal methods? What could that possibly mean? Now, it really does sound like our pals at DARPA have for years, Steve, been preparing to open these 72 stargates that you mentioned in the last show.
Absolutely, and I think that's what's critical, because, again, a lot of people don't realize that, and you and I, obviously, because we have a biblical foundation, when you're talking about even Jacob's ladder, when you're talking about the gate of the gods, when you're talking, I'm not talking about the God, but when we're talking about the number 72, and there are 72 ionospheric heaters. When you start to see all the 72s that are out there, Tom, it's a blazing number. You know, everybody is like, I love the number 777 because the 7 bowls, 7 trumpets, 7 vials. That's why, by the way, my email is what it is. But the point being is that it's all through DC. It's like their fingerprint, the Illuminus fingerprint, that they're ready for open the gates. You were the one that opened my eyes, literally, that God hit me with a baseball bat on, that the gates of hell, Jesus said he's going to build his body of believers, his church, the called out ones, and the gates of hell will not prevail. I'd say 99.99% of all preachers never understood what that really meant. You don't get beat up by gates, you get beat up or attacked by what comes through the gates. Now, please go into the 72 gates, because it's even in the news right now, coming out of Oman, and we'll get to that story about the jinn, the cave of the jinn, from which we get the word genie. I mean, these are in the news, or 72 famous analysts, not 71, not 79, but 72 gold analysts. I mean, the number, it's like the Illuminists are flashing their neon signs, and now they're adding lightning bolts, hurricanes, oil. I mean, it's like all 100 cards of the Illuminati card game are being played at this moment. So let's go to number 72.
Yeah, well, the Illuminatus and also the gods behind them seem to be kind of playing. It's almost like they're laughing at the world. They throw this stuff right in the world's face. And, of course, that's been an Illuminatus, Freemasonic, Rosicrucian, Pythagorean practice for a very long time, that the mystics, they hide these very powerful symbols right out in the open and almost dare people to understand what it means. 72, now, in a minute, we'll talk about what I think is the most important aspect of the 72 gateways and the spirits that are represented by them. But so that people understand, it won't take you very long to do any research to find out how important the number 72 is in terms of mysticism. In the Zohar, of course, you know, one of the most important ancient texts, Jewish mystics, there are 72 spiritual bridges in the world that move spiritual entities from one place to the next. And you mentioned the jinn, the genies. Now, I never read the story. You sent it to me, but what immediately came to my mind, maybe you can even tell us what the story's about, but I do know that in the Quran, it is the Surah 72, where you get most of the prominent treatment of the jinn or the genies, or what you and I would think of as demons. But what was the thing with the cave?
Well, the cave, it's interesting because the cave is in 1001 Arabian Nights, and all of the different stories about the jinn, which are the genies, as you remember, just basically being these captivated supernatural giant guys that could grant you 3 wishes once you release them from their lamp, and basically the open sesame on all of the abracadabra words and the secret if you will, cryptic statements of the mystics. It was always that the jinn were in caves. Now, this cave in Amman, and I'm going to probably murder the name of it, but it's called the Majlis, Majlis, Aljinn cave, and it's in Oman. But what's interesting now, it's been closed, and we have literally military around it. That sounds vaguely familiar, like when we went into Iraq, and basically the tomb of Gilgamesh, which we had talked about, and all of the ancient artifacts. And by the way, again, I've gone on record since that story came out that I was told by the special operations people that they were after the technology. But listen, it's the 72 jinn and the surah, as you pointed out, Surah 72, that we're seeing the number 72 associated with what you and I would call, obviously, the Nephilim. Obviously, what is being associated with this specific cave is that it's one of the wonders of the world. It's 320 meters in length, 228 meters in width, and 120 meters in height. They say you can put the entire immediate Giza plateau in one of the rooms, you know. So what's happening now is that there have been a lot of people that have gone in there, but things are happening, Tom, where a lot of these caves that had been previously attributed to the historic habitation or the, if you will, incarceration of either the jinn or the giants, they're all becoming active on a worldwide level at the same time. In other words, where it used to be just myth, a legend, and the locals feeling spooky, now these places are being closed and a very strong military presence is showing up. So, interestingly enough, you and I are doing this show. It's the 22nd of July, 2010, and this, you know, this is coming to the forefront again. The first time this was spoken about was in March 1928. I'm sorry, not 1928, 2008. But now the activity, and interestingly enough, I got a call from a guy that's boots on the ground over there, and he said, whoa, is there some activity involving the stuff you guys, meaning you and Tom Horn, talk about? He said, I'll get your report. That's all I better say on that. So the point I'm sorry, just the point is that, look, this 72 is significant. Obviously, you mentioned Pythagoras. The numbers are critical. This is not numerology to the occultists. It's numerology for occult's sake. But God himself established the foundations of the universe, and God said his people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, not because they're not presented with it, Tom, but because they choose not to believe it. So all we're doing is giving a warning, giving an understanding, and the fact is that the gates are opening, and I want to use a word, and then you can address it wherever you want to, but it's the Goetic, G-O-E-T-I-C, demons, 72 of them, and it's like the word in the occult community is we're coming back, and it seems like everything now is triggered. How that figures into the enhanced super soldier and what we would call the transhuman species, it's amazing. Even DARPA announced the other day that now they have their robots that can, they had talked about kind of a toy train that could eat human matter.
Yeah.
Now that's on the plate again. Actually, you carried it on Raiders, and I picked it up from you. But so here's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a new lunch being prepared. That's the good news. The bad news is we're all on it. You know, we're the menu items. Continue.
Well, you've got my brain spinning now, Steve, because you mentioned this. If you said Majlisi, that is part of the Islamic tradition. It does relate to the jinn, but it also, Steve, is combined. There's an ancient prophecy, for instance. There's a Hadith tradition, sacred to Shiite Islam from the 17th century. And many people believe that the arrival of President Obama set in motion the fulfillment of this prophecy that has to do with the releasing of these jinn, because the Shiite Islam, Majlisi tradition, predicts that just before the return of the Mahdi, the end times Redeemer of Islam, and I'll just quote it, quote, a tall black man will assume the reins of government in the West. This leader will command the strongest army on earth, will bear a clear sign from the third Imam, Hussein, end quote. And that prophecy concludes that Shiites should have no doubt that he is with us. Well, is that talking about Obama as the one who would come and set in motion the releasing of these jinn, the opening of the 72, if you will? It's a question that was asked by Forbes magazine, October of 2008. Is Obama the fulfillment of this prophecy? And a scholar, an Islamic scholar by the name of Amir Tahiri, did the research for Forbes magazine in 2008 and pointed out how Obama's first and second names, Barack Hussein, mean the blessing of Hussein in Arabic and Persian, while his family name, Obama, written in the Persian alphabet, reads Obama, which means he is with us, which, according to Forbes magazine's scholar, fulfilled the magic formula in Majlisi's tradition. It actually uses the same word that you're using right now, talking about these caves, upon which is based the concept, well, you know, that even the Mahdi comes up out of a stargate, comes up out of a hole, comes out of a cave. That's a significant part of their tradition. It's very much tied to the 72 demons. In fact, there's also 72 virgins that the martyrs of jihad get when they go to heaven. That's how important this number is in mysticism in different cultures. And then
And then what makes this even more important is how we're seeing, just since what George Bush set in motion and Obama continues to carry forward, that we are seeing unfolding in the world all around us, these manifestations now. You sent me also yesterday by the Judea Market, the investors group, 72 analysts, who are saying now that gold is going to go parabolic to between 2,500 and maybe even as much as 15,000. And as you say, not 71 economists, not 74 economists, but 72. And another thing that just now pops into my head with regard to the arrival of Obama as the fulfillment of Majlisi's Islamic tradition and this prophecy of a tall black man who would assume the role of government in the West, which then is going to set in motion the coming of the Mahdi and the opening of these gates through which these supernatural presences are going to be manifested. David Flynn emailed me, and this has been, maybe 2 years ago, about the two witnesses of the end times who resist the Antichrist, and they prophesy for 1,260 days. And the point that David was making at that time was, Tom, if, as all these ancient cultures that you're talking about, particularly the Maya, but many other cultures, if they're seeing December 21st, 2012 as the end of time and the dawn of a new age, and if this has anything to do with the two witnesses that are in the Bible, he said count backward 1,260 days from their arrival on Earth, and you have July 11, 2009. Well, what would that have to do with the arrival of the Antichrist and the number 72? Recall that President Obama said earlier in his last year that remember he said, it was just right after his inauguration, he said, the next 100 days will be so successful that I will complete them in 72 days, and on the 73rd day, I will rest. Remember that?
Right. Now, who else said they rested? This is important because he said that they would, he would design, build, and open a library dedicated to my first 100 days. He then added what you just said, Tom. I will be able to complete them in 72 days, and on the 73rd day, I will rest. He's also on record as saying, I can't quote directly, but that basically he's done what he was supposed to do. Someone said, why is he spending so much time on the golf course and basically fiddling while Rome burns?
Yeah.
The answer to that is he's waiting for his instructions from, in my opinion, his controllers. I'm talking unseen controllers. And the point being is that for him to make that statement, I would say this: open wide, O stargates, for the Prince of Hell is coming on the scene. That's my interpretation of that.
Well, what David Flynn was saying, and then what I watched as it unfolded was how on the 72nd day, that's the way I'll complete them in 72 days, on the 73rd day I will rest. On the 72nd day of his administration, he met privately with the Pope. And on the 73rd day of his presidency was Saturday, July 11th, exactly 1,260 days before December 21, 2012. So it seems like, once again, the Illuminatus, the conspirators, but when I say conspirators, I'm talking more about the invisible ones, right? That I am the ones we see. Yeah, that it's as if they are playing a game. Well, anyway, it's so Jewish mystics, Kabbalists, who rely on the mystical power of 72 names of God, also. Have you noticed lately that they're in the news, wearing their magic armbands in large numbers?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what they think they know. New York Governor David Patterson, he was in the news just last week wearing his red string Kabbalah bracelet to bind the evil eye and the 72 demons. Now, you mentioned a moment ago the Goetia. In mysticism, the number 72 is combined directly with the Goetia. This is a text that deals with the summoning and the control of both 72 angels and 72 evil spirits, but it's mostly for the controlling of 72 evil spirits or demons. And that is taken from what's called the Lemegeton, or the Lesser Key of Solomon. That was made famous or infamous by Aleister Crowley because he republished it. He put it in common language. But the Goetia teaches the magical practice of the invocation of angels and the evocation of demons. 72 angels, 72 demons. Now, what does any of this have to do with our previous 4 hours about transhumanism in America and gateways that would combine even to what we've already been saying now about Obama and the fulfillment of Islamic prophecy? The bottom line is that the ultimate act of transhumanism will be realized in the coming of the Antichrist. And how that is related to Washington, D.C., and Freemasonic mysticism and the number 72, I think that, Steve, now that's the crux. That's the core of the matter. That's the most fantastic open secret in the history of mankind. And so if I can set this up so that it's most effective, first let me say something about Washington, D.C., and the coming of the ultimate transhuman, the Antichrist. And then how the number 72 is fantastically related in the most occultic way in D.C. for the opening of that gateway, or Stargate, as you and I have been referring also as esotericists like William Henry in his last book, referring to the 72 starred Stargate. That's the term he used in the U.S. Capitol Dome. But first, what is most unrecognized by the vast majority of people around the world, including that very large film and acting crew that the History Channel sent to meet me in Washington, D.C. last week, and I could go into all the details, but I think it would detract from what we're talking about. They, too, were absolutely unfamiliar with what was going on there. And what's interesting, Steve, is that I've been interviewed now over the last year by 33rd degree Freemasons. I've been interviewed by congressmen. I've been interviewed by senators, all of whom walk back and forth and see all this imagery. And not one to date, not even among the 33rd degree Free Council, Freemason leadership of the Freemasons, Scottish Rite Freemasonry, have disputed what I am saying. That laying right out in the open in Washington, D.C., and of course also at the Vatican, although we're not going to talk about the Vatican, but is this ancient talismanic diagram. You have a primeval concept, and this was designed in antiquity for only one reason: regeneration, resurrection, apotheosis, literally for deity incarnation from the underworld to the earth's surface in the body of a man, through the union of these two respective figures, the dome, which is the ancient structural representation of the womb of Isis, and the obelisk, which is the ancient structural representation of the erect phallus of Osiris. Now, just so people who may email you and ask, what am I talking about? I'll just try to do this in 20 or 30 words. But in ancient times,
do it more tactfully than I would. So I'll let you do that one.
Yeah. Well, in fact, when I was interviewing with the Washington Monument, they didn't even know what phallus meant, and they wanted me to use a more, contemporary phrase, and I said, I just can't do it. If they don't know what it means, they're going to have to figure it out on their own. But the obelisk represented that part of Osiris, his male organ, which Isis was not able to find after Osiris was killed by his jealous brother Set, who then chopped him into 14 pieces and threw all the pieces into the Nile River. Some of the pieces, according to myth, floated down the Nile River, got hung up on the limbs of a tamarisk tree. But Isis, his sister and wife, she was and is considered in Freemasonry and all these other mystical orders to be the queen of magical skills. Well, she searched the riverbank, recovered all of these missing pieces, but the one piece she couldn't find was his male organ. It had, some myth says it was swallowed by a fish. Plutarch says it was swallowed by a crocodile. The point was she gathered these 13 pieces. Now, this is really important. She assimilated these 13 pieces, put them back together. And I won't drift off into this, but I think there may be something here that has to do with advanced cloning or technology, the taking of reanimating DNA. But I won't go into all that. She brings this together, these 13 pieces, and then she constructs an obelisk, which she puts in the place of his missing male organ, and then uses it to magically impregnate herself. And she draws, through the obelisk, she draws forth the seed of Osiris from his corpse into herself, and she becomes impregnated with Horus, who is the resurrected Osiris. Now, that legend formed the core of Egyptian cosmology. Everything essentially is based around that legend. And this was venerated all throughout Egypt on the most imposing scale. That's the reason why everywhere you go in Egypt, you found these towering obelisks, including even at Karnak, where the upright obelisk of Osiris was vitalized or stimulated from the warmth, the energy of the masturbatory sun god, Ra, shining down upon it. This is the reason why, by the way, that the Washington obelisk is the largest of its kind in the world, so as to be constructed to be the very first thing that the sun strikes when it rises over the capital city of Washington. In any case, and by the way, you said you'd use a more crude term than I did. I realize that, modern people, and especially here in America, it might look at some of these symbols as profane, pornographic. In a way, they are.
Well, yeah, and let me just deal with the obelisk real quick. When you find them not only in Washington, D.C., and I know this sounds sarcastic, but where else would you expect the biggest phallus symbol to be but in Washington, but all over the world? That was, and even in all of the monoliths and the megaliths and the stones that are littered throughout the world, the phallus and the circular stones, that the whole thing was venerating the fallen angels having sex with earth women. It's like the way it was, can I say this? It was the most infuriatory symbolism, in my opinion, in the face of a living God. Do you follow, Tom?
That's right.
In essence, they were shaking their fist at heaven. They were pulling a Nimrod on steroids. And again, the fact that some people say, well, Washington and the United States aren't in the scripture. Oh, yes, they are. Spiritual Babylon? How would you not expect spiritual Babylon to have the biggest, most confrontational affront towards heaven? And that's what Americans cannot understand, and 99% of American Christians, because they don't understand the symbology or the power, the supernatural power behind it, are in the way of being slaughtered, lest God grant the grace for them to wake up and call upon Him.
Yeah, that's right. This was also known in history as Baal's shaft, which, of course, Baal is he's the perpetual enemy, if you will, of God throughout the Old Testament, or one of the Baals. But from a mystical point of view, and this is where it goes to Washington, D.C. and the Freemasons as well, these were objects. They were magical objects. And if the right ceremonies were conducted in the use of them, this was believed in ancient Egypt. It's also believed in modern Washington, D.C. at the Herodome, the headquarters of the 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemasonry, which maybe we'll talk about in a moment. But these ritualized objects, they believed that if the proper ceremony was conducted around them, it would endear you to the invisible presences, to the invisible gods, to these 72 demons, if you will, and it could produce tangible manifestations within the material world. The obelisk and the dome, as imitations of the deity's male and female reproductive organs, could, and what's interesting, Steve, in fact, it is germane to this study, is that this had to happen through government representation. In other words, just some Egyptian somewhere who wanted to invoke the power of the gods couldn't go out and just fashion an obelisk and think that he was going to somehow use it with his wife or something to give birth to one of the gods. This had to happen through government representation, according to Egyptian belief. And through government representation, it could invoke into existence the being or the beings that were symbolized by these phallic symbols. And that's the reason why inside the temple, the dome, the womb of Isis, temple prostitutes representing the human manifestation of the goddess were there available for ritual sex as a form of imitative magic. I won't even go into some of the stuff they did there, including what they did with animals. But the purpose for it was that through this imitative sex, the dome and the obelisk would become energy receivers that would be capable of assimilating Ra's essence from the rays of the sun, which in turn would heat the obelisk and draw forth the seed of the underworld, Osiris. The seed of the dead deity would move up, according to the supernaturalism, through the base, the testes of the obelisk, up through the stem of the obelisk, and would emit into the dome. It would emit from the head of the obelisk into the dome of Isis. And in that way, Osiris could be born again or reincarnated as Horus over and over again, because inside the dome, well, was the Pharaoh, who then became the receptacle. So first of all, you understand the magical side of it. And then you ask yourself, okay, but in practical terms, so somebody's performing, some form of high occultism in ancient Egypt. So what? In practical terms, how does the god become? How does he get flesh? How does he walk upon earth in a body? Well, in practical terms, Osiris was raised during what's called the raising ceremony, which we'll tie to Freemasonry here in a second if I can remember to. In Egypt, where Osiris was brought to life through these magical constructs, Pharaoh would enter into that holy womb temple. And he became the fit extension. This is also a term that is used actually in the Septuagint of the Old Testament. It says that when the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fit extensions. This is exactly the same term that is used in Egyptian terminology. The Pharaoh became the fit extension for the reborn God to take residence in as the sex act was ritualized there at the site, actually the largest religious structure ever built, the temple of Amun-Ra at Karnak. Pharaoh would enter into the holy womb dome temple, where he became the receptacle of the spirit of Osiris during what was called the festival of Opet. And this was a festival, and I won't go into it. It was held at the temple of Luxor. But eventually the Pharaoh, they'd go down the river, everybody's standing on the side of the river, heralding the one who is to become the god, all that. He would enter the holy womb temple beyond the obelisk, where the raising ceremony was conducted. This is the same ceremony as Freemasons in Washington, D.C. conduct until this day.
Right. And I think it's critical that people understand, too, because, again, a lot of people who will talk about the Illuminati, talk about the New World Order, they don't go back to its pharaonic roots. And obviously the Antichrist is a type of pharaoh. Isn't it interesting, like the tall man that was in the prophecy in the 1700s, all through Egypt, he was, pictured with Pharaoh Tutankhamun's headdress or the pharaonic authority? You know what I'm talking about, Tom. You carried that story and even put the picture up on Raiders. So the thing that I think people have got to understand is that just as you're dealing with the Scottish Free Rite Masonry, it has been the pharaonic control of the world under the guise of Satan himself and under the direction of Satan himself that we're now seeing. And so when we see Anubis coming into the United States, when we see it first on the Thames River, then and with its spear pointed at the Lady Liberty's reproductive area, that's as tactful as I can be. There is such a profound message, only to, I think, end up the last time I heard at the Denver International Airport, which we already covered. But what we're talking about is the spirit of death Pharaoh's declaration of war upon liberty, war upon the old order, welcoming in the new Ubermensch, the new Supermen, the new transhumanists by the very supernatural impregnation of what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned, I think, in the second or third hour of this show, how British academics here, I don't know, several years ago actually, wanted to actually raise one of the extinct pharaohs, talking about how they might be able to take, if they could find any intact DNA, and use that. This has been, I mean, this is an operative spirit. We're talking about something that is always pressing to come forward into our reality. Sometimes it doesn't need man's permission, sometimes it does, and how that plays a role with the leaders of government, and sometimes the leaders of government are not the ones that you see that walk around wearing the suits with the titles. It's the ones operating behind them. So I'll just finish the ancient side of this, how that Pharaoh then would be transmogrified into the living deity, right? The son of Amun-Ra. He is the representation on earth of the gods. Now, why would you want to do that? One of the people that were interviewing me at the Washington Monument from the History Channel, and by the way, while I was there, I mean, there was a huge group of tourists all over the place, and they became so intrigued with everything that we were talking about. I was interviewed for like 2 hours, and by the time it was done, I had just a mass of tourists standing all around just listening to everything that I was saying, which I was thankful for. I almost felt like I was a pastor again, and I had my little pulpit there. But this was a government representation. You go inside the dome, where you experience your inauguration. You are transmogrified into the living deity, the son of Amun-Ra and Osiris. And from that day forward...
That word, inauguration, you wrote about it. It means to literally partake of the spirit of the ogre, which was a giant who ate flesh. That's what the word means, okay? We take these words, it literally means to augur. You've heard augur in. Well, that means that spirit of that flesh-eating giant, and we're not talking about a funny-looking Shrek here. We're talking about that inauguration literally means to have something outside of you augur in the presence of a giant. Do you follow me? That's why they claim that the president's the most powerful man on earth. In other words, he becomes something before the transmorphification.
He becomes something because you're right. In fact, there was even a priesthood built around it called the augurs. These were the ones who would actually, they would use their various incantations to make sure that the person who was being inaugurated, who was being endorsed by the gods, had been approved by those other world spirits. And then these augurs could say to the public, hey, here's your new king. Here's your new leader. He has been approved by the gods to be the representation who now will... Well, that was, of course, very much the same sentiment that was in ancient Egypt when the Pharaoh emerged from the Capitol Dome temple, having been incarnated within him, the new Osiris. He was now the leader of the country. The people could stand back and rejoice at the inauguration. He was the incarnation of the god Horus, the resurrected Osiris, during his lifetime. And then in death, he would experience apotheosis, which also is centrally connected to Washington, D.C., where he would become the Osiris of the underworld, the dying and resurrecting god, the cycle that's repeated with every newly appointed king. So Pharaoh became, just as the God who is ciphered on the Great Seal of the United States will be, and which each U.S. president represents, the Son, the spiritual incarnation of the supreme deity that we call Gilgamesh in Sumeria, Nimrod in the Old Testament, Apollo in Greece, Osiris in Egypt. And in Washington, you have a city now whose government buildings, and this is all stuff, anybody can verify this, the government buildings, the important government buildings, all have their cornerstones dedicated at the astrological times related to the zodiacal constellation Virgo, who is the heavenly representation of Isis. This is a town which was to govern 13 colonies that had been brought together, just as Isis gathered the 13 pieces of Osiris and brought them together. A town that then had the giant obelisk affixed to it, just as Isis affixed to the corpse of Osiris, the 13 pieces of Osiris, a giant obelisk facing her womb, just like the obelisk faces the womb in Washington, D.C., where the dome and the obelisk in Washington now are ready for the metaphysical ritual to be performed in secret by the elite that's going to bring the ultimate incarnation. Everything up until now, perhaps, has just been, a practice ceremony to make sure they're prepared. And the magic ceremony, the raising of Osiris from the dead, has been rehearsed and ritualized in the Herodome by the Supreme Council of Washington, D.C., with every passing United States president, beginning with, posthumously, with George Washington, in anticipation of the ultimate future incarnation of Osiris and Apollo. Now, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. Dan Brown, he puts out this book, The Lost Symbol.
Right.
And he talks a little bit, well, actually the opening scene in his book has to do with a 32nd degree Freemason being raised to the 33rd. The reason they use that terminology, in fact, the ritual itself, according to all of the, the greatest writers of Freemasonry, Albert Pike, all of them, Mackey, they all talked about how the raising ceremony is a parody of the raising of Osiris. Now, they call it Harim Abif, but they all admit that it's actually just a thinly veiled covering for the mysticism involved in the raising of the spirit of Osiris. Where you look at Dan Brown's book, the opening scene, you get a 32nd degree Freemason. He's going to go through the raising ceremony in the 33rd, in the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., which parodies the raising of Osiris from the dead. When I was doing research, which wound up being almost 7,000 pages of research 2 years ago, and then last year my book came out, Apollyon Rising 2012, talking about all this, I was very curious about something I had been told. A lobbyist for a particular politician, I can't name either one of them, but it doesn't matter because the facts stand on their own, told me that the raising ceremony is conducted in the House of the Temple not just when a 32nd degree Freemason reaches 33rd degree, but is also conducted in secrecy every time a U.S. president is inaugurated. The reason I went to Washington, D.C., and met with 2 members of the 33rd degree Freemasonry and took another person with me, the reason that I went was to ask that particular question. Now, I talked to them about a lot of other stuff while I was there, and I was there for hours, and they were they were willing to answer any question that I wanted to ask them, but I got to tell you, well, I'll just tell you, the person that was with me was Nita, my wife, and she'll tell you that when I ask them, okay, I have been told that the raising ceremony is conducted at the inauguration of every United States president. And if that's true, the only reason behind that would be that you are practicing Rosicrucian Freemasonic mysticism in which you are invoking the raising of the spirit of Osiris into every U.S. president in the same way that the Egyptians did with the pharaohs. Now, is that true or is it not true? Steve, that was the only question. Neither of those guys would answer that question. They just wouldn't answer it.
That would be the, after you said that, I was going to say, what was the question that made him the most nervous? Well, obviously, that's the million-dollar question, and silence, is tantamount to absolute verification of your statement.
Well, they just wouldn't answer it, so they didn't say it was true, but they didn't say that it wasn't true. And if you look at everything in Washington, D.C., frankly, to use street language, you'd have to be a buffoon not to understand that they would in fact, based on everything they already do, based on the way the city is laid out, all of the constructs there are for the purpose of raising the spirit of Osiris. Everything there is for that purpose. Now, when you look at these, and I realize we're within a few minutes of 1 hour, so I will try to move.
When we start hearing the music, we've got a 3-minute break at the top of the hour, I think, but then we go for good with 60 Minutes Uninterrupted. So,
all right, and we can spend the whole second hour on the number 72.
Yeah, I would like to do that because I think it's so critical. I mean, people have got to understand, it's not Tom and Steve just sitting here. This is the stuff that Daniel, in essence, was probably shown, but this is sealed up, and the event is determining the time. If all of the gates are becoming active, if in Oman we're seeing the very basis of the Imam Mahdi and the 72 statements from Obama and the pharaonic claim, and his name Barack also means lightning. Gee, the father of lightning. Who else fell from heaven like lightning? I think what people have got to grasp, Tom, is that this is God saying, open your eyes, my people. And there are people say, I don't want to hear that stuff. Well, I'm telling you this, people who close their eyes end up with something more, probably far more drastic and dangerous than those who go into something with their eyes open and asking God to not only give them the understanding, the wisdom, but also to deliver them from this evil. That's the Lord's prayer. Deliver us from this evil, Lord.
Yeah, and the ultimate fulfillment of the mysticism that is based upon the number 72, and even the prophecies, when you think of it from an Islamic point of view, is a marriage of the religious order and the political order, which, of course, in the book of Revelation unfolds to us as a marriage of the false prophet and the Antichrist. Now, I'm not taking a cheap shot here at the average Catholic out there that might be listening to this show. But when you think of these alchemical constructs that are in Washington, D.C., that are at the disposal of these magicians operating there on 16th Street, you have two things in the world that are without comparison. The obelisk in St. Peter's Square in Rome, which isn't just any obelisk. It was removed and transferred there from ancient Heliopolis, the city of On in the Bible, and was dedicated to Ra, Osiris, and Isis. And then in Washington, the obelisk that was built by the Freemasons and dedicated to America's first president, which is the tallest of its kind in the world. And, Steve, I'm not being crude here, but when it comes to this kind of magic, size matters. There was a reason why this had to be the tallest of its kind. It wasn't just so that it would be the first thing that the rays of Ra would strike as it rose over the capital city. The tallest makes it the most appropriate place, if you will, for the incarnation of what it represents.
Absolutely. And again, I think people need to understand, too, that there were even visible signs in the heavens. Jesus talked about lying signs and wonders. Let's talk about the Norwegian spiral that was so unusual. That was, the matter of probably literally millions of responses on the Internet when the Pharaoh shows up in Norway to receive the Nobel Prize. Remember that?
Yeah.
The spiral. And then the whole thing, too, is that there have been stories of the Anunnaki landing again in Israel at Mount Hermon in the Negev Desert, the same place they fell the first time. I mean, David Flynn has done a masterful job at detailing that in his book. So the point being, Tom, is that we're talking about so many events being compressed in time and space, yet as the events are compressed in time and space, now the realm of eternity this war that has been largely kept out of our visible spectrum is now going to be thrown literally before our visible eyes. And that's why I think this is, again, the mercy of God, preparing his people. And I'll say this, just as Moses defeated Pharaoh the first time, so will Jesus through the blood of the Lamb, and people who will stand on his authority defeat him the second time. But it's going to get really bad. I guess we're not even going to have our break, so we can just go from here into 72.
Well, I missed part of what you said, so I'm not sure if we're in a break. I hope we're not.
No, we're not in a break. I said we're just going to skip it and go.
Well, okay. So to tie into what I've said already, with these constructions having been built in Washington, D.C., with the magical practices that take place on 16th Street in the House of the Temple, the Herodome, the headquarters of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry, the raising ceremony that is conducted to bring forth the spirit of Osiris, at least representatively, into every United States president, and all of this heralding toward and we won't talk about the Great Seal of the United States, but all of this, as you know, pointing forward to what you and I have talked about before, the fulfillment of that prophecy, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the returning of Apollo Osiris. This Masonic alchemistry, the purpose of it is to reach presidential apotheosis, that is, the leader of the United States, America's Pharaoh, being transformed into a god within the Capitol dome or womb of Isis in sight of the obelisk of Osiris, just as it was done in ancient Egyptian belief. Now, the number 72 is tied to this. First, let me say, this began with America's first president, and he was a master Freemason, George Washington. In fact, what's also interesting is how Masons in attendance at Washington's funeral in 1799 cast sprigs of acacia, evergreen, upon his body, and the record says they did that to symbolize both Osiris's resurrection in the underworld, that is Washington, and then the imminent resurrection of Osiris into the upper world for his replacement in the next U.S. president. Now, Steve, and you probably have taken heat for this kind of thing in the past, too, and I know that Chris Pinto, our mutual friend, certainly has. People saying that America was built on Christian principles, that Washington, D.C. was laid out on Christian principles, and this whole idea that the dome and the obelisk or any of this other symbolism in Washington, D.C. has something to do with occultism is insulting to a lot of Americans. All I can say is, I can't help it. You know, go to Washington.
All I can say is the truth is what it is. And again, 99% of evangelicals will not, maybe they'll entertain it, but they will not accept the fact that Mystery Babylon, the mother of harlots, obviously you would have to have, in order to have the mother of harlots, you'd have to have a child of harlots first. And, I can only say this. I'm sorry if people won't do their own homework, but before they basically castigate you and I and throw rocks at all of us, they better at least show some effort. I get all the time, well, I don't believe that. That's just a bunch of BS. Well, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, and I have a new statement. That's the original definition of dud, dumb unto death, or denial unto death, you know? And I know this, somebody says, well, how can you be so smug? Smug? I cry more tears over what's going to happen to this nation and the people in it, and especially the Christians that are still not getting through their head that before they sing the sweet by and by, they better see the handwriting on the wall. Look, Tom, in essence, all of this which has been hidden for the ages, all of this which God has put his redemptive time lock on, that a people wise, and what did Newton say? In the end time, that God would raise up a group of men that will understand the prophecies?
Yeah.
Isn't that a statement? And for what it's worth, our mutual friend Dave Flynn, and what God has given to him and God has given to you, all we have is pieces of the puzzle. But by the grace of God, the picture of the puzzle is coming together with such a rapidity, a speed that has been, let's just say this, as the time is shortened, the speed of the puzzle going together will be equal to that. In other words, we're seeing stuff happen now, day. It's like the staccato, like beat. I mean, this thing is getting ready, not getting ready, it's underway. So when people can't understand this, that God can take the most evil machinations and allow a nation to come up with freedom, even behind the scenes, but yet, again, what nation that God raised up didn't turn against him, and he ultimately had to bring it down in judgment? There's not one you can name. There's not one in history you can name. Such is the fate of wickedness when men yield to it.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll say this, and then I'll move on to 72. What I would say to any Christians that disagree with us is visit Washington, D.C., tour the Capitol, go inside the U.S. Capitol Dome. You'll be inside the womb of ISIS. Inside the Capitol Dome, look upward inside ISIS's continuously pregnant belly, where you'll see the 4,664 square foot fresco called the Apotheosis of George Washington. The word apotheosis means to become a deity, to deify, to become a god. And by the way, it also explains part of the reason why U.S. presidents, military commanders, members of Congress lay in state in the U.S. Capitol Dome, because the womb of Isis would be where you would go at death to magically reach apotheosis and transform into a god. Those who believe that the United States Capitol was designed on Christianity, and then they go to the dome, they're surprised. You go inside the dome, you look upward at the heaven that George Washington is rising into, and lo and behold, Jesus isn't there, God isn't there, none of the apostles are there, Michael the archangel is not there. You are looking up inside of a pagan heaven. It's occupied not by angels, but with demons, pagan deities, Hermes, Neptune, Venus, which is Isis, Ceres, Minerva, Vulcan. Vulcan is the Roman equivalent of Lucifer, and actually some of Freemasonry's own writers, Manly P. Hall, referred to Vulcan as the god that I forget exactly his language around this, but it was the god who brings the Luciferian fire, in other words, to the hands of the Freemasons. But okay, so be all that what it is, and we're in the second hour now. Besides all of that, kind of stuff that accompanies Washington inside the U.S. Capitol Dome, there is also numerology, and this is where stuff starts getting very occultic and very important. Numerology that is associated with not just the legend of Isis and Osiris, which you can see, encoded in the painting, the 13 maidens and all that relates to that numerology, but the entire scene of the apotheosis of Washington, below which, if you read Apollyon Rising 2012, you find out is a replica of the Aztec calendar stone that ends in the year 2012, but you'll have to read the book to understand why that's the case, of all the millions of things that they could have put inside the history of America beneath this apotheosis. But the apotheosis, here's the important part, and this is one of, there are a few things in Washington, D.C. that are of the most importance. One is the location of the House of the Temple. The other is the dome, the Capitol Dome. The other is the location of Baal's phallus, or the obelisk of Osiris. The other, though, and this is when you get into the deep occultism side of this, is when you go inside the belly of Isis and you look up at the apotheosis of George Washington, and you note, if you're careful, if you're observant, that it is bounded, circularly bounded, by a very powerful Pythagorean symbol, a 72 5-pointed starred circle. And actually, each one of these stars are within circles. These are pentagrams. Now, Steve, a lot's been written by historians inside Masonry and outside Masonry about the relevance of this number 72. There's an alchemy that's related to it. First of all, in the Kabbalah, Freemasonry, Jewish apocalyptic writings, the number 72 equals the number of wings that Enoch received when he was transformed into Metatron, the most powerful of all of the angels. Metatron's the angel that can control all the other angels. And Metatron has 72 wings. Now, that's partly important because of the role that Metatron plays to the Brotherhood, also because Metatron is also known as the angel in the whirlwind. This is the angel that George W. Bush, during his administration, enabled as the guiding spirit over America. And we've talked about it before, so we won't rehearse it again, but this spirit was unleashed, literally, to be the controlling spirit. In fact, for those who were in the know and even understood the symbolism of what George Bush was doing, Congressman Major R. Owens of New York, before the House of Representatives on Wednesday, February 28th, 2001, stood up and prayed to the angel in the whirlwind, Metatron, to guide the future and the fate of the United States. People can Google that and look it up. He prayed to the 72-winged angel in the whirlwind, Metatron, to control the future and fate of the United States, which was unleashed during the George Bush administration. Okay, we've done shows on that before, but I mentioned it because it applies to here now. But in the context of the Capitol Dome and the 72 stars, pentagrams, occult symbols that circle Washington's apotheosis inside the womb of ISIS, the significance of that symbolism is really more important because in sacred literature, including the Bible, stars are symbols of angels and demons. And within mystical orders, including in Freemasonry, Kabbalism, Gnosticism, 72 is the number of the fallen angels, the cosmocrators, that are currently administering the affairs of the earth. Now stuff starts getting pretty important because experts in the study of the divine council will point out how that beginning at the Tower of Babel, for instance, the world and all of its inhabitants were disinherited by the sovereign God of Israel and placed under the authority of these 72 lesser, or 70 in the original text, and then Gnosticism and mysticism became 72, these beings, angels, who then became corrupt and disloyal to God in their administration of the nations. And usually those who will write about this will refer to Psalms 82 from memory, I believe, where it talks about the angels that come up before God and the divine council. In any case, those beings then become, they fall. And they start being worshipped on earth as gods following Babel. What's interesting, Steve, is that the leaders of these 72 in history become known as Nimrod or Gilgamesh, Osiris, Apollo, all giants who are gatekeepers of these openings, these gateways. Well, consistent inside that tradition, the designers of the U.S. Capitol Dome did three really important and really telling things. Number one, they circled the apotheosis of Washington with 72 pentagrams, stars, circle stars. Secondly, they dedicated the Washington obelisk 72 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And thirdly, they placed 72 stones on the Great Seal's uncapped pyramid in the original pyramid, the one Manly P. Hall wrote about, that forecast the prophecy of the Cumaean Sibyl that prophesied when this God would return. This uncapped pyramid above which actually the eye of Horus, Osiris, Apollo, Gilgamesh, whatever stares. Those three sets of the number 72 form an unholy trinity, and combined with the imagery and occult numerology of, number one, the Osiris obelisk dedicated in relation to the number 72, the Isis dome with its 72 pentagrams, and the oracular Great Seal with its 72 stones, all of this becomes symbolic of the influence, now, from a Christian point of view, of Satan and his angels over the world. Luke talks about that, I think, in the 4th chapter of Luke. Corinthians talks about it, I think, in the 4th chapter. Ephesians, of course, 6 talks about that, where you even have a prophecy about Satan's final earthly empire, the coming Novus Ordo Seclorum, this new golden pagan age, which is so connected to that 72. But 72... why would it have been included inside the U.S. Capitol Dome? Because 72 has to do with loosing, these pentagrams have to do with loosing and binding, controlling the 72 demons over the earth for the purpose of reestablishing a pagan order on earth, which has been this whole important part of the secret doctrine of the high-degree Masonic Illuminatus since its inception. So, why 72 pentagrams inside the U.S. Capitol Dome? Because in order for the inevitable worship of Osiris to be reestablished on earth, the 72 demons that govern the nations of the earth have to be controlled. Therefore, they're set in these magical constraints on the Great Seal, the Washington obelisk, the pentagram circles around the apotheosis of Washington. All of this, mystics who are listening to this show know what I'm saying is true. Kabbalists know this is true. This is not a very well hidden secret. Pretty much anybody who wants to spend at least one day verifying what I'm saying can look up the occult meaning behind these symbols and verify that these 72 pentagrams would be for the purpose of binding and forcing the desired effect upon these magistrates, these rulers, these overseers, these watchers. That's actually where the term originally comes from, the watchers, who are overseeing the administration of the earth. Even, again, Manly P. Hall in The Secret Destiny of America, he talks about the 72 stones of the pyramid on the Great Seal and how they correspond to the 72 arrangements of the Tetragrammaton, the four-lettered name of God in Hebrew, and he even answers his own question. Why would these 72 stones that correspond to the Tetragrammaton, why would they have been included on the Great Seal? And he says it's because it's for controlling. If you use in their mysticism the 72 combinations of the name of God, it results in the Shem Hamforish, which then can control the powers, the energies of nature, the spirits that are operating behind it. So you have this idea that the mystical name of God, of all things, could be invoked to bind, to loose these supernatural agents, these 72 powers. And that's the reason why you got these 72 stars, pentagram shapes around the deified Freemason George Washington. Then in addition to that, you mentioned a moment ago the Goetia. You have these magical medieval books of magic, and these are really important to those Freemasons.
Let me say one thing, too, and this before you go on, I want to stop you just at this point and insert something. It's critical, okay?
Yes.
If everything that we're saying is so critical, I want to put everybody into perspective. The reason that I'm trying to get people to turn their hearts over to Jesus, because all of the authority, all of the submission, all the principalities, powers, archons, everything that's out there, Jesus said the most amazing statement. You know it as a pastor in Scripture. Behold, I give you power to tread on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. The reason I'm saying is I'm getting a bunch of people saying, well, what's the use? How can we fight this stuff? We're trying to give everybody, and I need to say this at this point, an understanding that what you have in Jesus, through the blood of Jesus, through your relationship with Jesus, through your redemption, through the power of God, to as many as receive him, Jesus, God gave them, you, me, us, the power to become the sons of God. All of this stuff, it doesn't matter. Principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in many places. There's one name that is above all name, and that's the name of Jesus. And if you can grasp that, those of you that are sending me your fear-driven diatribes and crying as Christians, you need to take this to Jesus, because it's time for the meat of the word. Milk will not suffice, and that is the greatest promise I know that Jesus gave. He said all authority in heaven had been given to him, and he gives it to the believers. But you know what, Tom? The believers don't want to use their authority, so they just basically become victims to an authority that has been taken from them, and God wants to rightly reestablish. I had to say that at this point in the broadcast.
Hey, well, that's fine. And Steve, I'm actually glad you broke in and said that, because I would not want anybody to believe that what I'm saying about what the occultists have planned is the ultimate scenario. We're all going to go down in flames because this is what they have planned. But look, the Bible prophesies the coming of the Antichrist. This is the Bible that prophesies that this will happen. But the ultimate end game is that we prevail. The church is the power against which the gates of hell will not prevail. We are the returning victorious army that overthrows all of this darkness. So all we're saying is the powers of darkness have a plan. It is incorporated within the most powerful city in the United States of America, and so what are you going to do about it? What you do about it is you become preachers of the gospel. This is the power of God. In fact, this book that Nita and I are writing right now, Spiritual Warfare and the Coming Singularity, the whole last section, the last 3 chapters, are dedicated to the other sign of the days of Noah. Because when we talk about the sign of the days of Noah, we almost always talk about the return of the Nephilim upon the earth, right? But there was another sign of the days of Noah, and that was how the covenant people of God were the only power on earth. A young David with his sling. It doesn't matter if it's a child with a sling or an adult. We are the power against which this transhumanist, biotechnological, whatever it is, a spiritual force, this watcher's presence that wants to bring forth the incarnation of massive evil upon the earth in the presence of the Nephilim and the Raphaim rising up from the dead and being incarnated in a last days army at Armageddon. Well, go read the end of the book. The army at Armageddon loses to us. So the point about bringing this issue up is to make people aware of the times in which we are living. People are blessed by even reading the book of Revelation and trying to understand the times in which we live. Jesus wouldn't have provided an answer to his disciples saying that the last days would be as it was in the days of Noah if there wasn't a relevance to understanding the times in which we live. But what I would want people to understand is that if you can grasp where you are and become preachers of the everlasting gospel of Jesus Christ, you become the one force on earth against which this evil presence cannot prevail, not now, not in the future, not ever. We are the winners. But it's by understanding the age in which you live that you understand the need to also take up the sword, right?
Absolutely. Listen, this is the thing that Hawk says over and over and over. He steps into the battle with his sword drawn. He tells people to sharpen their K-bars, you know. I don't care if somebody goes on Coast to Coast and says Goliath's only 6 feet tall. That's not true, by the way, because they can't explain the 6 fingers, 6 toes. And, you know, the bottom line is that Og, the king of Bashan's bed was 18 feet long. So
yes.
What I'm saying, there is an orchestrated I would say an attempt to take away from this. There are people now arguing, I'm sure you've seen that nutcase email that goes out, well, the Nephilim can't be on earth at this point, blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is that, look, people have got to learn to grow up and take what they hear to the Lord Jesus Christ. And, Tom, I want to commend you on the job you've done. Look, you're laying out a number that's so critical, that's been used in political jargon. You basically have the declaration of the current President of the United States basically embracing Islam, welcoming Islam, declaring himself almost to be the Mahdi, and the rest of the world going after this man. You've got people behind the scene giving their power unto this guy. And if you look at it, you've got the biggest syncretism. Now, syncretism means to take different parts of different religions, throwing it together in a hodgepodge. And, you know, I don't have to tell anybody, go on YouTube and see the contempt that this man has for God and Christians. So the contempt is there. The battle's on. Spiritual warfare. Listen, I am so sick of panty-waisted pastors that basically need to get out of the OBGYN clinic and start going to the men's health clinic. How's that for being tactful? And stand up and rise up in the power of the pulpit that God has given them, because if they don't rise up and they continue to slander the very God of heaven, to minimize the very God of heaven, when God arises and his enemies start to scatter, the last thing I want to do is be a penny-weighted pastor speaking some dipstick metaphor on his golf game to miss the mark. No, we have to prepare people for the ultimate battle in history. So contemptuous does the devil have hatred for the people of God that Jesus said there has never been a time like this. And rather than make me hopeless, it makes me, it infuses my being with saying, we're going to be in this thing. I'm either going to go through it with the power of God, or I'm going to succumb to it by not standing in the power of God. And that's the thing. Christians are being called to personal accountability. That's what you're telling them to do, personal responsibility. And the word warfare is not optional. You follow me?
Yeah.
It is no longer an option. I commend you on the timing of your book. I just pray you get it out ASAP, because, again, we're in the middle of this thing. This is no longer, optional, if I even want to deal. This stuff is at everyone's doorpost. This stuff is at everyone's heart. There are people listening to this broadcast that need the miraculous intervention of the living God. They don't need pep talks. They don't need sermons. They need miracles. And I see that the power of the gospel has always triumphed the power of hell. And it's because the gospel is being silenced. I'm not talking about namby-pamby Christian TV. I'm talking about the reality of the Spirit of the living God infusing his people, and with the testimony of Jesus, the blood of their Lamb, going forth and absolutely declaring, look, this is coming down. So that's my statement. It will be memorialized, as yours will, for however many people around this here, but never, never be ashamed of Jesus. He is the conqueror. He is the ultimate victor. He is the King of Kings. He is the Lord of glory. And so therefore, you're on the winning side, those of you who claim him. Those of you who don't, you need to consider and go back and listen to this maybe a couple times to get what Tom is saying. By the way, just for Sue Bradley just sent me in the geometry of the Pentagon, the exterior angles obviously are all 72 degrees each.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks. Well, I would just pick up real quick and say that, Romy, Sue, it's so wonderful that if you're out there listening tonight, we want you to know we care so much about you, and we have been in prayer for you. We still are in prayer for you. We encourage everybody to be in prayer for you because of who you are, and you've always been such powerful disciples of Christ, such good friends, and we care about you so much. So our prayers are with you, and we want you to know that we pray for you on a regular basis. Even when we don't email you and tell you that we're praying for you on a regular basis, and we care about you. And people that are listening to this show would know, of course, that if they've read any of the stuff by Sue Bradley and others, that these are people who are, they're our tutors. They're so very aware of what the whole Washington layout, the number 72, its relationship to these medieval books of magic, the grimoires such as the Key of Solomon and the Lesser Key of Solomon, and how that those not only identify the star systems, Orion, which is Osiris, and Pleiades, which is Apollo, as the home of the powerful supernaturalism that's not only encoded on the Great Seal of the United States, but is related to this number 72, the current administration, the great importance of those pentagram shapes inside the Washington, the Capitol Dome, for binding and loosing the influence of these demons. Adept, Rosicrucians, Freemasons, they also are not only aware, they've been using those magical texts, the Key of Solomon, the Lesser Key of Solomon, for years to do just that, to bind, loose, control the 72 demons over the nations. And I would just say to my Christian friends out there, you know me as having been a pastor for 20-some years, an executive in the largest evangelical organization in the world for almost 30 years. I've spoke at some of your large conferences. In 1991, I was the keynote for the Religious Broadcasters Convention. And based on some of what I was willing to say, I've been invited back.
Yeah, that's what I love about you, Tom. I know that you're no good for God until you've been kicked out of man's kingdom. I mean that. I tell that to everybody. If you've been kicked out for your stand for Jesus, and you're my brother. If you want to, I'm not saying that that's the criteria, but here's what I'm saying. The thing is that you came to the point in your ministry in life where God was giving you a new message, incredible understanding. He's gifted you with research skills, and this message has to be important because it's important to him. If the book of Revelation, which absolutely says it, will bless those who read it, there's a blessing there, and so much of the imagery and symbolism and the thoughts in Revelation now can be put into such a clear context, but 50 years ago they couldn't, and woe be to the preterists, because are they in for a surprise when it comes to transhumanism. The thing that's interesting is that it is for such a time as this that this revelation is given. That is where we're at.
Well, Steve, you come to a revelation. I was a Sethite. I did not believe whatsoever. I remember when my brother-in-law brought me, and actually it was some stuff that had been done by Southwest Radio Church and Noah Hutchings, Emil Gaverluck, David Weber, talking about the Watchers and how they gave birth to these, they intermingled their species with women and gave birth to the Nephilim. I thought that was the biggest bunch of junk I'd ever heard in my life, but it was over a 20-year period where there comes a point where you have to decide that you are either going to be honest with the records and with the scripture, or you're just going to stand in defense of whatever indoctrination you received from your, academic training. And there came a point where I couldn't defend the Sethite view anymore because of the fact that everything in both the Bible and ancient records supports the idea that the Watchers did come down, intermingled with humans, and giants were born. The second thing that came to me was I was a patriotic Christian. Well, I would still today refer to myself as a patriotic Christian, but not blindly so, meaning that if there are parts of our history as a nation in which you had people who were part of the American Revolution who were dedicated to Bacon's idea that we were here building, the Rosicrucian dream of the new Atlantis, then you have to be honest with those records. And I wished I had time and don't, because I realize we got, 15 or 20 minutes to go into all those records. But the truth was Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, they all wrote about how they were here building essentially the fulfillment of Bacon's dream of a new Atlantis. In fact, Franklin, right? A beloved founder of our country. People don't know that Franklin was an occultist. He was dedicated not just to Freemasonry, but to magic and to occultism. He was the only actually founding father that signed all of the original documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Paris, and the U.S. Constitution. He was responsible for facilitating the American Revolution by publishing the writings of Thomas Paine, but he was without doubt deeply involved in occultism and Freemasonry and secret societies. He belonged to the secret groups in 3 countries involving the War of Independence, American, France, and England. He was a master of the Masonic Lodge of Philadelphia. When he was in France, he was the master of the Nine Sisters Lodge, from which sprang the French Revolution. In England, he joined the rakish political group funded by Sir Francis Dashwood, the Hellfire Club, that met sporadically during the mid-18th century. For what purpose? To mock traditional religion, including Christianity, to conduct orgies, and to involve the indulgence of satanic rites and sacrifices, including what some evidence seems to show as human sacrifices. Steve, are you aware of the Sunday Times back in 1998 that was reporting the archaeological, it was a reconstruction actually of Benjamin Franklin's home. And during
I posted a story on that my website about that.
Yeah. And so, they found bodies, 4 adults, 6 children, and also including animals, whose bodies look like they have been carved up and basically sacrificed, burned, skulls drilled with holes. We had later reports from his house that revealed that not only were human remains, but the animal remains. It was very interesting. And actually, I think online you may still be able to find some of the published photographs, some of the bones that appear to be blackened and charred by fire. Now, so why is that important to us? Franklin. Why? Because connected to those who used magic squares, Franklin not only used magic squares, he actually invented some of them. It sheds light on how you have this magical binding and loosing of supernaturalism in Washington, D.C., entities that need to be controlled for the purpose of forcing them, essentially, to favor you for the purpose of eventually bringing forth within this continent what would be encodified upon the Great Seal of the United States as a Messiah, but we're talking about the return of an entity that's identified in the Bible as the Antichrist. You know, when I was in Washington last week, and I apologize if I'm kind of jumping around here. I realize we're going to run out of time.
We're going with the flow. Go where this.
When I was in Washington last week, I refer to them as the Scully and Mulder characters. These two people, this is a brand new series for the History Channel, and the purpose behind this series is you have a Scully and Mulder character that are going to different places where they're trying to decode certain things, you know, cryptic things or whatever issues about that city. And they walked up to me and said, we just came from the House of the Temple. We've met with the two highest representatives for the 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemasonry in the United States, and they have said they do not know where the missing cornerstone for the White House is or how it will be used. Do you? Well, I gave them an answer, and I found out later that of all of the people, they've been interviewing people all week, I was the only person that gave them an answer as to where the missing cornerstone was. And when I said to them, it is beneath the House of the Temple, it's hidden there for now, they said, well, wait a minute, we went through every room at the House of the Temple. I said, no, you didn't. You went through whatever rooms they wanted you to go through. And they said, well, why would they have this cornerstone beneath the House of the Temple? What do they intend to use it for? And I said, you may also know that every rite and ritual based in Freemasonry is based upon the reconstruction of the temple, of the building of the Temple of Solomon. Since the 1900s, even the New York Times has been reporting the plan by the Freemasons to eventually build the third temple. And I have developed a theory around which I believe that they intend to use the cornerstone of the White House within the cornerstone of the temple in Jerusalem. And they said, why? And I said, so that they can create a divine symmetry. It matches perfectly. Within their occultism, within their occult belief, it matches perfectly that they would want to create a divine symmetry between Washington, D.C. as the capital city of the world from which the Antichrist can reign, with Jerusalem as the capital into which their Messiah, the great architect of the universe, will reign. But the problem is, in Christian theology, we're not talking about the great architect of the universe. We're not even really talking about Apollo. We're talking about the coming of the Antichrist. Well, there was a lot more detail in that conversation that I can't go into here, but it all extends. They were asking me about the Washington Monument, so I was talking about how the obelisk dedicated by Freemasons in that magical 72nd, there it is, 72 year following 1776, where you have a Bible that Dan Brown identified as the lost symbol in his latest book, is contained inside a magical 666 binding square inside the Washington Monument. Steve, bottom line, I'm not sure exactly where to even go from here, because the bottom line is we're talking about occultism at such a high level, and it is so satanic, and the purpose behind it is literally to bring forth, if you will, the incarnation, the resurrection into a body, the ultimate facilitation of that pharaonic, Rosicrucian, Freemasonic belief system in which you raise the spirit of Osiris Apollo, but Revelation says that this spirit is the beast, that he that was and is not and yet shall be, shall rise up and enter into perdition, which is the Greek word apollyon, Apollo. The spirit will rise up and become the return, if you will, of the Antichrist in the end times. It's encodified upon our capital city. It's encodified upon our great seal, and it is a forecast for the coming of the Antichrist. Now, I've talked before about the obelisk as a rendition of a magic square. I got on that because of Benjamin Franklin and how he used magic squares. And there's tapes out there, there's shows that I've done on it, and we're out of time, and so we won't repeat it here. But I will use your show, if you will, to challenge Mr. Dan Brown, who wrote The Lost Symbol, and who's become Freemasonry's latest apologist, to come clean on all this. Because, Steve, I'm convinced that Brown, the novelist, knew about this occultic layout, this plan. In fact, I think he originally intended to write about it. Why do I say that? Because if you look at the working title of his new book, The working title was, guess what? The Solomon Key. And the Solomon Key and the Lesser Key of Solomon are the ancient grimoires, the books of magic that use pentagrams and magic squares for controlling the 72 angels and demons. Both of those grimoires were and are astonishingly important to Freemasonic metaphysicians because of the legend that they believed that Solomon used, guess what, 72 demons to create Solomon's temple, and was protected from them by using the magical key, the Solomon Key, the magic squares. All of this is part of Kabbalah. You have these magic squares. The total of their numbers in a magic square, when added up, represents the spirit or the head demon of each heavenly body and the demons they represent. For instance, a 9x9 magical square represents the moon god. A 4x4 magical square represents Jupiter, and so on. Well, a 6x6 magic square, which the U.S. Washington Memorial is a stylized version of, represents the sun god, Apollo. In Jewish literature, Sorath, the demon that operates behind the sun god, which in the Egyptian myth is Osiris. So how many ways can you cycle this information? So Dan Brown, let's see, we got 10 minutes. Dan Brown, the working title of his book was The Solomon Key. But note number 2, that when Brown's book was released, it was retitled The Lost Symbol, which turns out to be, guess what, a Bible that's bound inside the base of the Washington Monument. Thirdly, the opening scene in Brown's book, upon which the entire story is based, is the raising ceremony that Masons go through when becoming a 33rd degree Freemason, a ritual that reenacts the death and resurrection of Osiris, whose missing phallus is represented by the Washington Monument obelisk where the lost symbol is. And Osiris, according to their mythology, guess what, was slain by Set, and guess who? His 72 conspirators or demons, which is an idea that's raised so many times through the rituals, we don't have time to talk about it. Next, Dan Brown's hero in the book, he winds up studying the apotheosis of George Washington inside the belly of Isis, the U.S. Capitol Dome, in order to understand the mystery of the secret doctrine of the Freemasons, none of which Brown ever comes to explain. And then finally, the hero of Brown's book winds up trying to solve the riddle of the lost symbol using a magic square, the 8x8 square that's related to Osiris, Isis, Horus historically. Brown doesn't make any of the connections in that end. Anybody can verify what I'm saying. So, Steve, to me, without doubt, in my mind, Brown, who then wrote this letter, if you will, to the Freemasons saying, please love me and accept me in, he was aware of the binding utility in the base of the obelisk of Osiris, known as the Washington Monument, which is intended, I think, to bind the influence of that Bible in order to give, in order to allow the coming forth of the ultimate incarnation of the fulfillment of both Egyptian, Rosicrucian, and Freemasonic belief, the coming of Osiris, Apollo at the end of time, because there's no way that all of this can be a coincidence. There's no way it would have tied the Solomon Key, which is used for controlling these 72 demons, to the lost symbol of the Bible in Washington Monument. And then finally, those two particulars, the Masonic raising ceremony of Osiris and the magic square and the apotheosis of Washington. I mean, if that's a coincidence, then I've got some waterfront property in Arizona, some oceanfront property in Arizona that I want to sell somebody. But what it does do, once again, Steve, is it illustrates that there are these powers, and they are operating behind the scene, and right now they are in our face about their plan to bring forth the incarnation of the man of sin, and Washington, D.C. is intricately related to that phenomenon.
Right. You know, one thing I want to explain to people, too, and, I'm not going to get into, there's somebody sent me an email just saying, well, then that means the Constitution and everything isn't, from God. Here's the deal. The Puritans and the Pilgrims made a covenant with the living God. And as I was sitting here listening to you, Tom, praying under my breath, the Lord said, Steve, I always honor my covenant. And my covenant with my covenant people always wins out over the power of the enemy. Isn't that cool? because I didn't have an answer. I didn't make that up. I've never said that before. I've never even, and by the way, I'm losing my voice and I apologize. But the thing is that the power of covenant, what is the New Testament? It's the new covenant. Look, people want salvation apart from Jesus. I encounter it all the time. Oh, I love to hear you on Coast to Coast, but I just wish you quit talking about Jesus. Or, I love your financial information, but quit talking about Jesus. My answer to everybody is the same. To whatever degree I've been given anything, or Tom, you've given anything. A man has nothing except he receive it from above. That's what we have to give. And every single thing that I've learned, or people who have come across my path, you included, Sue Bradley, everything has been a gift of God's mercy to plead with his creation, saying, He will never leave us or forsake us. Romans 8 says that. Nothing present, nothing things to come, under the earth, above the earth, nothing will separate us from the love of God through Christ Jesus. So, to all out there, this is it. You are being given information that you're not going to see on ABC News. For me, any Christian that says, I won't believe anything you say unless I see it on Fox News or MSNBC, I said, turn me off. You're already dead. And I don't mean that to be cruel. Because, listen, the minds speak of the ages, prepare for the evil one. You know this. They call it the gathering. Russ Dizdar has done a marvelous job. The Black Awakening. Christians are clapping for the building of the temple in Jerusalem. They don't even get who's going to occupy it. Jesus said, I came, ye received me not. Another will come claiming to be me, and him you're going to receive. The word Antichrist means in place of Christ. And I'm telling people, if you don't make place for Jesus Christ, then the Antichrist will occupy that place that you've denied to God's offer of forgiveness, restoration, eternal life, and peace and power over all this stuff. Look, all the stuff that goes bump in the night, a friend of mine, a famous 4-star general once said, Steve, it's true that things go bump in the night, but he says, I know how to bump back. God wants his people not to live in fear, trembling, and acquiescing to the power of darkness. He wants them to stand in the power of his might, proclaiming his Son, being infused with the power of the Holy Ghost, and absolutely taking back that which the devil has stolen, because it has been legally given to us, but it has to be experientially fought for. And I'm sorry, my voice is gone. You can end it. 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Well, look, the point is, a lot of Christians are always told by their pastors, teachers, church leaders that America was founded as a Christian nation, and it is an assertion that would be true if it was confined to the arrival of the Puritans at Plymouth and the early development of the New World. If that was the case, then America being founded as a Christian nation would be an accurate statement. But the truth is, there were also the secret societies, those who were involved in the revolutions that came here. They were funded, even according to the esotericists themselves, the Freemasons, Manly P. Hall, other historians. They were funded by an, quote, august body out of Europe, who were very interested in the construction of a society that would be a kind of democracy that was pleasing to the gods. And when you look at the layout of Washington, D.C., if this is a Christian nation, why are there no Christian symbols inside Washington's apotheosis? Why do we have Greek and Egyptian symbols? Why did Thomas Jefferson insist that the layout of the capital city be constructed in a way that our own government websites say was based on all of the pagan gods, dedication to all the pagan gods? That's what our own government websites say. So these are just facts. If a person can't accept it, don't want to deal with it, then there's nothing I can do for them. All I can say to you is there are two things. One, there is an occult hierarchy. They do have a plan for the future. They do have an interest in the incarnation of that man that the Bible would refer to as the Antichrist. On the other hand, there is another body, and that is the true members of the body of Jesus Christ, and they are the power, the only power on earth. There is no other power on earth against which the gates of hell cannot prevail. But how does the Church of Jesus Christ prevail? We prevail through preaching truth. We prevail through preaching the gospel. We prevail through enunciating both what the issues are and then providing for, if you will, even being conduits for that magnificent authority of Jesus Christ. The book that I'm working on right now, Spiritual Warfare and the Coming Singularity, deals more with transhumanism. It doesn't actually deal with any of this occultism, but it deals with transhumanism. But the final section, the final 3 chapters of the whole book say that if believers can understand who they are in Jesus Christ, they'll come to recognize that the battle really isn't even theirs. The battle belongs to Christ, and Christ through us is the power that can prevail. In terms of the occultism, Steve, I don't know how much time we have left, but in terms of the occultism, I can't help anybody that can't understand the symbolism in our nation's capital, what it represents, the historic meaning behind those symbols, the number 72, the binding of the Bible inside the U.S. Washington Monument, that obelisk, the whole purpose behind it being the loosing and raising of Osiris within Washington, D.C., how that plays into fulfilling the prophecy that is upon the Great Seal of the United States, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, which was given by the Cumane Sibyl, the head prophetess of Apollo, who prophesies that he will return at the end of time. And in more than one place in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul says the Antichrist will be the son of perdition. The word perdition is the Greek word Apollyon, Apollo. John from the island of Patmos talks about the beast rising up from the bottomless pit and entering into and reanimating perdition, Apollo. So what can I say? If somebody can't understand those prophecies, well, I don't want to be critical of anybody that has emailed you because I don't know where they're coming from. But the bottom line is, those are the prophecies. The nation was set about to bring about the fulfillment of those